Janmadhyasya yatonvayaditaratas Sharte swabhinat swarat Tene brahmayadikavaye Yanti suraya Tejo varamridam yatha vinimayo Yatra trisa om risha Tamna svena sada nirastakuvakam Satyam param Satyam param Dhimahi Satyam param Dhimahi Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Narayanam namaskritya Naram chaiva narottamam Devim saraswatim vyasam Tato jayam mudiraye Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Study and teaching of the Bhagavatam, the instrument of victory over ignorance, should begin only after salutations have been made to the Supreme Embodiment, Narayana, to the Goddess Saraswati, and to the sage Vyasa. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Good morning all, and welcome to this final day of the recital. We begin with chapter 20 of Skanda 11. Atha Vimsho Jaya Uddhava Uvacha. Skanda chapter 20. Bhakti, Jnana and Karma Yogas. Is the distinction between good and bad absolute? Uddhava said, the Veda, which is the commandment of thine, the Lord of all, consists of injunctions and prohibitions. Injunctions and prohibitions presuppose that some actions are good and therefore should be done, and that some are bad and therefore should be avoided. The determination of the Varnas and their duties, the differences between the issue of the two types of marriages called Anuloma and Pratiloma, the nature of substances, place, age, and time, the distinction of heaven and hell. All these differentiations and classifications have been done by the Veda on the basis of the distinction between the good and the bad, the high and the low. Without accepting the absolute distinction between merit and demerit, how can thy word, the Veda, stand? How can the doctrine of salvation be justified? Thy word, the Veda, is for men, Pitris, and the Devas, the principal guidance in matters unseen and unattained, in understanding the goal and the means in this field of the unseen. From thy revelation, the Veda, man has come to understand this distinction between the good and the bad, It is not his nature that has helped him to do so. So when thou thyself sayest that there is no such distinction between them, we are confused. Types of spiritual communion. The worshipful Lord said, I have proclaimed 3 types of communion for the spiritual enlightenment of men. These are the yogas of jnana, karma, and bhakti. There is no other way besides these 3. Communion, jnana, or knowledge, is for those who are disgusted with Veda-ordained works and their fruits, and who therefore abandon such works out of true renunciation. Communion through karma or action is for those who have desires and are therefore not yet disgusted with the works and their fruits. Bhakti yoga becomes easily fruitful in the case of a man who by some good fortune resulting from his karma or the Lord's grace developed shraddha or zealous faith in listening to accounts of my works and excellences, and who is neither endowed with a very keen spirit of renunciation nor is too much attached to things of the world. It is only until man has developed disgust for worldly fulfillments, or until he has come to have a zealous faith in hearing and contemplating on my excellences, that it is incumbent on him to perform the Veda-ordained works, ritualistic or otherwise. O Uddhava, a person who is devoted to the performance of his Veda-ordained duties, Swadharma, if he performs those ordained yajnas as an offering to me, without any desire for their fruits, and if he also refrains from any prohibited or desire-prompted actions, then he will not have to be in heaven for enjoying the felicities springing from his works, nor will he be consigned to the purgatory, Naraka. O sinless one, a person who thus performs his swadharma will attain to purity of mind and have knowledge of the Atman. Or, if he is very fortunate, he may develop love for me. The spiritual value of the human body. Just as those consigned to the purgatory desire to get a human body, so do the denizens of heaven too aspire for such a body. For it is only with the human body that knowledge and bhakti can be developed, and not with bodies pertaining to those other spheres. Therefore, a man of intelligence and insight should not desire for the heavenly regions, even as he does not for the purgatory, where jivas suffer for their sins. He should not, however, entertain any desire for a human body too, for the passionate attachment for the body will balk him on his spiritual goal. So understanding that this human body, though capable of taking him to the highest, is in itself mortal, a man of discrimination should strive with great alertness for the attainment of the spiritual goal even before death overtakes him. When Yama-like destroyers of forests cut down trees heartlessly, the birds have their nests on them, fly away easily to places of safety if they are without such attachment for their habitats. So also a person should tremble on realizing that the tree of his lifespan is being cut down with the passing of every night and day. That will help him free himself from all attachments in life, become desireless, and be established in tranquility by contemplating on the Supreme Being. Suppose one has obtained a human body, which is the first of all requirements for the higher life. Though very rare, this ship of a human body, very well built, has now become available to one by his good fortune, and it is captained by a competent guru and favored by the wind of my grace. With all these favorable conditions, a man fails to utilize them and cross the ocean of samsara. He should be called a suicide, a killer of his own spiritual self. Yoga is restraint of mind. When a person has become averse to worldly duties because of a true abhorrence of worldly values, and when, as a consequence, he has gained mastery over the senses, he should strive to make his mind recollected and steady by repeated practice of inward concentration. The mind that is being thus ingathered and concentrated may run away in all directions in a chaotic manner. Then the yogi should with great alertness bring it round slowly, adopting the conciliatory way of allowing it to dwell on unprohibited objects of its choice for the time. After he has established control over the pranas and the senses, the aspirant should not allow the mind to wander about here and there. He should bring it under his control through a buddhi that has been made pure by taking in only pure food and ennobling sense impressions. This restraining of the mind is what is considered the highest reach of yoga. The aspirant should do this like a horse trainer who tries to bring an unbroken horse under control. He allows it some freedom to move about as it likes, but with the reins in hand, he controls its movements little by little. So should an aspirant establish a general control over the mind. Next, until the mind becomes calm and recollected as aspirant should, though philosophical reflections perceive the origin and the transiency of all objects and of one's mind is impressed in one's consciousness, and the mind is thereby helped to get absolutely concentrated on the Supreme Spirit, the only abiding reality.
A person who is disgusted and ritualistic works, who is endowed with renunciation, and who has received instructions from the Guru, will abandon attachment for and identification with the body by repeated reflections on the instructions imparted by the Guru, by the yogic disciplines with its 8 steps beginning with yama, or through philosophical analysis and reflections on the path of knowledge, or through the worship of my images and other disciplines of bhakti. The mind should be made to dwell exclusively on the divine, the supreme goal of yoga. One should not adopt any other means, like the use of drugs, to still the mind. Difficulties of aspirants. If a person practicing spiritual communion happens to commit something of sinful nature, that sin should be burned by a power of spiritual communion and not by the code of penances, prayaschitta. What is described as good consists in adhering to works and ways of living coming within one's spiritual and moral competency. This is done only to regulate and limit desire-prompted actions, which are by nature impure, as all evil tendencies cannot be abandoned at once by all. A graduated process of it leading step by step to total non-attachment and renunciation is therefore prescribed according to the system of competency. It is not meant to ascribe purity to naturally impure acts. One might have developed strong faith in me and tax dealing with me. He might have developed abhorrence for all karma, and he might have also gained the understanding that all desires lead to suffering ultimately. Yet he may not have the requisite will to facility to practice complete renunciation. Such a person may continue to live fulfilling his desires and simultaneously worshipping me with joy, faith, and determination. But he should do so only with the full awareness of unedifying nature of such a life, for discrimination and worship would soon raise him from that mode of life. The self-sufficiency of the path of devotion. When a man thus continues to follow the disciplines of bhakti without break, I begin to dwell in his heart, and thereupon all the desires of the heart are destroyed owing to my presence. When an aspirant realizes me, the soul of all, his ego sense, which constitutes the knot of the heart, is cut asunder. All his doubts about the reality of God, the Atman, etc., are dispelled, and the hold of past karmas on him gets unattenuated. For one who is thus endowed with devotion that constantly makes the mind centered in me, there is no need of knowledge and renunciation, as disciplines separate from the practice of devotion for the attainment of the highest spiritual summum bonum. Whatever can be attained by Vedic rituals, austerities, knowledge, dispassion, yoga, charities, and other spiritual disciplines, be that the abode of the celestials, liberation, or Vaikuntha, all these can be attained by a votary of the path of devotion without any difficulty, if he so desires. But holy men of firm mind, who are endowed with unswerving devotion to me, do not desire to accept even moksha, which gives them freedom from birth and death. Even if I myself offer it to them, the state of mind in which a man is free from wants of every kind is declared to be the supreme blessedness, Nishraya, infinite in its scope. Pure devotion for me dawns only on such a person who wants nothing from me, worldly fulfillments, or even salvation. Holy men, unswerving in their devotion to me, even minded in all situations, and established at a higher level than buddhi, are not affected by merits and demerits arising from scriptural commandments and prohibitions. Those who follow the path profound by me, the path of devotion as self-surrender, attain to my state of supreme beatitude, which is also called Supreme Brahman.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Eka Dashaskande Vimsho Jaya Atai Kam Atai Ka Vimsho Jaya Shri Bhagavan Uvacha.
Skanda 11, chapter 21. The sphere of virtue and vice. A theory of good and bad. The worshipful Lord said, those who neglect the paths of devotion, knowledge, and action leading to liberation, and indulge in the enjoyment of vulgar pleasures with their fleeting sense faculties, pass from birth to birth, being subject to the effects of their good and bad actions. Adherence to actions that come within one's competency is good, the opposite is evil. Thus are virtue and vice determined according to their relevancy in the spiritual advancement of men, and not due to anything inherent in them. The system of determining the same order of objects and actions as good and bad, as one to be followed or avoided according to competency, has been laid down in order to check man in the pursuit of his natural inclinations. First, by generating a doubt in him about their inherent propriety. For the sake of those who are burdened with an obsessive extrovert nature, I have laid down the rules of conduct in the form of smritis. Some of these rules are meant to help man in his spiritual progress in a given situation. Some are relevant only from practical considerations of life, and still others are meant for the maintenance of life in dangerous situations. Thus, there is no absoluteness in any of these. Their object is only to make man more inward looking step by step, from Brahma down to the immovable objects like trees. All are created on the same pattern, their bodies being combinations of the five elements united with the Atman. Being constituted of the five elements, the basic nature of their bodies is the same, but their bodies have developed diversities of names, forms, and capacities for the jiva's gradual attainment of the four great ends of life, namely dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. And the Vedas have therefore categorized them according to their capacities and laid down rules for the development from stage to stage. The pure and impure, O Uddhava, it is only to limit karmas that propriety and impropriety have been laid down with regard to places, time, fruits, competent persons, and ingredients. Among places where there are no black buck and no respect for holy men, those places are impure, even if black bucks are present. Regions included in Kikata country, places inhabited by people of low cultural standards, and deserts are considered impure. An auspicious time for a rite is determined by the availability of the ingredients of worship at the time, or for some reasons inherent in the time. For the seasons when the required ingredients are not available, or times when there are obstacles from external circumstances, are considered improper for the performance of ritual and therefore inauspicious. The purity and impurity of ingredients is caused by contact with other ingredients, by authoritative pronouncements, by purificatory rites, by lapse of time, and by relative size. For example, water, an ingredient, is supposed to purify things by washing and sprinkling, but contact with urine will make them impure. A decisive word of a holy man can help one decide what is pure or impure. Flowers and such ingredients of worships are purified by ritualistic sprinkling of water. Water, fresh, is pure, but when kept for 10 days is considered impure. A small pool is said to become impure by touch of impure people, but not if it is big lake or river. Purity and impurity are determined by one's strength or weaknesses, by one's knowledge or ignorance, and by one's wealth or poverty. For example, taking food at the time of eclipse is impure and undesirable with regard to a strong and healthy man, but not so for a sick or sickly man. The knowledge of the birth of a child 10 days after causes no impurity, but if it is heard immediately, these impurities for a certain number of days, in wearing old and worn out clothes, there is impurity for a well to do man, but not so for a poor man. And above all these considerations of purity and impurity are compromised when there is an upheaval of natural cataclysm in the country. So there are virtues or vices only according to time and place. The purification of things like grains, wooden utensils, objects made of ivory, textiles, oily substance, precious metals, skin, and pots is affected by air, fire, earth, and water, singly or in combination, and by the passage of time. With whatever agent the filth and the bad odor of an object smeared with dirt is counteracted, and the object restored to its pristine state, that is called its purifier. A person preparing to do a pious rite is purified by water, charity, austerity, attainment of proper age and capacity, purificatory sacraments like upayanya, sandhya rites, and meditation on the Supreme Being. A Dvija should purify himself in any of these ways before he performs a rite.
The acquisition of a mantra from a guru is the purification of the mantra. Purification of a work or a rite is offering it to anything to deserve the application of Dharma in the Vedic ritualistic sense must be subject to the purification of the above mentioned 6 factors: time, place, substance, mantra, the performer. Non-purification of these reduces a rite into adharma. Relativity of moral values. What is right in one context can become its opposite in another by the force of junction. So also what is wrong can become right. For example, receiving gifts is wrong conduct for a Brahmana in normal times, but it becomes right in times of turmoil and danger. Not to care for the home is wrong for a householder, but it is proper conduct for a sannyasin. This difficulty of determining right and wrong affects the very basis of their distinction. An act which is sin for a man of moral elevation or in a particular station of life need not be so for a fallen man, and for one in a low state of evolution, or for one belonging to a different order of life. For example, drinking and loose living will not harm a man at a low level of evolution, but it will be highly sinful for a morally elevated man. To have attachment to his possessions and family and live with his wife is normal and natural for the householder, and he incurs no sin by it. But it is a sin for a sannyasin. The reasoning behind this is that a man who is already lying on the ground cannot have a further fall. It is the man who is high or erect that is liable to fall. The lesson is to be drawn from this indeterminate and non-rigid nature of dharma and adharma is that the man should, little by little, and to the extent possible, retire from the pursuit of desires and ritualistic works, and take to renunciation. To the extent he renounces, to that extent he is free. That is the way of life that will eliminate sorrow, delusion, and fear, and establish him in bliss. Moral degradation. Man develops hankering and attachment for sense objects when he falsely begins to think that they will promote his good. Such attachment matures into craving, and it is from these intense desires that conflicts erupt among men. From conflicts arise uncontrollable anger. This is followed by delusion, complete inability to distinguish right and wrong, the proper and the improper. Delusion quickly swallows his moral sense completely. O good friend, man then becomes a zero as far as his humanity is concerned. He is as good as dead. He loses all the great values obtainable through human life. He merely exists, absorbing food like a tree and breathing like a pair of bellows. Due to his excitement with sensuous enjoyments, he knows not anything about his own real nature, nor does he have any love and sympathy for others. Purpose of Vedic ritualism. The Karma Kanda, the ritualistic section of the Veda, is sweet with promises of enjoyments as fruits of ritualistic works. They do not enlighten man on his ultimate good. They are only a means to stimulate man engrossed in sensuality to higher goals. Such as children are prompted to take medicines for promise of sweets. The promises of ritualism are meant to stimulate men stagnating in abject inertia to the first steps towards the highest good. Man is naturally inclined to sense enjoyments, to his own physical welfare, and to the promotion of the interests of his relatives. All these are hindrances in his spiritual development. How then can a center of divine wisdom like the Veda, an authority to which men of such ungenerate nature, wandering in the path of sin and unhappiness, look with reverence in which they approach for guidance, confirm them in their sensuality and selfishness? That will be an absurdity. So, the Karma Kanda has to be interpreted as indirect in its purport. There are some men of perverted intelligence who do not understand this feature of the Veda, but take its flowery descriptions of the fruits of yajnas literally. But real knowers of the Veda, like Vyasa, do not do so. Desire-ridden, greedy, and pitiable, the former mistake the flower of heavenly felicities for the fruit of Satchit Ananda. Befooled by their exaggerated faith in the scope of fire sacrifices, they at last go by the path of smoke without knowing anything about the nature of their own self. With ritualism as their main instrument and the sense enjoyment as their sole objective, they are like men blinded by darkness produced by mist, which prevents them from seeing even the nearest object. For thanks to ritualism and sensuality, they do not know me, the source of this whole universe, though I am present in their very heart. If people are fond of meat eating, let it be confined to occasions of sacrifice. Let it be a mere permission and not a commandment. This view of mine is indirectly expressed in passages dealing with the killing of animals at sacrifices. Without understanding this, these people, sensual and cruel by nature, delight in organizing bloody sacrifices for inferior deities, manes and elementals, utilizing those occasions for obtaining satisfaction for their cruel instincts and their hunger for meat. just as an avaricious merchant wastes his wealth in speculation, they waste their resources in expectation of enjoyments in regions dreamlike in their substantiality, but immensely delightful for the ears to hear about. Themselves dominated by sattva, rajas, and tamas, the gunas of Prakriti, they adore Indra and other devas of a similar nature. But not me, who am beyond these three gunas. Even the worship offered to Indra and others is offered only unto me, because I am the indwelling spirit in all divinities. But as these votaries do not know this truth and adore the externally perceived deities dominated by the gunas, their worship is ineffective as far as the path of devotion is concerned. A votary can sacrifice here to the deities, and after death he will go to their heavens and have enjoyments. At the end of heavenly felicities, he will be born again on earth in a high family and become a great householder, performing sacrifices once again. Carried away by passages containing such eulogies, these conceited and extremely haughty people will abhor even any talks on me, the Supreme Being. The Veda, consisting of the three sections dealing with karma, rituals, upasana, meditation, and jnana, knowledge come devotion, has Brahma Atman as its purport. The Vedas are couched in language that is indirect and cast in riddles. I favor this indirect way of expression because people who are fit only for karma on account of the impurity of the mind would otherwise abandon karma also and lapse into idleness of tamas. Indirectness of the Veda. The Sabda Brahma, the sound phenomenon or Veda, with its three subtle stages of manifestation known as Para, Pashyanti and Madhyama, expressed in and through the prana and the mind, besides the articulate form Vaikari, expressed through the organ of sound, is difficult to be understood in itself fully. It is infinite, deep and unplumbable like the ocean. For of these four stages of its manifestation, only the Vaikari is articulate speech. The others are inaudible. Proceeding from me, the infinite Brahma, changeless and limitless in power, it is heard by the enlightenment of a subtle resonance, nada, pervading all living beings, like the slender filament within a lotus stalk. Just as the spider brings out its web from its heart through the mouth, the Supreme Being, the embodiment of Veda and the seat of bliss, manifesting as Hiranyagarbha, brings from the void of his heart, out of the stuff of subtle sound called nada, and through the instrumentality of the mind, which fashions the body of consonants, vowels, aspirants, etc., from the pranava, omkara, the articulate body of sounds called the Veda, which is couched in wonderful language and in several meters, each successive one having 4 letters more than the previous one. The Veda is infinite in its scope and profundity. He brings out and withdraws the Veda, which has a vast and varied vocabulary and employs numerous meters. Some of these meters are the Gayatri with 24 letters, followed by other meters, each with 4 more letters than the previous one, these being Ushnik, Anushtab, Brihati, Pankti, Trishtab, Chagati, Ati Chandas, Achyashti, Ati Chagati, and Virat. None but I know in truth that injunctions the Vedas lays down in the Karma Kanda, what it expounds in the Upanasa Kanda, and what prima facie views it states to deny them afterwards in the Jnana Kanda. In the Karma Kanda, what I enjoy as injunctions is myself in the form of yajna. In the Upanasanda Kanda, it is myself that I describe in the form of various deities. And in the Jnana Kanda, what is first accepted prima facie and then negated is also myself. The Veda asserts this universe tentatively as an expression of my power, Maya. When through the world of manifestation, the Jiva is taken to me, it denies the manifestation and completes its task. This is the function of the Veda. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanhitayam Ekaskande Eko Vimsho Jaya Ata Dwa Vimsho Jaya. Uddhava Uvacha, Skanda 11, chapter 22. The unaffected Atman. Why philosophers differ? Uddhava said, O Lord, how many categories are recognized by sages? These seem to be different views about it. There seems to be different views about it. I heard thee as saying that there are 28 divided into 9, 11, 5, and 3. Some say there are 26 and others 25. Still others speak of them variously as 7, 9, 6, and 4, and some others as 11. There are more views which hold that they are 17, 16, and 13. It behoves thee to tell me why and on what basis the sages have expressed such diverse views about the primordial categories.
The worshipful Lord said, the different views of the philosophers on the questions are all acceptable. All the categories are implicit in every one of them, included in these different views, either in their causal or effect conditions. Where differences occur in enumeration, it is because the effect condition are included in their causes. Moreover, for those who philosophize, accepting the reality status of my Maya, there is no difficulty to explain anything to reconcile any contradictions. The reason for the controversialist contending, what you say is not right, what I contend is right, lies in my insurmountable powers, the three gunas of which people's nature is constituted. The different mental constitutions of individuals arising from the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas make views contrary to a person's nature incomprehensible to that person. It is from the modification of sattva, rajas, and tamas constituting the nature of men that the differences which cause controversies arise. So it is seen that when pacification of the mind and control of the senses are effected, controversies naturally disappear, as the categories are involved mutually in their conditions as cause and effect. Philosophers can enumerate them differently according to their points of view. Whether it is as cause or as effect, it is seen that in each category all other categories are implicit, as is the case with mud and all objects made of it. The three gunas, the common cause of them all, is present in all the categories, which in turn are involved in the gunas. Whatever these philosophers say about the sequence of these categories and the difference in their numbers, we gladly accept, as they are equally reasonable from the different points of views. Philosophers who accept a fundamental difference between Ishvara and Jiva contend that as the Atman is under the spell of avidya, ignorance, from eternity, he can never free himself from ignorance without the help of another center of intelligence, who is ever free from ignorance. That center of intelligence is Ishvara, and he is different from the Jiva. As against this, others contend that there is not even the slightest difference between the Jiva and Ishvara, as the Jiva being helped with Jnana. Jnana is a property of the Sattva Guna of Prakriti, and is therefore latent in Prakriti. Prakriti is the state of equilibrium of gunas, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. These gunas therefore belong to Prakriti and not to the Atman. They are the cause of preservation, creation, and dissolution respectively. Accordingly, Sattva is identified with intelligence and knowledge, Rajas with works, and Tamas with inertia and ignorance. Time is the Lord's power aspect causing agitation in the gunas of Prakriti and what is called Swabhava. Nature is Mahatattva, the all-inclusive category. I have given out the categories as 9. Purusha, Prakriti, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 10 mantras. The tattvas I revealed as 11 are the 5 organs of knowledge, indriyas like hearing, etc., and the 5 organs of action like speech and the rest, besides the mind which supports both. The enumeration of tattvas as 5 refers to the 5 gross elements, which are the objects of hearing, touch, taste, smell and sight, the 5 forms of action, such as motion, speech, evacuation, sex, act, and the manual skills are not tattvas or categories but functions of the organs of actions. At the beginning of creation, Prakriti, of which the causal state and manifested state form the 2 conditions, becomes activized by its gunas and sattva, rajas and tamas, and evolves into the manifested condition of this multitudinous universe. But the Purusha, who is changeless, only looks on. The object of the philosophy of knowledge is only to make clear the existence of the changeless Purusha as distinct from the changing Prakriti, and not to fix the number of categories into the Prakriti evolves, which Prakriti evolves. All views on the question of numbers are acceptable, but are of little importance in the spiritual philosophy. The evolutes of Prakriti, like Mahatattva, rendered potent by the look of the Purusha and sustained by Prakriti, combine together to produce the Brahmananda, or the cosmic shell. It is implied that the Brahmanda, being the effect of the tattvas, is already involved in them. The categories verifying enumerations. There are some who reckon the categories are 7, taking into account the 5 10 mantras, subtle elements, the jiva, the individual self, who is the seer of these, and the Atman, who is the support of both. From these 7 entities, senses, vitality, etc. sprang. In the view that holds categories to be six, the five gross elements are taken into account, and the sixth is understood to be the Param Atma. Out of these five elements that emerge from him, the Param Atman formed the universe, and he entered into them as Jiva. In this view, Jiva is taken as included in the Param Atman. There is a school which holds the Tattvas to be four, these being fire, water, and earth, which are born of the Atman and the Atman himself. In view that the categories are 17, the count is made this way: the five elements, the five subtle states, 10 mantras, the five senses, and besides these, the manas and the Atman. Those who hold the categories to be 16 accept the above enumeration, except that the Atman itself is taken as the mind. There are still others who hold the categories to be 13, the five elements, the five senses, the mind, a Jiva Atman, and the Param Atman. In the theory of 11 categories, the five elements, the five senses, and the Atman are included in that enumeration, the mind, Ishvara, and Atman being taken together as one. In the theory that holds them to be 9, the root Prakriti with 7 evolutes and the Atman are taken into account. In this way, various views have been expressed by sages about the number of the categories. The purpose of it is not so much to enumerate the categories exactly as to distinguish the Purusha from them. They have all their own justification and reasonableness. Whatever wise men say, it is meaningful. How the Atman can be different from the body? Uddhava said, O Krishna, though Prakriti and Purusha are different in their attributes, it is difficult to distinguish them, as they are always seen together. The Atman is seen in the body, and the body with the Atman. It behoves thee, O all-knowing one, to remove the serious doubt of mine by thy persuasive arguments. The knowledge and ignorance of the Jivas spring from thy power, thy Atma Maya, whose functioning is known only to thee of unobstructed knowledge and to none else. Reasoning cannot show how the naturally self-effulgent Atman loses his self-awareness and identity. The worshipful Lord said, O noble one, no doubt Purusha and Prakriti are the absolute separate. This body, which is a series of changes, is the result of permutations and combinations of the gunas. With the help of the three gunas, my Maya generates differences in objects and the ways of their apprehension. All these changeful conditions of effects can be brought under three heads: the Adhyatmika, the Adidaivika, and the Adibhautika, or those pertaining to the self, the divinities, and the creatures. Taking eyesight as example, the organ eye is Adhyatma. The forms and colors visible is Adibhuta, and the aspect of sun deity in the eye is Adidaiva. Without the efficiency given by the deity, Devata, the physical eye cannot see. So these aspects of eyesight, namely organ, object, and the Devata, go together and separately. But the sun, the Devata, in the sky, who is the source of the Devata in the eye, shines independently and so exist by himself. The same triune divisions hold good in the case of all the senses like hearing, touch, sight, taste, smell, mind, etc., each having its own devata or presiding deity. Now the Atman is the original being in whose presence only all these sense combinations, including their sources, the devatas like the sun, can function. Just as each combination can function only under the blessing of its devata, that Atman is therefore independent of all these combinations and the devatas, deities. He is the self-luminous and self-consciousness, light, Swayam Prakasha, by whose luminosity all other entities are revealed, but none else except. He can reveal himself, he being the Swayam Prakasha. Thus the Atman is different from the body and its function. The cause of all this delusive experience and divisiveness is ahankara, the I sense, which in the three aspects of sattva, rajas, and tamas is evolved from the mahatattva itself and evolute of pradhana by the action of time, which is the principal factor causing the agitation of the gunas and the evolution of the categories. The Atman is the self-conscious effulgence which reveals itself in all objects. There is great dispute. There is a great dispute as to what really exists and what does not. But all this is relevant only on the acceptance of the reality of differences. For one whose look is turned away from me, who am one's own background, these diversities, though false, exist without displacement. So long as he is in the present state of consciousness, just as all the experiences of the dream hold good for a dreamer, so long as he is dreaming.
The phenomena of death. Uttava said, O Lord, tell me how the forces of their own karma carry the souls who turn their face away from thee to bodies that are at a higher or lower stage of evolution, and how these souls abandon their bodies at death. O Govinda, this is a subject which philosophers who have not controlled their mind and senses cannot understand or teach. Being under the delusive influence of Maya, there are few learned men who can speak authoritatively on this subject. The worshipful Lord said, mind combined with the five indriyas and the tendencies derived from karma, which constitute the linga sarira, subtle body, transmigrates from one body to another. The Atman, though different from the linga sarira, also seems to follow it because the absolute superimposition between them. The mind of the dying man, swayed by his own actions and their impressions, intensely on experiences he had and passed through. Consequently, he feels that a new body that has manifested with his intense thought and left the old one. With the coming of the consciousness of the new body, there is complete oblivion of the old body and its history in the world. On account of the intensity of attraction felt for the new body for whatever reason, the memory of the old one is completely effaced. Death means this complete forgetfulness of the old body and its affairs by the jiva. O generous one, the acceptance of a new body by the jiva and his complete identification with it is called birth. What happens is found in the examples of dreams and reveries. As in these states, the jiva becomes completely oblivious of the old body and gets identified with the new one. The identification is so absolute that the jiva forgets its pre-existence and comes to believe that he has come into the being with the new body. The unaffected Atman, by the creative power of the mind, which is the sole support of all faculties like the senses, the threefold divisive experiences arisen in the Atman. This experience consists in the sense of within oneself, of the sense of without oneself, and of the objects experienced in the without. Or the three may be the Adhyatma, Adhideva, and Adhibhuta mentioned earlier. This is to be understood on the analogy of the dream experience, in which the self sees so many non-existent objects as the non-self outside of oneself on account of the creative power of the mind. O dear one, caught up in the imperceptible speed of time, the bodies of beings are constantly coming into existence and perishing. Ignorant people do not perceive this subtle process. Fire, the flow of water, the fruitage of trees are all constantly being subjected to change. In the same way, time is subjecting the bodies of all to the aging process. In a light, though the flame is constantly changing, men say it is the same light. It is continuously flowing away in the river, but men speak of it as the same river. In these cases, resemblance is mistaken for identity. So also, ignorant men think and speak of the man of today as the same as of yesterday, though he has long ceased to be. Even in the case of the ignorant man, the spirit is not really born as the result of the tendencies arising from karma, nor does he die, as he is immortal by nature. It is just like fire burning by the rubbing together of wooden pieces. Fire as such is always there in the fire sticks. The joining or the separations of its adjuncts, the two pieces of fire sticks, only helps or hinders its manifestation. Conception, fetal stage, birth, infancy, childhood, youth, middle age, old age, and death. These 9 stages of development and decline are said of the body, not of the spirit. All these states, high and low, which are the products of the imaginative faculty, are of the body. But by identification with the body, the jiva takes them upon himself. And this identification by the grace of the Lord. Seeing the death of the father's body and the birth of the sons, one can easily infer that one's own case is similar. The Atman, who is the knower of this birth and death of the body, and who is the one without a second, cannot himself be the subject of these processes. The seer can never be seen. Just as a man who observes the growth of a plant from its seed and its decay is different from the plant, so also is the Atman, the knower of the body and its transformations. The ignorant man, incapable of distinguishing the Atman from the body, which is an evolute of Prakriti, and identifies himself with the body, gets entangled in the objects of the senses and consequently in this cycle of birth and death. Bondage and awakening. By the force of the tendencies generated by karma, the ignorant jiva gets the bodies of rishis and devas. If the sattva is the binding element of asuras and men, if rajas is the dominant element and of spirits, if the sattva is the binding element of asuras and men, if rajas is the dominant element and of spirits and brute creations, if tamas happens to be predominant. Just as persons who witness a dance or listen to music, dance or sing within their own minds in tune with the artists through identification, so the jiva, though by nature actionless, is drawn by the buddhi to behave like itself by identification. In water that is broken into ripples, trees reflected in it are also seen to move. To the whirling eyes, all panorama seemed to be whirling. O Uddhava, just as the enjoyments experienced in dream and in reverie are only a seeming, are such experiences of the jiva in samsara. Just as for a sleeping person, the obsession of dream experiences, which are the products of his continuous brooding, will continue so long as the sleep lasts, so also until one is awakened into truth, the experience of samsara will continue. O Uddhava, never run after treacherous sense enjoyments with abandon. Know that it is the want of awareness of the Atman that is the cause of this delusion of the mind. An aspirant with a spiritual samambonam might be subjected by evil men to abuse, insult, ridicule, and calumny, might be beaten, imprisoned, deprived of livelihood, spat upon, urinated upon, persecuted for his faith, or might fall into any dangerous situation. In all such conditions, he should, without getting shaken from his high spiritual elevation, remain calm with the self as the support, looking upon all these experiences as brought about by one's karma. Uddhava said, O the best among the learned, deign to tell me how man can attain to this state of mind. Except for those who are the followers of the Bhagavata Dharma and who have attained to tranquility by having their home at thy feet, it is impossible to get this attitude of mind in the face of suffering and persecution. However learned and wise a man might be, he cannot overcome nature, which invariably prompts one to react against the persecution and insult.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Dvavimshodhyayaha. अथ त्रयोविंशो अध्यायः बादरायणीरुवाच
Kanda 11, chapter 23, Song of the Mendicant. The Brahmana of Avanti. Sri Shuka said, requested in this way by his great devotee and servant Uddhava, the worshipful Lord, who was born as the chief of the Yadus, and whose powers and achievements provide the best material for the human ears to hear, spoke to his servant as follows, expressing his approval of the question. The worshipful Lord said, O disciple of Brihaspati, there is hardly anyone in this world who can control his mind that has been agitated by the evil words of wicked men. The sharp arrows struck at vital parts of the body do not mortify a man to the same extent as the arrows of filthy abuse which evil men release at you. O Uddhava, enlightened men have current among them a traditional legend of great holiness in connection with this subject. I shall narrate it to you. Hear it attentively. Hear this recital of the mendicant who was insulted and ill-treated by some evil men, and who bore it all, taking them to be the result of his own karma. In the country of Avanti, there lived a very rich Brahmana, holding agriculture and trade as his livelihood. He was highly choleric in temperament, extremely greedy, and very miserly. He never gave a welcome, even verbally, to his relatives needs even.
Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha. His sons and relatives felt oppressed because of his perversity and miserliness. Even his wife, daughters and servants were so depressed that they did not strive to please him. His 5 co-sharers, the agencies adored through Pancha Mahayajna, namely Devas, Rishis, Mains, Bhuttas and men, were displeased with him as he never cared to share his wealth with them, but only guarded it securely like a goblin, Bhuta. As a consequence, he lost the prospect of his future evolution in the life hereafter and his welfare and enjoyments in this world also. For the anger of the deities of Panchayajna deprived him even of that merit which had enabled him to accumulate wealth. As a consequence, his entire wealth was dissipated, in spite of all the hard work he was putting in for its acquisition. His relatives appropriated some of it, thieves relieved him of some, and fire, accident, bad seasons, and the exaction of kings completed the process of his im- impoverishment. Deprived now of the means to perform his religious duty and meet his worldly needs, and deserted also by all his relatives, he came to be filled with worrying thoughts. He becomes a mendicant. As he was thus being mentally burned by the sorrow arising from total impoverishment, and was shedding bitter tears about his condition over and over again, there arose in him by the Lord's grace a powerful fit of renunciation for all worldly values. He began to think, vain has been all my hard work for the acquisition of wealth, which I failed to use for religious work or worldly enjoyments. The wealth of misers never turn out to be a means of happiness. Its rewards are worry here and hell hereafter. Just as leukoderma marks the beauty of even a perfect form, even a little of miserliness compromises the clean reputation and the otherwise praiseworthy character of men. Great effort is required to earn, augment, and protect wealth, even if it is acquired. In expending and enjoying it, great fear and worry are likely, while its loss will depress man and bring him to a brink of madness. Theft, slaughter, falsehood, hypocrisy, greed, anger, egotism, pride, partiality, rancor, suspicion, jealousy, sexuality, gambling, drunkenness. These 15 vices are produced in men by wealth, according to the view of wise ones. So let those who aspire after liberation abandon it from afar, as artha, wealth, is really anartha, the cause of all evil. Brothers, wives, parents, and such close relatives so dear to one another, and living together as if they were one in body, become bitter enemies for the sake of a few coins. Dispute over a trifle is sufficient to inflame them with anger and make them fight amongst themselves, forgetting all loving relationships and, and ever intent on mutual destruction. Birth among the most abominable species is the dismal reward for those who, having obtained a human birth, and that is a Brahmana, a circumstance which is the highest aspiration even of devas, cast it off like a trifle without striving for the attainment of spiritual freedom, which is the highest end of living beings. A person does not deserve to be called human who fails to make a proper use of this embodiment as man, the gateway of heaven and liberation, but run after wealth, which is the source of every kind of misery during the short span of life given to him. Surely downfall awaits a man who accumulates wealth like a treasure guarding yaksha without distributing their share of it among the deities, rishis, pitris, elementals, relatives, associates, and other who have claim on it, oblivious of all the higher value of life because of vain greed for wealth. My strength, my life, and my wealth too have all gone to sheer waste. Wise men utilize wealth as means to salvation, but what can I, an old and do? Decrepit man now do? How is it, then, that even wise men who know all these evil consequences of the pursuit of wealth struggle for it without stop, in spite of all difficulties? Surely it is because the whole world is under the spell of delusion cast by the Maya of the Lord of infinite potency. For man who is already in the mouth of the serpent of death, of what significance is wealth and those who help him to get it? Of what use are enjoyments too, and those who provide him with them? Surely the worshipful Lord, Hari, the embodiment of all divinities, has been pleased with me and brought me to this state of mind. He has provided me out of His grace with this boat of renunciation with which I can cross the ocean of samsara. Whatever length of my lifespan is still left for me, I shall dedicate it to the earnest pursuit of the higher values of life, finding my joy exclusively in the Atman and subjecting my body to rigorous disciplines for this purpose. In this effort, may I have the blessings of all the divinities who are the rulers of the three worlds. By the Lord's grace, the king Katwanga attained to Brahmaloka in a trice. Why not I too? mendicant, mendicant, persecuted. The worshipful Lord said, resolving like this in mind, the Brahmana of Avanti abandoned all the naughty desires of his heart, became tranquil, and took to the life of a mendicant. With his mind, senses, and pranas controlled, he wandered from one place to another all over the country, entering towns and villages only for alms, completely unattached and in no way demonstrating his greatness. O good friend, evil men persecuted and insulted him in many ways, seeing him old, decrepit, untended, and ill-clad. Some pulled at his staff, some at his water pot and begging bowl, some at his seat, some at his beads, and some at his rags and bark cloth. Some gave to him his personal effects, only to take them away again. Some wretches among them passed urine in the mendicant's food collected by holy alms, while he was taking it on the river bank. Some others spat on his head. They tried their best to break his vow of silence, and when they failed, they thrashed him to make him speak. Some tried to frighten him, shouting that he was a thief, while others proceeded to bind him with cords. Still others insulted him by declaring him a hypocrite, who, having lost all his belongings and being deserted by his friends, and assumed this mendicant's role only to deceive people. Some said, possessed of great strength of mind and endurance that will do credit to a mountain, this man remains silent like a crane with determination and achieves his purpose. In the most remarkable, it is most remarkable indeed. Some made fun of him like this, others passed dirty winds at him, and still others, bound, imprisoned, and treated him like a pet animal or bird. Whatever sufferings came to him in this manner from external, supernatural, or mental sources, he put up with them, all with the thought that he was bound to suffer them all as a part of his prarabdha. Though evil men thus tried their best to shake him from his swadharma by persecutions, he remained steadfast in his sattvika nature and his swadharma. He recited the following stanzas. Mind as cause of samsara. The mendicant said, these men are not the cause of my enjoyments and sufferings. It is neither any divinity, nor the self, nor any star, nor karma, nor time. The mind alone is the sole cause for turning this wheel of samsara, according to the views of great men. The powerful mind generates the modes and movements of all the senses. Out of the senses proceed actions which are of the nature of sattva, rajas, or tamas. Out of actions according to their nature, embodiments as celestials, men, and brute creations take place. Though seen in association with this active mind, the Atman, the Jiva's closest friend, who is charged with the power of knowledge, is never an actor, but stands out as a witness of the modes of the mind and the actions of the senses. But the Jiva identifies himself with that mind whose activity projects the samsara on the Atman. Through this imaginative identification, the Jiva appears to be subject to the enjoyments and suffering that arises from the activities of the mind, charity, discharge of one's duties, tranquility of mind and the senses, study of scriptures, various kinds of rituals and vows. All these have control of the mind as their one object. Subjugation of the mind is samadhi, the establishment of the mind in peace. It is the highest yoga. If a man's mind has already attained one-pointedness and tranquility, of what further use are charity and other disciplines for him? And pray, of what what use are charity and other disciplines of his mind continues to run after sense enjoyments or is immersed in torpor or lethargy? All the other senses are subject to the mind, but not the mind to any other. This formidable entity, mind, is more powerful than any other center of power. He who has been able to conquer it is the true master of all the senses. Without conquering or making an effort to conquer this most invincible enemy, one's own mind, which works with unimaginable speed and pierces all the vital parts, foolish man enters into vain quarrels with others, looking upon them as friends, enemies, or neutrals, subject to the delusion of taking one's body, which is a product of mental construction, as oneself. Men with clouded minds look upon themselves and others as entirely different being and thus entangles themselves in the darkness of endless samsara. The unaffected Atman, supposing for argument's sake it is accepted that it is others that cause your happiness and misery, how does this position in any way affect the Atman, who is the spirit and not the body? What is done by others to the body cannot affect the Atman. But still, if you say that the pain and pleasure caused by others, even if it is to be to the body, it is in some way felt by the Atman, then since the Atman in yourself and in the enemies is the same, where is the reason for being pleased or annoyed with them? When one's tongue is bitten by one's own teeth, no one gets annoyed with oneself for causing the resulting pain.
If it is said that the agent inflicting suffering and the subject undergoing suffering are the deities presiding over the limb infected by suffering, even then it is of no consequence to the changeless Atman. It is also like one limb of the body striking at another limb, a situation in which it may be asked, who is to be angry and to whom? For the deities in the limbs of both the persons involved are one and the same. If it be the contention that the Atman, self-caused evolutionary process, brings on himself happiness and suffering, then at whom can one be angry, as that suffering is natural, being self-caused? If it is said that it is caused by another, then it is answered, there is no other, the Atman being the sole existence. The another is only an appearance and not a reality. As there is thus no cause outside Atman, there can be neither joy nor sorrow brought about by another. Cause of happiness and misery, of what consequence is it to the deathless Atman? The influence of the planets must be confined only to the body that is born in the specific periods of time by them. The masters of astrology say that planets afflict only one another by their various positions, postures, and influences. What does it matter to the Atman? The bodies born at the times influenced by them may be affected, but it does not touch the Atman. Affected, it is only because of identification with particular constellations. Some say that karma is the cause of happiness and misery, but as the Atman is by nature actionless, how can karma, action and results, affect him? Besides, karma can affect only something that is at the same time inert and conscious. It is, however, inconsistent to say so. The Atman is always conscious and the body is always inert. So there can be nothing that is conscious and inert at the same time. In its absence, there can be nothing like karma too, much less joy and suffering arising from it. If the cause of enjoyment and suffering is said to be time, how can it affect the Atman? For this Atman is time itself. Fire does not burn up tongues of flame, which are only its parts, nor does coal destroy or melt its products like ice pieces. The Atman is beyond the pairs of opposites like suffering and enjoyment. Whom then will one be angry at? I sense as the experiencer of samsara. It's the I sense, the experience of the cycle of births and deaths, that gets attracted to the pairs of opposites like heat and cold, pleasure and pain, virtue and vice, etc. To the Atman, supreme over all entities considered the highest in man's relative scale, this attachment to the pairs of opposites can never happen. It is the one who has not awakened to this truth that is subject to fear from others. Adopting this discipline of subsidence in the Supreme Self, following the example of great rishis of the past, and taking to the service of the feet of the worshipful Mukunda, shall soon get across the limitless expanse of the darkness of ignorance. The worshipful Lord said, thus did that mendicant proclaim, on losing all his wealth and thereby attaining complete dispassion and freedom from all worldly cares. Though insulted and persecuted by evil men, he roamed over the land without budging even an inch from his characteristic ways of life, swadharma, in the face of all these provocations and difficulties. This samsara, producing happiness and misery, and the distinction of friend, foe, and neutral, is a delusion of the mind. It is entirely a product of ignorance. Sufferings and enjoyments spring from this state itself, not from any outside factor. Uddhava, therefore, equip with a mind that is entirely dedicated to me. Put in your best effort to control the mind. This is the sum and substance of all yoga. Whoever hears with faith and devotion this song of the mendicant, dealing with the subject of establishment in Brahmic consciousness, or makes others hear it and themselves not be overcome by the consciousness. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Trayovinsho Dhyaya Atha Vinsho Dhyaya Shri Bhagavan Skanda 11 chapter 24 Philosophy of Creation and Dissolution Prakriti and Purusha. Worshipful Lord said, I shall next expound to you the Sankhya Yoga taught by wise men of ancient times like Kapila. On knowing that, a man would abandon the delusion of difference. Multiplicity with its basic difference of the seer and the seen, the subject and the object, is one in pure consciousness. In pralaya, at the early stage of the creative cycle, and in the consciousness of men of spiritual enlightenment, the unitary alone abides. That pure consciousness, unmodified and beyond the comprehension of thought and speech, becomes two as the seer and the seen, the subject and the object, as the consequence of the operation of my mysterious power of Maya, whose ways baffle thought and description. Of these two, One is Prakriti, the object, with its manifested and unmanifested states. And the other is the Purusha, the center of consciousness or the subject. Evolution of Prakriti. Out of Prakriti, agitated by me, because of the urge of the karma tendencies of the jivas, submerged came its three aspects of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Out of the three gunas was produced the Sutratma, the pervading self, and from that the Mahat Tattva. But the Mahat Tattva is one with the Sutratma and can be considered identical, it being called Sutra when Kriya Shakti, the power of action, is predominant, and Mahat Tattva when the power of knowledge, Jnana Shakti, is dominant. From the transformation of Mahat Tattva evolved the I sense, Ahankara, which causes delusion. Ahankara, which is a complex of consciousness and unconsciousness, has three aspects dominated by Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. From Ahankara have come the Tanmatras, subtle particles of elements, the Indriyas, senses, Manas, mind, and the deities presiding over the senses. The elements were evolved from the tamasa aspect of the eye sense, passing through their causal condition as subtle elements or tanmatras. From the rajasa aspect of ahankara came the indriyas or the senses. From the sattvika aspect of ahankara, the 10 deities presiding over the indriyas and the mind originated. All these categories, on being activated by me, combined into the all-inclusive cosmic shell, which became the noble abode of my world-pervading self. In that cosmic shell, floating in the waters, I manifested as Narayana, and out of my navel came the world lotus, within which the self-born Brahma, the creator, arose. Endowed with rajas and blessed by me, Brahma, who is the embodiment of the universe, created by the power he got through austerity, all the worlds included in Bhurloka, Bhuvarloka, and Swarloka, and the presiding deities of the worlds. The Swarloka, heaven, is the abode of the Devas. The Bhuvarloka, atmosphere, is the habitation of the spirits, Bhutas. Earth belongs to humans. The worlds superior to these three are for the Siddhas, highly evolved souls. Brahma created a separate residence for Asuras and Nagas, regions like Atala, Vitala, and others at superior levels from the earth. That the attainment of worlds of actions based on the three qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas. By yoga, austerity, and sannyasa, jivas attain to the higher regions than the three lokas, these being Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Tapoloka, and Satyaloka. By practice of bhakti, one reaches my state, Vaikuntha. These beings in the worlds up to Brahmaloka, bound by the karma, are moved by me as time to regions high and low, submerging and re-emerging in this current of the gunas of Prakriti. Brahman is unchanging reality. All objects, big or small, bulky or thin, are permeated by their cause, the Purusha and the Prakriti. They have sprung. The substance which is at the start and is again present in the same way after the intervening series of changes have ended, must have been there in the middle also. Therefore, that substance alone is the real, and not the changing conditions, which have only a practical value for the time being, just like ornaments and pots with reference to their particular causal substances. Reality is the causal substance which forms the stuff of material of the effects following, and which continues the same at the beginning and end of the series of changes producing effects. Thus, the effects have no substantiality apart from the causal substance. And of all the causal categories contributing the manifested world of effects, Brahman is the ultimate causal substance and therefore the ultimate reality. In a relative sense, however, all the substances that remain the same at the beginning and the end of a series of its effects, say mud, before all things made of it and after their destruction, are also called true in comparison with their changing effects. But Brahman is the truth of all such truths. Prakriti is the substance or the material cause of this universe. The Purusha is the Adhara, the inner controller and master of Prakriti. Time is the factor that manifests the effect universe out of
Om Narayanaya Namaha. Pralaya. As long as the creative world of the Lord operates sustaining this continuous flow of material energy as a succession of causes and effects, that flow persists, providing scope for the jivas to enjoy or suffer on account of their karma. When the creative world subsides and the pralaya or process of dissolution sets in, this cosmic shell in which innumerable universes come up and decay is invaded and overcast by myself as time, bringing about the dissolution of all things into their elemental condition. The body dissolves into food, food into seed, seed into earth, earth into smell, smell into water, water into taste, taste into fire, fire into form, form into air, air into touch, touch into sky, sky into sound, the senses into their presiding deities, the deities into the mind, which is the product of sattva, and the controller of all, sound or shabda, into the tamasa aspect of ahamkara, and ahamkara, which infatuates all, into the mahatattva. That superior category, mahatattva, dissolves into its cause, the three gunas of Prakriti, and these into Prakriti, which is the state of equilibrium of its constituents. The gunas, Prakriti dissolves in time, which is now without any movement. Time dissolves in the creative spirit, which is my power of Maya, and that power in me, the original and unborn being. I, pure spirit, forming the basic substance on which the creation manifests, and the residuary substratum in which it dissolves remains based in myself without the limitation of any adjuncts. How can there occur the delusion of difference in the mind of one who constantly thinks over this process? It will take two wings as darkness before the sun, even if it comes occasionally. How can it take any firm root in the heart? This philosophy of the Sankhya, which can cut all knotty doubts, has been thus taught by me, the knower of everything gross and subtle, in the form of a discourse on creation and dissolution, on how categories evolve and dissolve. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadashaskande Chaturvimshodhyayaha Atha Panchavinshodhyayaha Shri Bhagavan Ovacha Skanda 11, Chapter 25 Gunas and freedom from them, man's character and gunas. The worshipful Lord said, O noble one, learn from me how the nature of man is affected by the three gunas of Prakriti when they are in their pristine condition uncombined with one another. Control of the mind and senses, forbearance, discrimination, austerity, truthfulness, compassion, memory, contentment, self-sacrifice, desirelessness, faith, revulsion from evil, charity, absorption in the self. These are the sign of sattva. Desire, activity, pride, greed, haughtiness, longing for one's selfish ends, sense of difference between men and things, sensuality, enthusiasm arising from excitement, craving for name and fame, indulgence in ridicule of others, demonstrativeness and aggressiveness. These are the signs of rajas, anger, greed, perfidy, cruelty, beggarliness, hypocrisy, languor, quarrelsomeness, depression, delusion, despondency, wretchedness, lassitude, vain expectations, fear, lack of initiative, and vigor in work. These are the characteristics of tamas. The above is a description in successive order of the modes of mind generated by sattva, rajas, and tamas individually. Now hear about the qualities produced by their combination. O Uddhava, in the feeling of I and mine, the gunas of Prakriti function in combination simultaneously. For example, all gunas enter in experiences like I am calm, I want such and such a thing, I am angry, I feel unhappy, etc. All the activities of the mind, tanmatras, senses, and pranas are the results of the combined functioning of the three gunas. For all these entities involved are a mix of the gunas. When a man is firm and resolute in his pursuit of dharma, artha, and kama, then is generated in him earnestness, attachment, and desire to possess and enjoy. All these are the results of the combinations of the gunas. Even adherence to dharma can arise from a combination of the gunas in the cause of a householder. His resolution to do desire-prompted action is rajasa. His resolve to perform his swadharma is sattvika, and his adherence to home is tamasa. On observing tranquility and allied qualities in a person, it is safe to infer that he is predominantly constituted of sattva. If he is dominated by craving, he is constituted of rajas. And if anger is the chief characteristics of one, he is constituted of tamas. Dominance of a particular guna. Now, whether it be men or women, to be possessed of sattvika nature, if he or she is found to adore me with devotion by the performance of all works that one ought to do, eschewing all self-centered desires. Whenever anyone is found to adore me with the performances of his duties, entertaining many desires to be fulfilled thereby, know him to be rajasic in nature. And when one does so for the destruction of his enemies, know him to be tamasic. Sattva, rajas, and tamas, which manifest themselves as the mind, affect the jiva, but not me, the Lord of all. And even among jivas, they affect only those who are attached to the body and material objects, not these who are non-attached. When sattva, brilliant, pure, and peaceful, dominates over the other two gunas, then man is happy and established in morality and knowledge. When rajas, characterized by attachment, sense of difference, and consciousness of one's power, dominates over sattva and tamas, then man becomes subject to suffering, following as he does the path of desire prompted actions, seeking wealth and fame. When tamas, characterized by lack of discriminative power, by lethargy and by inertia, dominates over rajas and sattva, then men become subject to pessimism, delusion, sloth, cruelty, and indulgence in vain expectations. When the mind is serene and the senses are at rest, when the body is free from dangers and disease, and the heart from attachments, then know there is dominance of sattva, the quality through which I manifest. When there is a plethora of activity and a man becomes a confirmed extrovert, when his mind and senses cease to have any rest, and when he becomes subject to physical ailments and mental excitement and confusion, know that rajas has become dominant. When the drooping mind, unable to sustain consciousness, dissolves into sleep, when thought ceases to function due to dominance of inertia and pessimism, then know that tamas is prevailing. At the ascent of sattva, the introspective power of the senses represented by the devas increases. At that of rajas, the active tendencies represented by the asura dominates, and at the tamas, and at that of tamas, delusive mood represented by the rakshasas prevail. Gunas and man's spiritual progress. The waking state is from sattva, the dream state from rajas, and the state of sleep from tamas. The turiya, the fourth, is a spirit which prevails in all the three states and transcends the gunas. Those who follow the Vaidika rites and the way of life work by means of increased sattva quality go to heavenly regions and become celestials. By the increase of tamas, one degenerates down to the level of plants. By the prevalence of rajas, one becomes man, who is at the middle stage of evolution between the above two. Those who die when sattva is dominant go to the heavenly region. Those when the rajas is dominant become men, and those when tamas dominates go to infernal regions. But those who are not subject to any of these gunas of prakriti attains to me. Swadharma, or legitimate and ordained duties, performed as offerings unto me, or without any desires, is influenced by sattva. Actions done with desire for the fruits of the works are influenced by rajas, and those involving cruelty and other expressions of brutishness and are influenced by tamas. The knowledge of the Atman as unconnected with the body is an expression of sattva. The acceptance of the tenanting of a body is an expression of rajas. The knowledge of body in itself as the Atman, characteristic of children and ignorant people, in the effect of tamas. The consciousness that grasps me is beyond the three gunas. Dwelling in the solitude of the forest is sattvika, in the village rajasika, and in the gambling den tamasika. The holy places associated with me are beyond the three gunas. The man, devoid of attachments for works, is under the influence of sattva, and one blinded by attachment of rajas, and of one under delusion of tamas. But my self-surrendered devotee is above all the three gunas. Faith in the spiritual verity is born of sattva, faith in action of rajas, and faith in the evil and of unrighteousness of tamas. But faith in my service is not based on the gunas of prakriti. That food which is pure, healthy, and obtained easily is characterized by sattva. The food that is delightful at the time of eating is of rajas, and the food that is impure and unhealthy is of tamas. But food offered to me is free from the influence of the gunas. The happiness born of spiritual contemplation is of sattva. That born of the sense contact is of rajas, and that which springs from delusion due to practices like drinking and from the pitiable state of dependence on others is of tamas. But the happiness born of devotion to me is above the gunas. Substance, place, results, time, knowledge, action, agent, faith, the three states of waking, dream, and sleep, form like those of deva, men, etc. Abidance in realm like Swarga, all these are based in the three gunas. Liberation from gunas. In short, the best of men, whatever they are seen, heard, and thought of, are based on Prakriti, and Purusha are constituted of the three gunas. The jiva goes round and round in the transmigratory cycle. According to the gunas, it is associated with and the karma springing from them. He who overcomes the influence of these gunas manifesting in the mind becomes established securely in me through devotion and becomes fit for my state. So let all intelligent persons who have got this human body, which is a means of spiritual enlightenment, abandon attachments to me, to objects of material life, and adore me and me alone. Let a man of discrimination adore me. Let him master his senses and practice non attachment, conquest, and of senses and extreme vigilance in this spiritual striving.
The sages should cultivate sattva by taking in only pure food and pure and holy sense impressions. By means of sattva, he should overcome rajas and tamas. By making the mind absolutely desireless, tranquil, and united with the divine, he should overcome sattva also, thus allowing the mind to resolve into its substratum. The jiva, on abandoning the sukshma sharira, calls away from the gunas of prakriti and attains to me. The jiva, on its liberation from the eye sense, ahankara, and all the subtle impressions of the mind, becomes filled with me, Brahman, and seeks satisfaction from nothing else within or without. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitayam Ekadasha Skande Pancha Vinsho Dhyaya Atha Shadvinsho Dhyaya Shri Bhagavan Vacha Skanda 11, chapter 26. Exhortation to avoid evil company. Example of Pururavas. The worshipful Lord said, having obtained the human body suited for realizing me and being established in my service, one attains to me, the Supreme Self, the consummation of bliss, who dwells within as the inner pervader. One who has been, by being firmly established in the knowledge of the Atman and thereby liberated from the eye sense with regard to body and mind, may still live amidst the products of gunas long as his body is alive. But as he has known them to be false presentations born of Maya, he is no longer bound by these products of the gunas in spite of his being in the midst. One should never associate with people whose ideal in life is mere satisfaction of hunger and sex. One who follows such a person is consigned to the dense darkness of ignorance, just as a blind man led by another blind man, is likely to be. The famous emperor Pururavas, after he recovered from the terribly distracted state of mind into which he fell on account of separation from Urvashi, became possessed of an intense spirit of dispassion and expressed his feeling in a poem. Seeing Urvashi deserting him, the king ran after her, naked, like a madman, moaning in utter distraction. O hard-hearted lady, stop, do not go away. His mean sexual passions still unsatiated and his whole mind still absorbed in Urvashi, he was unaware of the long time he had spent in her company and of the years that were ahead. Evils of sexuality. Pururavas said, Lo, how surprising is the intensity of that sexual passion that swayed my soul all this while. A considerable period of my life, consisting of several days and nights, have I spent in the embrace of Urvashi, unconscious of the lapse of time. My heart stolen by her, I knew not when the sun rose or set, nor was I aware that countless years had passed in this way. Look at the enormity of my delusive ignorance. I, the crest jewel of the community of ruling princes, nay, an emperor, have been reduced to a mere pet animal of a woman. Madman, I have been following the track of a woman who has discarded me like a blade of grass, me with all the power and insignia of an emperor. What happened to my imperial power and majesty when I pursued this deserting woman like a jackass following its female and of what use is learning? Of what use austerity, abandonment, Vedic study, solitude, and silence if one's heart is still carried away by a woman? Fie on me presiding on my emperorship and learning, but yet withal without any understanding of my own veritable ass or a bull subordinated completely by females. The long years I have spent in enjoying the honey of Urvashi's lips have not gone in the least to satiate the sexual urge in my heart. The effect has been like that of offerings of ghee made in the sacrificial fire. Who can release my mind that has been captivated by this courtesan except the supreme worshipful Lord Mahavishnu, the one who transcends all sense perception, but yet can draw and hold the minds of each of the self. Though Urvashi had given me sound advice, the absolute slave of the senses that I am, it has all been ineffective in dispelling the powerful infatuation that has seized my mind. In fact, she has done me no harm. My woes are entirely due to my own uncontrolled senses. If a man gets frightened by mistaking a rope for a snake, the rope is not at all to blame. Vile body. Where is this body? Center of all foul smelling substances, extremely impure and dirty. And where are those beauty and other attractive qualities one has been associating with it? Certainly it is not in the body that is foul and filthy in every way. All that is only a superimposition on all that is only a superimposition on the body by the ignorant mind. It is impossible to decide who all have claim over this body. Does it belong to the parents because it has sprung from them? Does it belong to the wife because she has claims to have enjoyment and protection from it? Does it belong to one's employer because of its subordination to him? Does it belong to fire because in the end it is to be consigned to it? Does it belong to dogs and vultures because it is to provide food to them? Belong to one's friends because they expect many forms of help from it? For this body of a woman, which is the dirtiest of all stuffs, and which is bound to be reduced into worthless substances or worms' food, man develops intense attachment and goes about telling how beautiful is this woman's face, how charming her smile. What difference is there between worms and ourselves, both of whom seek delight in a body constituted of skin, flesh, blood, fat, marrows, bones, etc., and full of filthy feces and urine? Avoid evil company. Though thought can no doubt thus reveal the hollowness and stupidity of physical attraction, the reflective man should not keep the company of women or of others who are enslaved by women. For the mind gets agitated when the senses and the objects come into mutual juxtaposition, not otherwise. Mind cannot have any attraction for objects that have never been seen or heard of. The mind of a man who never allows his senses to dally with the objects becomes gradually controlled and calm. So you not have physical contact with women or men who are women's men. For even men of discrimination should not put too much trust in the senses and their objects, believing in their capacity to stand their onslaught. Much less should ignorant people like us do so. Holy men and the effect of their company, the Supreme Lord said, expressing such thoughts as these in a song, Pururavas, who was worthy of respect among men and celestials, left the realm of Urvashi. He realized me, the Supreme Spirit, as indwelling in himself, shed all his delusions through enlightenment, and attained to peace. So a man of wisdom should abandon contact with men of sensuous disposition and seek the company of holy ones. By their advice, holy men can help to efface the sensuous tendencies of the mind. The holy ones are persons who depend on none except me, who always think of me, who are tranquil, same sighted, and egoless, who are above the pairs of opposites of contrary conditions of life, and who do not care to receive gifts or to accumulate riches. Noble minded Uddhava, among them there will always be talks on my excellences and achievements, which have a very beneficial effect on all. The talks eradicate the sinful tendencies in the minds of people who take them in through their ears. Those who respectfully hear such devotional talks glorify them in songs and recitals and feel delighted with them, become devoted to me, and develop firm faith in me, also delight in my service and contemplation. O pious friend, what more is there to be attained by one who has developed such loving devotion to me, Brahman, the repository of infinite auspicious qualities, the abounding field of infinite bliss consciousness? One who approaches fire gets rid of cold, darkness, and fear. So does the company of holy men help one to overcome the chillness of ritualism, darkness of ignorance, and the fear of samsara. knowledge of Brahman, and established in tranquility are the sole support of men struggling in the ocean of samsara. Just as a strong boat is for people shipwrecked on the sea, just as food is the life of living beings, just as I am the support of the distressed, just as one's dharma is a person's wealth after death, so for those overpowered by life in samsara, the holy man is the only center of relief. Saints give you the spiritual eyes to realize the Lord in his transcendence and in his immanence. But the sun, high up in the sky, can give only one kind of sight, that which receives the externals. Saints are the real patron deities, relatives. In them should one recognize the Atman. Now, Pururavas gave up his infatuation for Urvashi completely, lost all hankerings and attachments for worldly objects, and wandered about in the land with his heart steeped in the bliss of Atman. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Samhitai Kadashaskande Shad Vinsho Dhyayaha. Saptavinsho Dhyayaha. Uddhava Kanda 11, Chapter 27. Kriya Yoga or Devotional Ritual. Universal Communion. Uddhava said, O Lord, thou the leader of the clan of Yadus, deign to expound to me the way of ritualistic communion with the Sattavata devotees that the Sattavata devotees follow. Many a worshipful sage like Narada, Vedavyasa, and Brihaspati, the son of Angiras, and the teacher of the Devas, praise this way of communion as supremely good for men.
Instruction on this path of ritualistic communion, which, as first revealed by thee, was imparted by Brahma to Bhrigu and his other offspring on the one hand, and by Sri Parameshwara to Parvati on the other. The path is open to all varnas and ashramas. For women and sudras, this path is the most beneficial for spiritual progress. O Lotus-eyed One, O Lord of the universe, deign to expound this path to me, thy loving servant and devotee, for the destruction of my bondage of karma. The images for worship. The worshipful Lord said, the way of my ritualistic worship is endless in extent and scope. I shall therefore give you a brief description of its parts in their proper order of succession. Ritualistic worship of me takes three forms. Those based on Vedic mantras, those based on Tantrika texts, and those which mix both these. One can worship me by any of these paths according to one's liking. Hear from me how members of the three varnas, after they have undergone the Upanayana and attained the status of a Dvija, twice born one, adore me with faith and devotion. A devotee should with all sincerity worship me, the supreme teacher deity, with various offerings in an image or in a symbolic diagram drawn on the floor, or in the sun, or in water, or in holy man, or in one's own heart. After cleaning the teeth, one should take one's bath for the sake of cleanliness of the body. While bathing, he should utter mantras from the Vedas and the Tantras, and he should rub the body with mud or other cleaning agents. He should continue to perform certain essential ritualistic duties like the sandhya ordained by the Vedas, even while he engages himself in adoration of me through ardent devotional communion, which will free him from the bondage of karma. My images for worship are of 8 kinds: those made of stone, wood, metals, sand, or precious stones, those drawn on the floor, those in the shape of a picture, and those mentally conceived. Images, which are the veritable tabernacles of the Lord, are of 2 kinds, the fixed and the movable. There is no need, O Uddhava, for avahana, invoking divine presence, and udvasa, vacating the presence in the case of fixed images. In them, the presence is permanent. Even in some movable images, like salagrama, there is no need for the 2 above mentioned rites, but it is necessary in those made of sand. In other types of movable images, these rites are optional. Except in the images in the shape of pictures and floor drawings, ceremonial bath is needed. Cleaning is sufficient for the 2 mentioned. If a person's worship is desire prompted, then he should worship me with choicest type of offerings. But a devotee without any desires can adore me with any ingredients he could gather. In the mental worship done in the heart, all the offerings should necessarily be mental. O Uddhava, in worship on fixed images alone, ceremonial bath and decoration are the most important. In worship on consecrated enclosures on the floor, the most important point is to locate the various divinities of the proper places with appropriate mantras. When the worship is done in fire, offering of oblations with plentiful ghee is the most important feature. When the worship is done in the sun, it should take the form of a prayer and a praise. When it is in water, tarpana or libations with water should be made as offering. But what is most important is shraddha, sincere faith. And when an offering is made by a devotee with faith, be it only water, I accept it with great delight. Not to speak then of my delight when I am worshipped by a devoted man with flowers, incense, sandal paste, and food offering. But offerings, however rich, do not please me if they are not backed by devotion. Invoking of divine presence. After having collected and got ready all the ingredients of worship, even before his purificatory bath, the worshipper should make a seat of dharma and sit turning eastward or northward. If it is fixed image, he should sit facing it. After doing nyasa, ceremonial location, on oneself and the image, the latter must be cleansed with the hands. A purna kumbha, vessel filled fully with water, and another with water for prokshana, sprinkling, should be kept ready, consecrated with flowers, sandal paste, etc. From the prokshana vessel, water must be taken and sprinkled on the spot for worship, the ingredients of worship and oneself. And from the purna kumbha must be filled 3 vessels with water for padya and other rites, and the prescribed flowers, sandal paste, and other ingredients must be put in them for purifying the water. One who worships according to the instructions of the Guru should consecrate the water kept in vessels for padya, Arghya, and Achamana, and with mantras Hridayaya Namah, Shirshne Swaha, Shikaya Vashyat, respectively, and all the vessels with Gayatri mantra. In the heart lotus of the body, which has been dried by prana, burnt by the fire in Muladhara, and soaked in the flow of nectar from the lunar sphere in the forehead, there are very subtle sound particles of Omkara, and particles A, U, and Ma, followed by Bindu and Nada, crowned by my supreme form of extreme subtlety as Narayana, on which men of great spiritual attainments meditate. When one's body has, through meditation, been irradiated by that presence, then that presence should be worshipped mentally in the heart. Becoming one with him through communion, his presence should be transferred to the image, and worship should be done with all appropriate rituals. Procedures of worship. Let a seat be made with divine majesties like Dharma, enlightenment, non-attachment, etc., and with the 9 powers like Vimala, Utkarshini, and others. And on that let the worshipper conceive a lotus of 8 petals, luminous, other parts like pericarp and filaments, and with the sun, moon, and fire placed one above the other within. In that I should be worshipped with the chanting of appropriate Vedic and Tantrika mantras, and with offerings of Arghya, Padya, Achamana, etc. And praise should be made for one's material welfare and spiritual emancipation. The weapons, ornaments, attendants, and associates of the Lord should be worshipped. Sudarsana, Panchajanya, Mace Kaumadaki, Sword Nandaka, Bow Saringa, Plough, Pistol. These weapons and the decorations of the Lord, like the neck jewel, Kaustuba, floral wreath, and Shri Vatsa, should be worshipped. The attendants, Nanda, Sunanda, Prachanda, Chanda, Mahabala, Bala, Kumuda, and Kumudaksha, conceived as stationed in the 8 quarters, as also Garuda in front, should be meditated upon and worshipped. Durga, Ganapati, Vyasa, and Vishvaksena should be stationed in their proper places in the 4 corners, and the Gurus should be placed on the left, and the Devas in the east, etc. They should all be facing the deity, and should be worshipped with Arghya and all other items of worship. If a person has the means, he should use for the ceremonial bath of the image water that has been consecrated by mantras and made fragrant with sandal, usira, camphor, saffron, and aloes. He should adore me with devotion by uttering the holy mantras like Suvarna, Karma, and Parivedana, by chanting holy formulae like Chitam Te Pundari Kaksha, Namaste Vishva Pavana, Subramanya Namaste Stu, Mahapurusha Purvaja, by reciting Purusha Sukta, and by chanting samans like Indram Naro Nemadita Havante. A worshipper should with great devotion decorate me with wearing cloth, wrapping cloth, ornaments, garlands, sandal paste, and unguents. He should with deep faith offer me water for Padya, Arkhya, and Achemania, and make offerings of sandal paste, flowers, rice grains, light, incense, and food. A man with means must offer also savory food items like payasa, sweet cake, snacks, wheat boiled in milk, curds, etc. On festive days, or if there is sufficient means, every day, the adoration may be elaborated with oil bath, offering, bath with panchamrita, offering of toothbrush and mirror, feast, music, dance, etc. Homa or worship through fire. In the sacrificial pit, made according to the scriptural injunctions, with the zones, fire pocket, and altar, fire must be lighted, and the burning twigs gathered together from a single flame. Darba grass must be placed round it, and ceremonial water sprinkling should be done. Then should be performed the Anvadhana rite. All the sacrificial ingredients should now be placed to the north of the sacrificial fire. After doing prokshana, one should meditate on me as manifesting in the fire as follows. Brilliant like molten gold, possessed of 4 arms holding the conch, discus, mace, and lotus. Tranquil, wearing a yellow cloth of the color of the pistil of a lotus, decorated with brilliant ornaments like a diadem, bracelets, girdle, and superb armlets, having the mark known as Srivatsa on the chest, wearing the splendorous jewel Kaustuba on the neck, and having a thick floral wreath surrounding the chest.
Meditating on me thus, the wise one must worship me. He should then consign twigs, soaking ghee in the sacrificial fire, and perform the Aghara rite with the mantra beginning with Prajapatya Swaha, and the Ajabhaga rite with the mantra Agnaya Swaha. Then he should make the ghee soap oblations with the utterance of the Mula mantra and the Purusha Sukta, whose 16 rigs should be chanted with an oblation following each rig. The worshipper should offer oblation to Dharma with the chanting of relevant mantras, and he should propitiate the fire deity with a Swistik Krita offering. Concluding items of worship. Afterwards, flower offerings together with prostration must be made to me, manifest in the middle of the sacrificial fire. On 8 sides, barley, food, should be offered to my attendants and associates. Then one should sit again in the worshipper's seat and meditate on me, the infinite Brahma, as Narayana, and make japa of Mula mantra. At the places of worship and of the homa, one should meditate on the deity as having completed his meal, then offering water for washing, followed by the presentation of fragrant betel leaves, etc., for purification of the mouth. Again, he should be worshipped with flowers. The remnants of the offered food should be given to the Vishvakshana. Afterwards, for a short while at least, the devotee should spend in blissful relaxation, singing my exploits, acting some of them, dancing in ecstasy, and also narrating accounts of my deeds to other devotees. Then he should loudly sing hymns composed by ancient seers, as also compositions of great men of latter days in non-Sanskrit language, and fall like a stick in prostration, crying out, O Lord, be gracious unto me. Placing his head on my feet and holding them with both his hands, he should pray, deign to give shelter to his servants seeking refuge at thy feet, out of the fear of this ocean of samsara, infested by the crocodile of death. He should then meditate that he is receiving flowers, sandal paste, etc., as holy prasada from me, and reverentially place them on his head. Next, if the divine present is something to be withdrawn, he should, through contemplation, take it back into the presence within. I, the essence of all, am present in every object and in oneself. So worship of me can be done through any object or image that stimulates faith in one at any time. Faith is the most important factor in the efficiency of worship. The merits of ritualistic worship. A devotee who worships me thus, through this ritualistic form of adoration, which combine in itself the Vedika and Tantrika modes of worship, will attain through my grace all that is good here and hereafter. The devotee with means should construct puka buildings as my temples and have my holy image established there. He should lay beautiful flower gardens there and make endowments of cultivated lands, bazaars, houses, villages, etc., for the conduct of proper and unbroken worship, either daily or on special occasions. In this way, he should seek to attain my being. By the installation of my image, one could become an emperor. By building a temple, one could become the Lord of the three worlds. By the worship, etc., in the temple, one could attain Brahmaloka, and by doing all these three, one could attain to my being. One attains to me through devotion without any desire, and one who worships me in the way described would attain to the state of desirelessness in which true devotion flourishes. Whoever appropriates for himself such wealth as has been given away by oneself or others for the service of the Lord and of holy men will become a worm subsisting on excreta for countless years. So too will others who help, prompt, or encourage such acts of unholy misappropriation. The more the involvement of the accomplice, the more the consequences accruing to him.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sanghitayam Eka Dasha Skande Sapta Vinsho Dhyaya Ashta Vinsho Dhyaya Shri Bhagavan Uvacha.
Skanda 11, chapter 28, Jnana Yoga, falsity of worldly values. The worshipful Lord said, seeing the whole world as sprung from the union of Prakriti and Purusha, a person should see the world as a unified whole, and as a consequence cease from praising or criticizing anyone for his nature or actions. The man who takes to praising man's action and character or to criticizing them quickly swerves away from his goal of unitary consciousness because of his mind getting excited over impure and changing values. Asat. When the senses, which are the products of Tejaschanakara, are overcome by drowsiness, the jiva is in the false world of dream. When afterwards the mind is dissolved in deep sleep, he falls into total unconsciousness, which resembles the unconsciousness of death itself. The man who sees multiplicity is also very much so in respect of his awareness of his spiritual identity. That is, just as the jiva, identified with a condition of sleep, completely loses its capacity to experience any object, so also, identified with waking and dream states and the experience of multiplicity, the jiva falls away completely from self-awareness in the state of agitation, in waking and in dream, and into absolute dullness in sleep. In the real realm of duality, the classification of things as good and bad has no significance. It is spoken by words, experienced by the senses, and thought by the mind belong to the realm of falsity. Though a reflection, an echo, or a snake experience in a rope has no actual existence, still it generates experiences felt as pleasant or unpleasant. Even so, the body and allied entities generate fears until death, that is, until illumination destroys the identification of the Atma with these. All this world is nothing but the Atman. The omnipotent being is the created and the creator, the saved and the savior. That all-encompassing being is himself what is destroyed and one destroying it. Therefore, great seers have not accepted any existence entity other than the uninvolved and the unaffected Atma. It is he, the supreme cause, that shines as many. What is accepted as the universe in its threefold aspects, Adhyatmika, Adihi, Adidevika, and Adibhutika, is a false appearance of the Atman. This world, constituted of the three gunas, is the creation of Maya, his power. One who has intellectually understood and spiritually realized the truth that I reveal to you will neither praise nor insult anyone but go about it in the world like the sun who is utterly unconcerned with all that is high or low. Understanding through observation, reasoning, scriptures, and one's own realization that everything having a beginning and an end is one should cultivate absolute detachment. This is bondage. Uddhava said, O Lord, involvement in transmigratory cycles cannot occur to the body because it is an inert substance and an object of perception. Nor can it happen to the Atman, who is pure self-awareness and the subject revealing everything. Samsara cannot occur to either of these, but we find from our experience that samsara is experience. The Atman is undecaying, free from passion, unaffected by merits and demerits, untouched by ignorance, and free from the limitations of space and time. And as for the body, it itself, an inert substance like a log of wood, is being so. Whose is the involvement in samsara? The worshipful Lord said, as long as the Atman has connection with the buddhi, the indriyas, and the body through superimposition, samsara, though unreal, is experienced as a fact by the deluded. In the case of a man who thinks of various objects in waking life, the impression left by those thoughts and objects make him see many phantoms. The same way, though there is no object actually, the body and other objects are perceived as real as a result of the tendencies springing from the beginningless imposition. Samsara persists as long as this continues. A man who has awakened from a dream is free from the delusion of enjoyments and sufferings he was having in the dream state. A memory of it, however, remains. Sorrow, joy, fear, anger, greed, delusion, and all forms of desire, as also experiences like birth and death, pertain to the ahankara, I sense, and not to the Atman. When one is in deep sleep, there is no I sense, then all such experiences also disappear. It is the jiva that is involved in the transmigratory cycle, not mere I sense. The transmigrating self, jiva, is none but the Atman, who identifies himself as the I with reference to the complex of body, senses, prana, and mind through superimposition. Residing within this complex, in identification with it, he is mistaken as an expression of the modification of matter, known also as Sutrama and Mahatattva. He is under the domination of time. Knowledge and its method. The sage wanders forth, cutting asunder the knot of ahankara, or I sense, with the sword of knowledge, rendered sharp by the service to the Lord and the teacher. The ahankara, which is baseless, which nonetheless manifests in many forms in identification with the mind, speech, pranas, body, and karma. Knowledge means the viveka, or discriminative understanding. The means for understanding there's a Supreme Spirit who alone was before the universe came into existence and who alone will be when it dissolves, is also what exists in the middle too, as the universe and its manifested time.
The unwrought material gold, of which several objects are made, is seen at the beginning and at the end of all the series of its changes as objects. It is therefore certain that, in spite of all its transformation, the same gold was there when the objects made of it were seen as existing. In the same way, I am the one that appears as this multitudinous and changing universe, but I remain intact in spite of all transformations. O dear Uddhava, that pure consciousness permeates and illuminates the mind in its three states of waking, dream, and sleep. It illumines also the three gunas of Prakriti, forming the cause of these states, as also the universe with its triple division of cause, effect, and agency. While this pure consciousness, or the Turiya, the fourth, exists in concomitance with this universe of multiplicity, it continues to exist in their absence, also transcendence of samadhi as pure consciousness, after the elimination of all states and objects, being concomitant with the world as also existent in its absence. That pure consciousness alone is the ultimate true. An entity that did not exist before its origin and ceases to be after it is destroyed cannot be there in the middle also. It is said to exist only in name. Whatever is the substance with which a thing is made and held in manifestation, that thing only can be the causal and manifesting substance. This is my settled view. This multitudinous world, which is the projection of Rajas, was non-existent before creation, but is yet experienced as existing. It is so because Brahman, who alone is self-existent and self-luminous, shines as all these effects, as the Indriyas and the mind, which form the instruments for revealing, and as the 5 elements and the objects in general that are revealed by them. One should withdraw from all objects of the lustful senses and be established in the joy of the Atman, cutting asunder all doubts about him with the help of the Veda and sound reasoning, which can eradicate the experience that the body is the self. The body is not the self-conscious intelligence, because it is constituted of earth, like pots and such other entities. In the same way, the senses, their presiding deities, the vital energy, the buddhi, the chitta, and the eye sense cannot be Atman, because like the body, they are all based on food or matter. The 5 elements and their products like sound and other sense objects and prakriti cannot be the Atman, insofar as they are all inert substances without consciousness. The state of the knowing one. For one who has known my being fully and is established in it, of what consequence, good or bad, can the controlled or the wandering moods of the senses be? Does the gathering or dispersal of the clouds make any difference to the sun? Just as air, fire, water, and earth do not dry, burn, wet, or dirty the sky, just as the recurring climatic changes like summer, winter, etc., do not make any impression on it, so the undecaying self, which transcends the eye sense, is not affected by sattva, rajas, and tamas, the gunas of prakriti, causing involvement to the jiva in samsara. Though this is in fact the truth, it should not make an aspirant in any way slacken his efforts at self-control, until, by the practice of wholehearted devotion to me, the aspirant has totally cleansed his mind of its addiction to sense enjoyments. He should, with extreme vigilance, prevent his mind from cultivating attachment to objects of the senses created by Maya. Just as an inadequately treated disease lurks behind and troubles a patient from time to time, so also an immature yogi whose sensuous and active tendencies lie suppressed and hidden is constantly harassed by these tendencies submersed in the mind. But these half-baked yogis, whose fall is caused by the human agencies consisting of friends and relatives, who are the instruments put forth by devas to accomplish this purpose, come back to the path of yoga in their next birth on account of the powerful impressions of their past life. They will not become addicted to worldliness. An ignorant jiva, prompted by some desire or other, will be performing actions, karma, till the fall of his body, subjecting himself to the effects of such actions. But a man of enlightenment, though living in the body, is free from all desires, as he is immersed in the bliss of the self. Being thus free from ego-centered desires, his actions do not affect him. An enlightened man who dwells in the self always does not know even that he has a body, much less that he is doing anything, when he is seen to perform even all natural functions like resting, sitting, walking, lying, eating, and evacuating. Even though he might be perceiving the false objects of the senses, he is convinced of their falsity because of their manifoldness and sublimability, just like that of the experiences of dream on awakening. The experiences of objects in waking life is to him only like the perception of the dream world in memory or imagination after one awakens from sleep. O Uddhava, in the state of ignorance, the body wrought out of the gunas of Prakriti and Karma, which are themselves the products of ignorance, is totally superimposed on the Atman, and thereby it is experienced in inseparable identity with it. It is this ignorance and its product, the body, that are sublated by Jnana. The Atman, on the other hand, is always the same. It is not newly realized in mukti, nor has it been lost in bondage. Just as the sun, when it rises, only removes the obstacle to vision from the eye and does not create anything to be seen, so the perfect spiritual intuition relating to me only removes the ignorance from the aspirant's understanding, whereupon the Atman shines as it always has been shining. Nothing new comes into being. He is self-luminous consciousness, unoriginated and unfathomable. He is limitless self-consciousness, without the polarity of subject and object, including in himself all self-conscious centers and the experiences. He is the absolute one, without a second, intuited when thought and words retreat, unable to go further, but whose presence makes the work of words and the vital energy possible. When the Atman is the sole existence, it is a delusion of the mind to see anything different from him. For, apart from him, the Atman realized as the self, there is no other support for the multiplicity. It is only the conceited pseudo-scholars, the Purvamimamsakas, that consider the world of multiplicity, constituted of the 5 elements and distinguished by name and form, as unsublatable and real, and hold that Vedantic passages revealing the nature of reality are only eulogies of the agents, devatas, and other factors entering into the sacrificial cult of the Vedas. Such a contention is baseless. Some obstacles to yoga. Yogis who are yet to attain the goal may get physical ailments. The following is the instruction for counteracting them. By concentration, dharana, on sun and moon, the fevers due to cold and due to heat, respectively, can be counteracted. Other ailments due to vata, humor of wind, should be erased by asanas, postures, combined with dharana. Others arising from sins, planetary influence, and serpents should be overcome by austerity, mantras, and medicines. Obstacles like lust and anger should be combated by continuous practice of the disciplines of hearing, praising, and remembering me. Pride, hypocrisy, and other bad traits of character should be overcome by the service of great men. There are some yogis who, though through ways mentioned above and by others, seek to make the body strong and young, and then utilize it for the acquisition of psychic powers. Wise men should not approve of this, for the body being perishable like the fruit of a tree, any attempt to preserve it for all time is futile. A person following the path of yoga may have health and strength of the body, but the intelligent devotee holding me as the highest should not be diverted from spiritual discipline to physical well-being and attainment of siddhis. But if one treading the path of yoga is entirely dependent on me and is completely desireless, he will meet with no obstacle being full of the joy of the self. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahansyam Sankhitayam Ekadasha Skande Ashtavinsho Dhyaya Ataiko na Ataiko Natrisho Natrasho Dhyaya Uddhava Uvacha. Concluding instruction to Uddhava. Excellence of Bhagavata Dharma. Uddhava said, O Lord, the path of communion through knowledge that you have described is extremely difficult for one who has not yet conquered his senses. O Achyuta, expound to me in an easily understandable manner a way of communion which is practicable for an ordinary person. O lotus-eyed one, generally the yogis who try to obtain mastery over their mind exhaust themselves in that effort in vain. Having failed in their effort, they get frustrated. Therefore, men of true discrimination, in place of going for these difficult paths, seek shelter at thy nectar showering feet, and are at ease. O Lord of all, those others who out of pride in their own capacity adopt the paths of karma and yoga are deluded by thy maya. O Achyuta, O thou the well-wisher of all, such is thy glory that even all the world lords like Brahma are always making their obeisance to thee, touching thy feet with their crowns. In spite of this abounding glory, thou didst condescend to seek the friendship of mere animals in thy incarnation as Rama, and of cattle and lowly men in the present incarnation as Krishna. What wonder is there then in thy giving thy own self to thy devotees, thy servants who have none but thee as refuge?
Who that is conscious of the invaluable blessings received from thee will not yearn to serve thee? The soul of all, the most lovable of all, the bestower of the praise of all. Who will, in preference to thy service, seek heaven and other boons, even bestowed by thee, as they lead to mere sensuous enjoyments and consequent forgetfulness of thee. There is nothing that thy servants cannot get, but a true servant of thine cares for nothing but the service of thy feet. Even enlightened beings like Brahma are not able to repay even to a small extent thy gracious blessing in spite of serving thee joyfully for two paradas as thy agent in creation. That blessing consists in thy manifesting as the inner pervader within and as nature without, effacing all evil tendencies of jivas and thereby revealing one's real nature as the Atman. Sri Sukha said, being thus questioned with intense love of Uddhava, the Supreme Lord, who has manifested himself as the Trimurti by assuming the three powers of his, and who plays with the world as his toy, replied with a loving and attractive smile, lighting his face. The worshipful Lord said, I shall now speak to you about the glorious Dharma propounded by me, by observing which with faith and devotion man can overcome samsara, which is difficult to be conquered by other means. Always remembering me, having one's mind both conscious and subconscious resigned to me, and having full conviction in and acceptance of my Bhagavata Dharma, an aspirant should do all actions deliberately as offerings unto me. He should visit pilgrim spots, which are places that have gained sanctity by the stay of my great devotees. He should also try to follow the example set by my great devotees among different species of beings, like devas, asuras, and men. He should individually or forming an association with others observe days specially sacred to me, with grand celebration attended with music, dance, processions, and display of royal insignia like the ceremonial umbrella. The pure-minded devotee should recognize me, the Lord of all, in the spirit pervading within and without every object, including himself, like the akasha pervading everything unobstructed by any barriers. O Uddhava of mighty intelligence, know him to be the man of true illumination, Pandita, who, with the help of the insight born of knowledge, could have evenness of outlook and perceive the honor of all beings as my manifestations. Be they holy men or outcasts, persecutors or adorers of holy men, the sun or a spark of fire, a tranquil personage or a ferocious and cruel man. In those who constantly seek to find my presence in all human beings, there will no longer be any competitiveness with, with equals, jealousy towards superiors, contempt for inferiors, and too much self-consciousness with regard to oneself. Overlooking the ridicule of friends and relatives, casting aside the sense of high and low on mere physical consideration, and throwing away all shyness and shame based on such ideas, one should fall down in prostration like a stick before all beings, dogs, outcasts, cattle, asses, etc., seeing all of them as manifestations of the Supreme Being. Universal adoration. Until the consciousness that all these beings are my manifestation has been established in the mind, one should commune with me through external worship and practice of my presence in all through thought, word, and action. By virtue of practicing the presence of the Atma everywhere, a devotee gains that knowledge by which he perceives everything as Brahman. He becomes free from all doubts and he can abandon all karmas. Of all means, the best, according to me, is to practice my presence in everything through the functioning of the three instruments and action. O Uddhava, when the Dharma propounded by me, Bhagavata Dharma, in which all actions are done in dedication to me with an eye on the fruits of action, is accepted and practiced, there is no wastage in all one's efforts from the beginning. For unlike in rites done with desires for fruits, which would end in total failure if done improperly, here is this path. Whatever is done help one's spiritual evolution in this birth or in another, and one can continue from where one has left. Its basis is spiritual and not material, and so its effects are imperishable. This is as I, the Supreme One, have ordained. O noble one, even ordinary vain worldly action, like running away and crying due to fear and sorrow, is done in dedication to me. Even that comes to have spiritual potency. There is no need then to speak about the high spiritual efficiency of Bhagavata Dharma consciously practiced. The attainment of me, the true, the immortal, with the help of even this insignificant mortal body, is the real wisdom of the wise and the skill of the skillful. the glory of these teachings. I have now expounded to you the essence of the doctrine of Brahman, propounded by Veda, Upanishads, both in summary and in detail. Even the Devas cannot have the benefit of such an exposition. These teachings on spiritual wisdom have been clearly expounded to you again and again in the light of valid reasoning. Hearing this, all doubts will be cleared and liberation attained. Even if on the questions put by you and to which I have given answers will attain to that imperishable Brahman whose truth is revealed by the Veda. To that pious person who fully expounds his teaching on Brahman among my devotees, to him I give my own self out of love for him. Every day reads loudly this holy and sanctifying discourse, he will be revealing me to all with lamp of knowledge. He sanctifies himself as well as others thereby. A man who hears it every day diligently in an attitude of supreme devotion to me will be freed from the bondage of karma. O Uddhava, my dear friend, have you fully grasped the supreme truth I've explained to you? Is your mind free from grief and delusion? You should not reveal this to a hypocrite having no real faith, to an atheist who accepts neither God nor his revelation, to a crafty man, to one who does not like to hear it, or to one without any trace of devotion. You can impart it to people who are without the above mentioned defects, to persons who are devoted to holy men, and to me who are of high moral standard and who are pure in life. If they have devotion, it can be imparted also to persons of inferior birth. After studying this discourse, there is nothing more for a spiritual aspirant to inquire about and understand, just as after one drinks nectar, there is nothing better to drink. For a high-minded devotee like you, I am verily the four ultimate values of life: morality obtained through karma, wealth and prosperity obtained through trade, industry, and statecraft, cities obtained through yoga, and liberation obtained through enlightenment. When a man abandons dependence on all self-centered actions and resigns himself to me, he then becomes very dear to me, established in the sense that he is the immortal spirit. He becomes fit to be one with the universal being Brahman. Sorry. Sorry. Uddhava advised to go to Badari. Sri Sukha said, being thus instructed by the Lord in the path of spiritual communion ending in enlightenment, Uddhava stood there dumb for a while, his voice choked by the surging waves of love and his eyes overflowing with tears. With great effort he controlled his mind and had been overpowered by the divine life to the point of speechlessness. Conscious of the great blessing that the Lord had bestowed on him, he said with his palms joined in salutation and his head touching the lotus feet of Krishna, the Lord of the clan of Yadus. Uddhava said, O thou, more ancient than Brahma himself, thy very proximity has liquidated the ignorance-born darkness of delusion in me, a refugee at thy feet. Where is the darkness and fear for a man who sits near burning fire? Still thou hast taken the trouble to transmit the light of knowledge to thy servant through this elaborate exposition, which grateful man will desert the service of so loving a master and seek any other shelter. That strong bond of love, embracing the clans of Rishnis, Dasaras, Andakas, Sattvatas, and others, that thy Yoga Maya has established in me for the progress of thy creative activities, has now been cut asunder by thee with the sword of self-knowledge. Salutations to thee, O Master Yogi, who confers the fruits of their striving on yogis. Bless me, thy refugee, so that I may have constant and unwavering attachment for thy sacred feet. The worshipful Lord said, O Uddhava, I direct you to go to the celebrated place of pilgrimage known as Bhadrayasha Ashrama, especially sanctified by my presence. There is the river Alakananda, whose site itself is purified. But Achamana in that river which carries the sanctified water flowing from my feet, you will be rid of all sins. Wearing tree bark as clothing, subsisting on roots and fruits, and free from all desire for enjoyment, live without caring for extremes of climate and ready to put up patiently with any situation that might face you. Self-controlled, tranquil, good-natured, undistracted, and endowed with the knowledge and experience. Think deeply in solitude over what I have taught you. With speech and thought absorbed in me, and living according to Dharma, I have taught you will pass out of all material realms and attain to my transcendent state.
Sri Shuka said, instructed thus by Sri Hari, whose remembrance of the antidote of samsara, Uddhava circumambulated the Lord and placed his head at the feet of the Lord. Though his mind had transcended the three gunas, the thought of going away to Badari, leaving his Lord, melted his heart, and the agony of his love expressed itself in torrential tears that washed the Lord's holy feet. With a mind stricken by the thought of separation from his most beloved Lord, he felt extremely distressed and found it impossible to take leave of him and start for Badari. Then, placing on his head the Lord's sandals presented to him and prostrating before him again and again, he left the place somehow. Realizing the Lord is lodged in his heart, the great devotee left for Vishala, Padaraya Ashrama. Staying there, he practiced what the Lord, the universal friend of all, had instructed and attained to the state of Hari. Thus the Lord Krishna, whose feet are worshipped by the great yogis, has collected this stream of knowledge from the ocean of bliss, the extensive devotional tradition, for the instruction of his devotee Uddhava. He who imbibes it with pure and powerful faith in its potency will save himself as only one who associates with him. In order to rid devotees of the fear of death and old age, with the great being Krishna, from whom the Veda originated, has herein gathered from the extensive garden of Vedic thought this concentrated honey of knowledge and realization of the Supreme, as he collects the Amrita from the ocean for being distributed among the Devas. So has he placed this teaching before all devotees for the benefit. I salute that Supreme Person, Krishna, the greatest of all beings.
Iti
Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Ekadasho Skande Ekontringsho Adhyaya Atha Tringsho Adhyaya Rajo Vacha.
Fratricidal holocaust. Forebodings. The Raja said, after Uddhava had left Dwarka, what did the worshipful Lord, the cause of all causes, do at Dwarka, when his clan of the Yadus was condemned to destruction by the curse of the holy men? How did he abandon that glorious earthly form of his which used to enthrall the senses of all men by its superb excellences? Seeing that unique form, women found it impossible to withdraw their eyes therefrom. Devotees into whose heart it entered through the portals of their ears found it unerasably impressed on their minds. Poets found its beauty stimulating a new glow of inspiration to their words, beginning them worldwide reputation. And seeing that form seated in the chariot of Arjuna as it coursed through the battlefield of Kurukshetra, countless warriors dying in battle attained identity with it. Sri Shuka said, taking note of the numerous inauspicious portents that were observed on land, in the sky, and in the intermediary regions, Krishna said as follows to the unsuspecting Yadus gathered in the assembly hall known as Sudharma. The worshipful Lord said, O leaders of the Yadavas, terrible portents indicative of death are seen in Dwaraka. It is not proper for us to stay here even a moment longer. Let women, children, and old people go to the place known as Sankodhara. We womenfolk will go to Prabhasa, where the river Saraswati flows to the west. Taking purifying bath there and observing fast, we shall, with concentrated minds, adore the Devas, divine agencies, with ceremonial bath, unguents, and other ingredients of worship. We shall seek the blessings of many holy men, making presentation to them of cloth, money, land, cows, elephants, horses, chariots, and houses. By observing this commandment, dangers are averted and all-round welfare secured. The worship of the divinities, holy men, and cows bring good to living beings. Destruction of the Yadavas. All the elders of the Yadavas agreed to this proposal of Krishna, the destroyer of Madhu. They crossed the ocean in boats and traveled to Prabhasa in their chariots. There the Yadavas performed with great devotion all the holy rites mentioned by the Lord and many more. Afterwards, deprived of discrimination by a stroke of destiny, as it were, they took heavy doses of a heavy, sweet wine called Maireya. A fierce quarrel soon arose among those proud and haughty Yadava heroes under the influence of the powerful drink, augmented by the deluding effect of Krishna's resolve. Excited by anger and intent on killing one another, they fought with weapons like bows and arrows, swords and maces, spears and javelins, with the banners of chariots, cavalry and infantry fluttering, and seated on the various kinds of mounts, like camels, donkeys, bulls, buffaloes, and horses. They confronted one another and caused mutual destruction, as elephants do in the forests with their tusks. In that bitter conflict, they clashed with one another in duels. Pradyumna with Samba, Akrura with Bhoja, Aniruddha with Satyaki, Subhadra with Sangramajit, the fierce Gada with his namesake Gada, and Sumitra with Surata. Under the delusion caused by the Lord, other intoxicated heroes like Nishata, Ulmuka, Sahasrajit, Satyajit, and Banu fought among themselves. The various clans of the Yadus, Dasharathas, Vrishnis, Andakas, Bhojas, Satvatas, Madhus, Arbudas, Mathuras, Surusenas, Visharajanas, Hupuras, Kuntis, etc., all fought among themselves, forgetting their kinship. They fought, sons with fathers, brothers with brothers, uncles with nephews, grandfathers and grandsons, friends with friends, and relatives with relatives, and thus themselves killed their own near and dear ones under the delusion caused by the worshipful Lord. When the arrows and weapons were exhausted, when all bows were broken, they plucked the Iraka reeds with their fists. The reed, as they held it in their hands, became as hard as batons of adamant. They charged one another with it as determined antagonists, and when the Lord Krishna tried to restrain them from the fight, they attacked him too. Considering Palabhadra too to be one of the enemy's side, they rushed at him with weapons to kill him. Therefore, Krishna and Rama too, pretending to be in an angry mood, moved about the place, killing many of the Iraka grass, wielding them like iron bars. Cursed by the holy men and deluded by the Lord's Maya, the flame of anger ignited among the Yadavas by mutual antagonism burnt up the entire race as a fire generated by the mutual friction of bamboos consumes a bamboo forest. Krishna shot at by hunter. When his own clan was thus destroyed, the Lord felt satisfied that the residual burden of the earth had also been lightened. Rama now entered into meditation on the Supreme Being, sitting on the seashore, and gave up the human body in that state, uniting his self with the Supreme Self. Seeing Rama's exit from the worldly scene, the worshipful Lord Sri Krishna sat silently on the ground under the Ashwatha tree. He sat there, assuming his form with 4 arms and illumining all the surroundings with his luster, like a fire without heat or smoke. Sporting the Srivatsa mark, blue like a rain cloud, shining like molten gold on account of his wearing a yellow cloth, highly auspicious to see, having a lotus-like face, beautiful with a charming smile and lovely eyes, embellished with shining fish-marked ear pendants, girdle, holy thread diadem, bracelets, armlets, pearl, necklaces, anklets, kastuba jewel, and the encircling floral wreath, and surrounded by his weapons in forms assumed, he sat under the Ashwatha tree, resting his lotus red left leg on the right side. A hunter named Jara, into whose hands the residual bit of the iron pestle had fallen, had made an arrowhead out of it. Now this hunter mistook the feet of the Lord to be the face of an animal, and shot at him with this fateful arrowhead. Coming near, he found a noble human form with 4 arms. His offense made him tremble with fear, and falling down at the feet of the Lord, he said, O Lord, thou destroyer of Madhu, my sinful self has done this in utter utterance. O thou, the eternally pure and far-famed one for holiness, deign to pardon the sinner. I have done a great offense to thee. O Vishnu, whose very remembrance great men say will dispel the darkness of ignorance in man. Therefore, O Lord of Vaikuntha, kill me soon, me, a hunter of animals, so that I may never more do such high-handed acts against great men. Even Brahma, his offspring Rudra, and others, and the rishis, who are the masters of the Veda, fail to understand the mystery of thy creation, the universe veiled as their vision. is by thy Maya. How then can a most ignorant and humble hunter understand by himself that thou art subject to the curse of holy men? The blessed Lord said, O Jara, do not entertain any fear. Get up. What you have executed is only due to my resolve. By my will you shall gain heaven, the realm where men do good works go. Commanded thus by the worshipful Lord Krishna, who had assumed a body out of his own will, Jara, after circumambulating him thrice, ascended the divine vehicle that had come to fetch him and attained to heaven. Taruka's meeting with Krishna. Taruka, the charioteer of the Lord, was now going about in search of him. By the fragrance of the tulasi garland of his, he traced the Lord to the place where he was seated. He saw his Lord and Master seated under the Ashwatha tree, surrounded by the luminous weapons. At the sight, Taruka, bathed in overflowing love, jumped out of the chariot in great excitement, fell down at the Lord's feet. With tears flowing from his eyes, he said, having lost track of thee, I have, O Lord, been like one caught in darkness with eyesight practically lost. Like one in the darkness of night after the moon has set, I have lost all sense of direction and peace of mind. While the charioteer Daruka was speaking thus, the divine chariot of the Lord, with the emblem of Garuda, horses, and flagstaff, rose in air. The divine weapons of the Lord that had surrounded him in embodied forms also ascended with the chariot. To the charioteer who was standing wonderstruck on seeing all this, the Lord said, O charioteer, go to Dwaraka, inform all relatives there about the destruction of the Yadus by mutual conflict and also of Balarama's demise by yogic process and my abandonment of the earthly scene. None of you nor our relatives should stay at Dwaraka hereafter. For after my time, that city of the Yadus will be inundated by the sea. All of you, with your families and also my parents, should go to Indraprastha under the protection of Arjuna. As for yourself, follow the Bhagavata Dharma, be established in knowledge and abandon all attachments. Knowing the whole universe as an expression of my Maya, remain tranquil and free from all grief. Instructed thus by the Lord, Daruka circumambulated him again and again, prostrated before him, held his feet in his head, and returned sorrowfully to the city.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Ekodashaskande Tringsho Dhyaya Athaika Tringsho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Krishna's ascent and after the Lord's exit, Sri Shuka said, Brahma arrived at the scene. So did Maheshwara with Bhavani and Indra with the leading Devas and Manus and Prajapatis, besides a host of other beings like Pitris, Siddhas, Khandharvas, Vidyadharas, great serpents, Charanas, Yakshasas, Rakshasas, Kinnaras, Apsaras, and Dvijas, gathered there with great enthusiasm to see the curtain drop on the Lord's earthly sojourn. They kept singing and chanting about the advent and exploits of the Lord. Crowding the sky with endless rows of flames, they deluged the Lord with flowers in their overwhelming devotion.
Sing Brahma, grandsire of the world, and other divine manifestations of his own power, the Lord closed his eyes and his self became one with the Supreme Self in Samadhi. His world enthralling form, the most auspicious object for concentration and meditation, he burned in yogic fire externally and attained to his pristine state. But with the subtle aspect of it remains as the external presence in that state. An alternative translation adopting the reading Adatwa, not burning, Adatwa, not burning, that will bewitching form, so auspicious an object for concentration and meditation. He did not burn up with the fire generated through yoga, as ordinary yogis do, but entered Vaikuntha with it in an intact, so that this eternal form is available for concentration by devotees even today. In the heavens, kettle drums sounded, and from the sky, rains of flowers came. But with the Lord's departure also departed from the earth truth, dharma, forbearance, glory, prosperity. Brahma and other divinities expecting Krishna in their respective realms failed to see anything beyond a wonder-evoking glimpse of him whose cause none can trace, just as men beholding a flash of lightning speeding beyond the expanse of clouds cannot trace its course. It failed to trace whether Krishna disappeared and others astonished to witness the spiritual ascent of the Sri Hari and went to their abodes praising what they had witnessed. Okay. Know that the Lord's coming into being and disappearing as the incarnate among men is something assumed by his power of Maya, just as an actor playing a role. It is the same in his cosmic manifestation, too. After creating the world, he enters into it as its indweller, sports for a time in that world of his own creation, and then dissolves in it himself. But nonetheless, he remains by virtue of his prowess in the supreme glory of his own majesty as the supreme spirit, ever changing and unaffected by all cosmic processes. He brought the son of his guru, bodily from Yabasriel. He, the protector of all refugees, saved you from death caused by the all-consuming might of Ashwatthama's Brahma missile, and he was victorious even after Shiva, the destroyer of death, is such a being incapable of saving himself. He has the power, unaided by anyone else, to create, preserve, and dissolve this world, but yet he did not want to allow his own human body to survive the destruction of his clan, because he wanted to demonstrate that this mortal body is of no ultimate value, and that the way of those reached in the Atman is to let it fall without any regret. Whoever glorifies Krishna by reciting with concentration and devotion this account of the ascent to his pristine state will himself attain to that state. Myth of Krishna's exit. Having lost Krishna, the charioteer Daruka repaired to Dwaraka and fell at the feet of Vasudeva and Ugrasena and drenched their feet. Daruka then gave a full account of the total destruction of the Vrishnis, hearing which all men were stunned with overwhelming sorrow. In that mood of intense grief at Krishna's demise, they the place where their kith and kin were all lying dead. Devaki, Rohini, and Vasudeva swooned when their sons Rama and Krishna could no longer be seen. After separation from Krishna, they Unable to bear separation from Krishna, they gave up the ghost, and many women perished in the funeral pyres of their husbands. The wives of Rama ascended the funeral pyre holding his body, and Vasudeva's wives and the wives of Krishna's sons, the respective bodies of their husbands, Rukmini and the wives of Krishna, entered into the flames, thinking of him intensely in the mind. Arjuna, grief-stricken at the demise of all his dear friends, sought relief in contemplating on the teachings that the Lord had given him through his Gita. Arjuna attended to the proper performance of obsequies for those relatives for whom there was no issue to perform those rites. Soon after the Lord left Dwaraka, the ocean inundated the whole of that prosperous city, except where the mansion of the Lord stood. The Lord Krishna is ever present in that place. It is the most auspicious of all auspicious places, the very remembrances of which will rid man of their sins. All those who survived the fratricidal holocaust, especially women and children, were removed by Arjuna to Indraprastha, where he installed Vajra as the king. O king, on hearing from Arjuna about the destruction of the friendly clan of the Yadavas, King Yudhishthira, your grandfather, installed you as his successor and set out on the ultimate track. Whoever studies and recites these accounts of Vishnu's incarnation and works with faith and devotion will have all his sinful tendencies destroyed. A man who recites and studies with devotion the account of the glorious prowess displayed by the Lord in his incarnation, and especially in the description of the most charming activities of him in childhood, as given here in this text or anywhere else, will attain to the highest form of love for him who is the goal of the Parivas.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Triyo Vyasikhyayam Ashtadasho Sahasrayam Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Ekodasha Skande Ekotringsho Adhyaya Iti Ekodasho Skanda Samapta Hari Om Sat. I'm going to request if everybody could be seated. And those initiated into mantra meditation will meditate for a few moments. And if anybody else that's watching us live is not initiated into mantra meditation, you could either fall still for a few moments or sound a prayer which you deem appropriate. dynasty. Thank you. We move on to the final skanda, skanda 12. Shrimad Bhagavatam, Dwadasha skanda, Atha Pratamodhyaya, Rajo Vacha.
12, chapter 1. Dynasties and their degeneration. Prajyotas and Sisunagas. The Raja said, O Holy One, after Krishna, the ornament of the Yadu's clan, left the earthly scene, what was the dynasty that came to rule this land?
Sri Shuka said, in this description of the dynasty of Brihadrata in the 9th skanda, I spoke of Puranjaya as the last of the 12 kings in that dynasty to come in the future. His minister, Sunaka, will murder that king and put his son, Pradyota, on the throne. He will be succeeded by Palaka, Vishakayupa, and Rajaka, each being the son of the earlier one. The last will be succeeded by his son Nandivardhana. Thus these 5 rulers called Pradyotas will have rulership of the earth for 138 years. Nandivardhana will have Shishunaga as son. He Kakavarna, he Shemadharma, he Shetrajna. He will have son Vidishara, he Ajata Satru, he Darbhaka, and he Ajaya. Ajaya will have Nandivardhana as son, and he Mahanandi. These 10 rulers called Shishunagas will rule the earth for 360 years during the age of Kali. The 9 Nandas. O king, Mahanandi will have by a Sudra woman a son named Nanda, who will be very powerful and very prosperous. He will destroy all Kshatriya kings. Thereafter, rulers will be mostly like Sudras and given to unrighteous ways. A man of irresistible might, he, after destroying all Kshatriyas like another Parashurama, will rule the earth as the sole monarch. He will have 8 sons, beginning with Somalia. These kings will enjoy the land for 100 years. The Mauryas and Sungas. The dynasty of these 9 Nandas will be extirpated by a Brahmana named Chanakya, and after them the Mayuras will enjoy the earth in the age of Kali. That Brahmana Chanakya will crown Chandragupta as the king. His son will be Parishara and his son Ashokavardhana. His son will be Suyasas, his son Sangata, his son Salishuka, and his son Somasarma. His son will be Satadhanva and his son Brihadartha. These 10 kings of the Maurya dynasty will rule of the Kali Yuga for 337 years. Pushpamitra, the son of the commander-in-chief of Brihadrata, will kill his master and become king. He is the first of the Sungas. He will be followed by Agnimitra. He by Sujeshta. Sujeshta will be succeeded by Vishumitra, and he by Pulinda. He will be succeeded one after another by Gosha, Vajra Mitra, Pavata, and Devabhuti. These 10 rulers of the Sunga dynasty will be ruling the earth for 112 years. The Kanvas and other rulers. The Sungas will be followed by the rule of the kings of the Kanya dynasty, possessing no great merit. Devabhuti, the last of the Sungas, given to a lascivious way of life, will be killed by and the kingdom usurped by the intelligent minister Kanva, otherwise known as Vasudeva. He will be succeeded by his son Bhumitra, and he by Narayana. The Kanva dynasty will rule for 345 years in the age of Kali. Shusharma of the Kanva dynasty will be slain by a subordinate of his named Bali, a Sudra of low origin. He will be the ruler for some time. Afterwards his brother, named Krishna, will become king. The son will be Sri Shantakarna, and his son Purnamasa. Of him will be born Lambodara, of him Chibilaka, of him Meghasvati, of him Ataman. Ataman will have a son Anishtakarma, he Haleya, and he Talaka. His son will be Purishabhiru, and his son Sunadana. Sunadana will have Chakora as son, besides 8 others of different names. The 8th son will have Shivasvati as son, and he Arindama. He will have Gomatiputra as son, and he Puriman. From Puriman will be born Medasiras, from him Shivaskanda, from him Yajnashri, from him Vijaya, from him Chandravichna, and from him Salomadi. These 38 kings will rule for 456 years. There will be 7 rulers of the Abhira dynasty, ruling from the city of Ava Briti, 10 of the Gardabha and 16 of the Kanka dynasty. These will be extremely greedy. Yavanas, Turushkas, and Habirvas. Next 3 will be 8 Yavana kings and 14 Turushka rulers. After that there will be 10 Gurunda and 11 Mona rulers. Barring the Monas, there will be 65 Abhira and other kings who will rule for 1099 years, and 11 Monas spoken of earlier will rule for 300 years. When all of them are dead, Bhutananda, Vangiri, Shishunandi, and his brother Yasonandi and Praviraka will rule for 106 years in the city of Kilikila. Bhutananda and others will have 13 sons known as Bhalikas. There will also be another king called Pushpamitra with Dumitra as his son. Besides them, there will be 7 Andhra kings, 7 Kosala rulers, the Vidura rulers, and the Nishada kings. All these, together with the descendants of Bhalikas, will rule over small kingdoms during the same period. Reduced to the site of Mlechas. Among the rulers of Magadha, there will be an aggressive king called Vishwapurji. He will reduce the 4 Varnas into 3 classes, Pulindas, Yadus, and Madrakas. That powerful and evil-minded ruler will eliminate the 3 Varnas and rule over a predominantly Shudra population, destroying all Kshatriyas and establishing his capital at Padmavati. He will rule over the whole country from Gangadwara to Prayaga. The twice born ones, Dvijas of Saurashtra, Avanti,
Abra, Sura, Arbuddha, Malava, etc., will all give up purificatory rites like Upanayana and will become Vratyas. The rulers will be reduced to the cultural level of Sudras. The valleys of the Sindhu and the Chandrabhaga, the city of Kunti, the land of Kashmira, and other places will be ruled by barbarians, mlechachas, without the Upanaya ceremony or Vedic culture. O king, all these rulers, following the way of barbarians, will rule contem-
Contemporaneously.
contemporaneously in different parts of the land. They will only maintain the form of kinship, but will be steeped in adharma and untruth. They will be very miserly, violent tempered, and given to oppression of women, children, and holy men. Their hobby will be to run after the wives and wealth of others, and they will spend their time from sunrise to sunset aimlessly. They will be short lived, weaklings, always overpowered by Rajas and Tamas, and given to oppression of their subjects. Ruled by such kings, the subjects will also follow their ways in the conduct and outlook. By mutual conflict, by the oppression and misrule of the kings, disaster will fall the whole land.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadashaskande Prathamodhyaya Atha Dvitiyodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Progress of Kali, the all-round degeneration in Kali Yuga. Sri Shuka said, afterwards, due to the effect of adverse time, all excellences like truth, cleanliness, forbearance, kindness, longevity, memory, and strength will decay. In the age of Kali, wealth takes the place of high birth, virtuous conduct, and character in estimating a man's worth. Might will become right, being accepted as the factor determining what is dharma and what is justice. Mutual attraction will become the sole consideration in marital relationships. Business will become tantamount to the practice of fraud. Skill in lovemaking will be recognized as the chief excellence of a man and woman. The sacred thread will become the sole distinctive feature of a Brahmana. External marks will become the only insignia of ashramas, station in life, and they will be the only means to recognize that one has passed from one ashrama to another. If a man too is too poor to conduct a case, his case will be considered weak in the eyes of law. If a man is a master of abusive vocabulary, he will be considered a scholar. Poverty will be looked upon as sufficient proof of guilt in a case, and ostentation and show will become the hallmark of character. Mating will be looked upon as marriage. Bathing will be significant only hygienically and not ceremonially. A holy water, tirtha, will mean only water at a distance. A well-dressed hair will become the criterion of beauty. Men will live to eat and not eat to live. Mere audacious profession will be taken as adherence to truth. A man who maintains his family by hook or by crook will be considered resourceful and respectable. Dharma will be observed solely for reputation. When men degenerate in this way, whoever is powerful among Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, or Sudras will become the rulers. These greedy and cruel rulers, following the way of brigands and plunderers, will lay their hands on the womenfolk and wealth of their subjects. who will therefore be forced to take shelter in mountains and forests. Oppressed by heavy taxation and absence of rainfall, people will have to subsist on greens, roots, flesh, honey, fruits, flowers, tubers, etc. Reduced to misery, they will fight among themselves and perish.
Stricken by hunger, thirst, and disease, and distressed with worrying thoughts, men in Kali will be short lived, their lifespan being only 20 to 30 years. When, due to the evil influence of Kali, men have become physically weak, when the Dharma of the Varnas and Ashramas, inculcated by the Vedas, has perished, when the ways of the atheists and their teachings have become widespread, when kings have degenerated into mere robbers, when men in general have begun to indulge in theft, falsehood, and vain slaughter, when all varnas have come to the level of sudras, when cows have degenerated to the size of goats, when monasteries and religious settlements have become merely places of enjoyment like homes, when sex relationships have come to be recognized as the holy relationship, when plants have got reduced to the size of tiny grass, when trees have become small and shadowless like sami plants, when clouds have begun to emit only lightning, when homes have become devoid of holy rites, when thus with the advancement of Kali, when men have become to be animal-like, the Lord will incarnate again in the form of Sattva for the protection of Dharma. Incarnation of Kalki and the advent of Krita Yuga. The incarnation of Vishnu, the Supreme Lord and the Guru of all beings, is meant for the protection of the Dharma, of holy men, and to liberate them from the bondage of karma. He will incarnate as Kalki in the house of well-known headman of the village of Sambala called Vishnuyas. Vishnuyasas, seated on a very fast horse named Devadatta, Kalki, the Lord of all, endowed with the 8 yogic powers, Ashteshwarya, and matchless splendor, will course through the earth at high speed, destroying the countless plunderers parading as kings. When all the evildoers have been slain, the people of towns and villages will have the contact of the fragrant air of the unguents of the body of Vasudeva. That will render the minds of all of them very pure. When Vasudeva, the embodiment of strength and purity, is lodged in their hearts, they will procreate issue that are mentally and physically strong. From the time of this incarnation of the worshipful Lord, the Lord of Dharma, Krita Yuga begins, and a race of men with Sattva Guna dominating will be generated. When the moon, sun, and Jupiter come in a single house with the constellation Pushya, then Krita Yuga begins. I have given you a brief account of the solar and lunar dynasties, past, present, and future, from the time of your birth to the coronation of Nanda. There will be a period of 1,115 years according 1,498 years. Whatever constellation is visible at night in the same longitude between Pulaha and Kratu, that is, the two stars of the Great Bear Saptarishis that become visible before dawn. With that constellation, the Great Bear is associated for 100 human years. Now, during your rule, the Great Bear is associated with the constellation Maga. It was during this same period that the most glorious manifestations of Mahavishnu, known as Krishna, left for his divine abode, and Kali entered the world, awakening evil propensities in men. So long as the concept of Shri walked the earth, Kali was not able to bedevil the life of people on earth. It was then the Saptarishis were in the constellation of Magha that the age of Kali, lasting for 1,200 divine years, began. When at that time of the rule of Nanda, Kali moves from the constellation of Magha into that of Purvashada, the influence of Kali will become more intense and widespread. Knowing once say that the moment Krishna left this earth, from that very moment the age of Kali comes to a close at the end of 1,100 celestial years. Man's minds will again develop the power to grasp the truth of the Atman. Then Krita Yoga will begin again. Just as the dynasties of kings descending from the Manu rise and fall in virtue from the age to age, so did the families of Brahmanas, Vaisyas, and Sudras become virtuous and vicious with the change of the yugas. All these great kings are now only names and reputed as legendary figures. There is no trace of their earthly achievements of their progeny left to commemorate them. But Devapi, the brother of Santanu of the lunar dynasty, and Maru of the solar dynasty were great adepts in yoga and are still living in the village of Kalapa. They will come back to the life in the society of men and commissioned by the Lord, re-establish the Varnashrama Dharma and other dharmas. Living beings who are born in the world in this cycle of 4 ages known as Krita, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali will be influenced by the spirit of the ages to which they belong. Life as a Vanity Fair. O King, all these kings and others I have spoken of lived on the earth, considering their bodies and possessions as theirs, but in the end had to leave them all and perish. Though known as rajas, rulers, they ended as worms, dirt, or ashes. Those who, identifying themselves with the perishable body, oppress other living creatures, can they be considered as knowing their own interests? For it is hell that awaits them for such conduct. Their sense of identification with this earthly life makes them think, how can I make this whole country ruled by my ancestors before and by me now, this pure possession of my son, grandson, and others descending in my line? Considering this body constituted of 5 elements as oneself, and the kingdom of their own as possession, they lived only to abandon them both in the end with death intervened and forced them to vanish from the scene. Whichever kings once governed the earth by their might have all been reduced by time to mere legendary figures in stories.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadashaskande Dvitiyodhyaya Atha Tritiyodhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Chapter 12, Chapter 3. How to overcome the evils of Kali. Vanity of kingly ambitions. Sri Sukha said, ambitious rulers intent on more and more conquest of territories on earth. The earth deity says mockingly, lo, these kings who are in themselves the mere toys of death long to subdue me. Vain and fleeting are those objects of desire on which these rulers, however learned, set their hearts believing in the permanency of this body, which after all is extremely flimsy and perishable like foam. These aggressive kings think, first we shall learn to master our own senses, as no achievement is possible without it. We shall try to win over the diplomacy, the ministers, commanders of the armies, and the influential subjects of our neighboring kings, and thus remove all obstacles in the way of expanding our power. In this way, we shall, little by little, conquer the whole land up to the seas as boundary. With their hearts dominated by such ambitions, they fail to perceive that standing near at hand. There are some who are not satisfied with the conquest of the land to the limit of the sea. They seek to cross the sea for conquering other continents. How petty is the joy of such temporal conquests! The real conquest is the conquest of oneself, as it leads to liberation. These slow-witted people now think that this earth, which the Manus and their sons once possessed and ruled for a time, only to leave it behind and go away as they came, can be held by them through conquest. On account of their keen proprietary craving for land, intestine quarrels over ownership of possession arise between father and son, brother and brother, amongst these unenlightened people. Each claimant, claiming the whole kingdom as his, fights with the other claimants and dies for the sake of earth, generating renunciation of the object of accounts of kings. Pritu, Puravas, Kadi, Nahushas, Bharata, Arjuna, Mandata, Sagara, Rama, Katvanga, Dumara, Raghu, Trinabindu, Yayati, Saryati, Santanu, Gaya, Bahagirata, Govalaya Swa, Katushta, Nishada, Ringa, Hiranyakshipu, Vritra, Ravana, Namuchi, Sambara, Narakshura, Hiranyaksha, Taraka, these and several others belonging to both the species of men and Asura were all very learned and courageous persons. They were ever the victors and never the vanquished. Forgetting they were all destined to die one day. At last, time has engulfed them with all their ambitions unfulfilled, achievements but a memory. Their bare names remain to tell their tales.
Great King, I have narrated to you the stories of many who lived famous in their lifetime and then to pass away and become a memory or a mere name soon after. These narratives are only the literary device I have used with a view to instill into you the importance of renunciation and realization. They have no ultimate significance in themselves, or are not to be taken as literal facts. Those who aspire to have pure and undiluted devotion to Krishna should constantly hear about the sin-destroying acts and excellences of Krishna, sung or chanted or discoursed upon by great devotees. Let them hear that alone, ever and anon. Said, O worshipful sage, tell me how people living in this age of Kali can safeguard themselves against the increasing evils of that age. Tell me about the different ages and the dharmas relating to those ages, about pralaya, the solution of the universe, and the period of world manifestation, and about the functioning of time, which is the only Lord Mahavishnu manifest as the controller of everything. Evils of Kali. Sri Sukha said, O king, the dharma observed by people in the Krita Yuga has four parts, namely truth, passion, austerity, and dana, affording protection to all creatures. People then are generally contented, compassionate, friendly to all, tranquil, self-controlled, forbearing, impartial, devoted to spiritual disciplines, and seeking delight in the Atma. In the age of Treta, a fourth of each of the four parts of Dharma is destroyed by its opposites: untruth, slaughter, discontent, and quarrel. O king, in that age, people of the four varnas will be devoted to rituals and austerity. They will be neither too cruel nor too detached in life. They will be interested mainly in dharma, artha, and kama. Men will be versed in the Vedas, and the Brahmanical ideals will dominate them. In the Dwapara Yuga, austerity, truth, compassion, and dana will be half overcome by vices opposed to them, namely untruth, slaughter, discontent, and animosity. Dominated by the Kshatriyas and Brahmanas, the Varnas will be fond of fame, given to elaborate sacrifices, devoted to Vedic study, wealthy, joyous, and living the life of householders. In the age of Kali, only one of the four parts of Dharma will prevail. The remaining parts will get enfeebled by the forces of adharma until they are totally overpowered and destroyed by the evil of Kali. In the age of Kali, men will be perverse in their ways of life, miserly, merciless, greedy, luckless, and vindictive on silly grounds. Sudras and fisherfolk will rank first in social order. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the three gunas, dispositions of nature, present in all beings. Under the prompting of time, which is a form of the Lord, variations take place in the functioning of the gunas. When the mind, intellect, and senses are mostly associated with sattva, Then it is Krita Yuga. In this state, man feels keenly interested in spiritual knowledge and in austerity. When interest in Dharma, Artha, and Kama begin to dominate in man, then know that Krita Yuga, characterized by Rajas, prevail. When greed, discontent, pride, hypocrisy, quarrel, etc. prevail, and there is great leaning to desire-prompted rituals, then know that it is Dwapara Yuga, in which Rajas, his combination with Tamas, will be the dominating influence. When deception, untruth, idleness, sleep, cruelty, sorrow, delusion, fear, and wretchedness prevail, then there is Kali Yuga, which is dominated by Tamas. Under the influence of Kali, man will be dull and narrow in outlook. This, gluttonous, poverty-stricken, and extremely lustful. Women will all become adulteresses. Thieves will lead the country. The Veda will be perverted by atheists. Kings will be mere tyrants. The twice-born ones will be the votaries of sexuality and gluttony. The brahmacharis will live contrary to their vows and will have no sense of purity. The householders will cease to give holy alms, but themselves take to mendicancy. Ascetics, vanaprasthas, will begin to be residents of villages, and sannyasis will be greedy in the extreme. Women will be short-statured, gluttonous, highly prolific, shameless, sharp-tongued, and addicted to theft, to crooked ways, and to reckless behavior. Vile men, who are no better than cheats, will take to trade and business and introduce dishonest practices in buying and selling. Men will adopt prohibited means of livelihood as honorable and righteous even when there is no threat of danger in social life. Servants will abandon their masters if they become poor, though they are endowed with all the virtues. And masters will abandon their servants when they fall ill or in trouble, even if they have for generations been serving them. And cows that have become old and dry will be disposed of. Abandoning association with parents, brothers, friends, and relations, people will transfer their allegiance to their associates in sexual matters and spend all their time in conversation with their sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law. They will be weak in spirit and absorbed in sexual affairs. Sudras will pretend to be ascetics and make a living by receiving gifts. Men who are authorities on Adharma will begin to interpret Dharma, sitting on the sacred seats of respected teachers. O king, oppressed by the scarcity and heavy taxation, plagued by failure of rain and want of food, and having none of the amenities of life like clothing, food, drink, bed, bath, decorations, and enjoyments, men will look like ghosts and ghouls. For a pittance, people will quarrel, abandon all bonds of affection, and fight with the nearest kith and kin until they kill them or they are themselves killed. People will fail to take care of even their old parents, interested only in their own food and sexual satisfaction. They will neglect even talented children of theirs. Adoration of the Lord, the panacea of the evils of Kali. O king, carried away by the arguments of atheists, men of the age of Kali will not generally adore the worshipful Achyuta, the father of all the worlds and the object of worship for even Brahma and other divinities. They will not adore even him whose name saves one from bondage and takes one to the highest goal. If uttered in a mood of helplessness, when faced with death or extreme danger or fall from a height. When the worshipful Lord, the Supreme Person, enters into the hearts of people, he destroys all the evil wrath in the minds by Kali through food, place of residence, and sense context. By being heard about, hymned about, meditated upon, worshipped, or adored, the Lord enters into the heart of man. And when he so enters, he destroys all the evil tendencies acquired in the course of innumerable lives. It is only when the Lord enters into the heart of a spiritual aspirant that all the evil in him is destroyed. Just as the discoloration of gold by contact with other substances is removed only by heating it in fire. Learn austerity, pranayama, kindness to all, pilgrimages, vows, charity, repetition of mantra. None of these can purify the mind root and branch and remove the possibility of a relapse to its old state. It is only the Lord's presence in the heart that can achieve this. Therefore, O King, strive your best to install Keshava in your heart. If you, whose death is near at hand, make your mind concentrate on the Lord now, you can gain the supreme state. The worshipful Lord, the Supreme Being, is the one being that deserves to be contemplated upon a person threatened with imminent death. For the Supreme Being, who is the soul and support of all, takes unto himself all who entrust themselves to him. Though Kali is the seat of all corruption, it has, O King, got one virtue. For in this age, Kirtana, or the singing of the Lord's excellences and chanting of his name, can by itself efface all attachments from the heart of man and reveal to him the truth. Whatever is attained by one through meditation on the Lord in Krita Yuga, through the sacrificial rite, yajna, in the Trita Yuga, and ritualistic worship in the Dwapara Yuga, all that is obtained by Kirtana alone in the Kali Yuga.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadashaskande Tritiyodhyaya Atha Chaturtho Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
Skanda 12, Chapter 4. The four kinds of pralayas. Namittatika pralaya. Sri Sukha said, O King, I have already spoken to you in the third skanda about the time from its atomic dimensions to the Dviparada. The length of yugas also has been described there. Now hear about Kalpa and Pralaya. 1,000 Chatur Yugas, a time span of 4 yugas, is said to be a daytime of Brahma. This period is known as Kalpa. In each Kalpa, there will occur 14 Manus, one after another, presiding over their respective period of rule, the Manvantara. At the end of a Kalpa ensues Brahma's night, when Pralaya, dissolution, lasting for an equal period of 1,000 Chatur Yugas, sets in, and all the 3 worlds go into dissolution. This Pralaya is called Naimi Tika Pralaya, or dissolution, due to a specific cause, namely the sleep of Brahma. Mahavishnu, the cause of all the worlds, then withdraws the whole manifested universe into his being, himself resting on Adisesha. And Brahma, the creator, who is born of Vishnu, sleeps in his being for a period equal to his waking life, that is 1,000 Chaturyugas, Prita Pralaya. When a Dviparada, the full lifespan of Brahma divided into two halves, is over, the seven all evolutes of Prakriti and the five tanmatras are dissolved into their causal condition. This pralaya, this solution, is called prakrita pralaya. Because the main categories evolved from prakriti are now dissolved, whereas in the naimitika pralaya, only the gross universe formed out of the categories is dissolved, the latter continuing in their discreteness. The whole cosmic shell now goes into this solution when the basis of it, namely the categories or the evolutes of Prakriti, resolve into their causal condition at the will of the Lord. O King, preliminary to this cosmic dissolution, Parjanya, the presiding deity of the clouds, will not give any rain for a period of 100 years. There being no food, men will fight among themselves and take to cannibalism until all living beings slowly perish under the onslaught of adverse time. The son of the Pralaya, Epoch, will dry up his fierce heat, all fluids from the seas, earth, and the bodies of creatures. He will not allow a drop of rain to fall. Then out of Adisesha's mouth will come the Pralaya fire, which, fanned by wind, will burn up all the depopulated nether worlds. The flames of the Pralaya fire and the sun would soon reduce the whole of the manifested universe in all its dimensions to the condition of a burning cow dung cake. The Pralaya winds will blow fiercely for 100 years, converting the sky into one expanse of smoke-colored dust. Now will appear clouds of many colors and rain without stop for 100 years, filling the quarters with fierce peals of thunder. All the worlds included in the cosmic shell will be submerged in water. When the whole universe is thus submerged, the special attribute of the earth element, named smell, is absorbed by water, and with this, earth element itself becomes destroyed by becoming one with the water element. Next, the fire element absorbs the special quality of water element, namely taste. Bereft of its special quality of taste, becomes one with the fire element. When the color, rupa, the special property of the fire element, is absorbed by the air element, then fire is dissolved in air. Now the sky element absorbs the special property of the air element. Such, and it is consequently dissolved in the sky element. Next, the tamasa aspects of ahankara absorb sound, the specific property of akasha, and then the akasha element is dissolved in the tamasa aspect of ahankara. Mahatattva absorbs ahankara and is itself absorbed in the dispositions of prakriti or the gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas. O King, directed by time, the unmodified pradhana of prakriti absorbs the three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas. The divisions of time, like day and night, do not effect changes in pradhana. It is the root cause, beginless and endless, unmanifest, eternal, and invariable. In that speech is not manifest, nor the mind, nor the gunas, nor the evolutes like the Mahat. It is devoid of prana, buddhi, senses, deities, and creative impulse for bringing out the world edifice. The prana has neither waking, nor dream, nor deep sleep. It is without the five elements, sky, water, earth, air, and fire, nor is sun present there. As it baffles comprehension, it is likely to be considered utter unconsciousness and a nihil. But this it is not, because it is spoken of as the cause, the root from which everything comes out. The state called the Prakrita Pralaya is that dissolution of everything in Prakriti Purusha when powers weaken under the onslaught of time. Achantika Pralaya or Moksha, the intellect and the senses on the one hand and the objects grasped by them on the other are nothing but consciousness which forms their substratum. The world of objects, having an origin and an end, is transitory and cannot therefore have ultimacy. Next, as objects seen cannot be separated from consciousness and shown to exist separately by themselves, they have no independent existence apart from consciousness. So all the objects seen are not real in an absolute sense. Light, eyesight, and forms, which go together, have no existence in themselves apart from the universal light. In the same way, the intellect, senses, and their objects have no separate existence apart from the cause, namely pure consciousness, which is always the opposite of the false and is ever existent. The states of waking, dream, and sleep are states of the buddhi, intellect. The perception of the many as the Vishwa, Taijasa, and Prajna, and all in the all-pervading self, is only the effect of Maya. Being a combination of parts, this world has no permanence. Just as clouds appear in the sky now and disappear the next moment, so this universe appears and disappears in Brahman. It is admitted that in the wholes made of parts, the true entity is the parts, for the parts can be seen even when the wholes are dismembered, but the wholes are never seen except in the presence of the parts, as in the case of the cloth and its thread. That is, in a piece of cloth, the threads constituting it can exist apart from the cloth, but the cloth cannot exist apart from the threads. Thus, the world, which is an effect, cannot exist apart from Brahman, but Brahman exists even without the world. Whatever is seen mutually interdependent as cause and effect, and cannot be seen independently in separation, all that is due to delusion. This is the case with all objects having a beginning and an end. Manifestation is experienced, it cannot be conceived at all in separation from the all-pervading self. It is consciousness that reveals it, and without that revealing consciousness, its existence is inconceivable. To conceive it as existing in separation lands one only in the conception of it as self-luminous like the Atman. There is no manifoldness in the supreme truth. He who holds there is manifoldness in him is an ignorant man. Manifoldness is in the adjuncts in which the reality is apprehended, as of the sky in different pots, of sun in several reflectors, and of air within oneself and without. Just as the one substance gold is for practical purposes of life wrought into many kinds of ornaments like kataka and kundala. In the same way, the one supreme being, who is beyond the powers of the senses to perceive, is interpreted and described in many ways by words drawn from ordinary life and from the Vedas.
The clouds, which are produced from the sun and are lightened by the sun, can obstruct sight, which is a power derived from the sun. Here it is seen how one effect of a substance can be obstructed by another effect of the same substance. In the same way, the eye sense, which is derived from Brahman and which is also revealed by Brahman, can itself be an obstruction for the jiva, which is a part of the Brahman in realizing his own nature of being part of a Brahman. When the clouds, which are born of the sun's heat, get scattered, then the eye sees the sun, who is the source of eyesight. In the same way, when the eye sense, ahankara, the adjunct of the Atman, is shattered by philosophic reflection, then the Atman realizes his nature as one with the Supreme Being. When the knot of eye sense, which is the limiting adjunct of the Atman and an effect of the Lord's Maya, is cut asunder with the sword of knowledge, then the jiva comes to have the consciousness that he is one with Achitta. This destruction of ignorance and attainment of liberation is called Atyatika Pralaya, Nitya Pralaya. Some subtle thinkers say that all beings from Brahma downward have origination and dissolution, pralaya, every moment. One is led to infer from the observation of constant change in a flowing stream of a burning flame that the bodies of beings subject to the flow of time's stream are also passing through births and deaths every moment. But just like the movement of the stars in the heaven, one fails to note the continuous process of decay and renewal going on in the body by the action of time, which is a manifestation of the divine, without beginning or end. I have thus spoken to you about the four types of pralaya: nitya, daily; naimitika, occasional; prakrita, total; and atyantika, final. Such is the course of time. The glory of the Bhagavata. O the noblest of Kurus, I have thus briefly discoursed to you about the sportive manifestations of Narayana, the home of all beings, the supreme creator of the worlds. To describe them in detail is beyond the capacity of Brahma even. For men who is scorched by the forest fire of the threefold misery of transmigratory existence, samsara, and feels the urge to get across the sea of life, there is no better boat available than the pious listening to the exposition of the accounts of the Lord's sportive manifestations and excellences. This book of ancient wisdom was communicated by the Rishi Narayana to sage Narada, who in turn instructed sage Krishna Dvayapana in it. O king, out of this abundant love, the sage, also known as Vadarayana, transmitted to me, his son, this great text of the Bhagavata, which is equal to the Veda itself. O the noblest of the Kurus, this sutta, who is sitting in our midst, will in future narrate the Bhagavatam at Naimisharyan at the long-drawn Satra on, on being questioned by Shaunaka and other rishis.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadashaskande Chaturtho Dhyaya Atha Panchamo Dhyaya Shri Shuka Uvacha.
The 12th chapter 5 last words of Sri Shuka. The Atman is deathless. Sri Shuka said, in this Bhagavatam is described again and again the worshipful Sri Hari, the soul and the substance of all that exists. Sri Hari, from whose creative world Brahma originated and from whose destructive urge Rudra arose. O king, abandon the feeling that you are going to die, a feeling that befits only animals. For the real you are not, like the body, a previously non-existent thing, now come into being. The real you did not descend like a son from a father, or like a tree from a seed, generated by a being who is himself originated. You are, on the other hand, like the fire, which, though seen in association with wood, is not its product and is entirely different from it. In the dream, one can experience one's own decaptivation. Physical death in the awakening state is on a par with it. The Atman, who is not one with the body, but only with its witness, is not affected by death. He is unoriginated and deathless. When a pot is destroyed, the sun enclosed by it becomes one with the universal, unparticularized sky. So also when the body perishes through jnana, the jiva becomes one with Brahman, the Atman and the embodied being. It is mind that creates all the adjuncts limiting the Atman, like the bodies, subtle and physical, qualities like karmas and maya. The Lord's power is what brings this mind into being. And because of the mind man has this entanglement in the cycle of birth and death. A light is a light, so long as there is a mutual relationship through contact between oil, its receptacle, the wick, and the flame. The transmigratory existence of the jiva is like that, a situation arising from the combination of several factors, being a modification of sattva, rajas, and tamas, the constitutes of prakriti. Samsara is a state of constant flux. This process of birth and death, as the embodied being, the Atman, is never born and never dies too. Birth and death apply only to the body, the adjunct of the Atman in embodiment. The Atman, on the other hand, is the self-consciousness witness beyond what is gross or subtle, the support of everything like the Akasha, changeless, endless, and incomparable. The triumph of the Spirit. O noble one, in this way, through discriminative, intelligent, and constant contemplation of the Lord, grasp the truth of the Atman amidst his adjuncts of body-mind. If this truth of the Atman is grasped, the serpent, Rakshaka, will not consume you under promoting of the sage's son. The causes that bring about death will not even touch you, who are one with the Lord's, and verily the death of death himself. I am Brahman, the transcendent effulgence. Brahman, the terminal state, am I. For you who constantly practices the communion of the individual self with the universal undivided self in a non-dual attitude, of what consequence is that Dakshaka lolling his tongue and blenching poison for everything? This Dakshaka, his poison, your own body, and the whole manifested world will have no existence for you apart from Brahman. Oh dear one, whatever you wanted to know about the workings of the all-formed Sri Hari, that I have imparted to you, now established in the self. Is there any more questions remaining to be answered?
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsa Sanhitayam Dvadashaskande Brahmopadesho Nama Shamojaya Tha Shashto Jaya Sutta Uvacha.
Kanda 12, Chapter 6, Salvation of Prakriti and After. Parikshit, of Parikshit and after. Parikshit's illumination and Shuka's departure. Sutta said, words of Shuka, Vyasa's offering, who is ever established in the experience of the Atman in everything. Raja Parikshit approached him, placed his feet on his own head, and spoke to him with palms joined in salutation. The Raja said, I have indeed achieved my highest end in life by being the object of your blessing. From your mouth I have been able to hear about the greatness and excellences of Sri Hari, the infinite without birth or death. It is no wonder that such saintly ones as you, whose minds are always devoted to Achyuta, blessed and consoled the ignorant who is afflicted by the woes of worldly life. I have been blessed enough to hear from you the Purana, which is entirely devoted to the description of the excellences of the worshipful Lord of sanctifying fame. O holy men, for me who have attained the Brahmic state of bliss beyond all fear through your instruction, Takshaka and other spectra of death hold fear no more. O Holy One, bless me so that I may breathe my last with my senses ingathered, with a mind free from all its store of desires, and with my vital energies concentrated exclusively on the Supreme Lord. The reign of ignorance and its results has ceased for me forever by my firm establishment in the knowledge and experience as the Spirit, that state of supreme blessedness which is the Lord, through the instruction imparted by you. Sutta said, saying so, the king Parikshit worshipped the sage Shuka, who blessed him and then departed along with other ascetics. As for the Raja Shri Parikshit, he sat there motionless like a tree, having made the mind ingathered, concentrated and absorbed in the Paramatma by the exercise of the controlling power of the Buddhi. Seated facing north on the banks of the Ganga, on the seat of a darba grass, spread with their tips towards the east, free from all doubts and all attachments, the great yogi that he was, he sat firmly absorbed in the experience of the unity of the self with Brahma. Dakshaka bites the king. Now the serpent Dakshaka impelled by the incensed Brahmana boy, went towards the king at an opportune moment to kill him. On the way, he met Kashyapa, a Brahmana who was an expert in treating victims of snake poison. Presenting much wealth to that expert in treating snake poison, Takshaka managed to win him over and send him away from the scene. Being capable of taking any form, he took the form of Brahmana in order to disarm all suspicion, and approaching the king, inflicted the fatal bite on him. At once, even as all the assembled people who were looking on, the body of Rajashri, who was united in spirit with Brahma, was reduced in a flat flash to ashes by the fiery poison of the serpent. On the earth, in the sky, and in all the quarters, the distress cries of alas reverberated. Devas, asuras, and men stood wonderstruck and immobilized. The celestials then sounded kettle drums, Kardava sang, and the Devas showered flowers, crying hail.
We've come to the auspicious moment where King Parikshit has achieved immortality and has left his human embodiment. We'll dedicate the next few moments in meditation or silence. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Serpent sacrifice of Janamajaya. Janamajaya, the son of Parikshit, incensed at the killing of his father by Takshaka, organized with the help of several priests a great serpent sacrifice in which he offered oblation of a large number of serpents in the fire.
At the sight of the innumerable great serpents perishing in the flaming sacrificial fire, Takshaka got terribly frightened about his own impending fate and took refuge in Takshaka among the serpents that were being sacrificed. Janamaya, the son of Parikshit, asked the priest, "How is it that Takshaka, that scoundrel of a serpent, is not yet burnt?" The priests replied, "O great king, he has taken shelter with Indra, and Indra is protecting him. As Indra has immobilized him, He is not coming here and falling in the fire. Thereupon, Janamajaya said, Revered sirs, then why not attract Indra himself together with Takshaka into the fire? So the priests attracted by willpower Takshaka along with Indra, commanding, O Takshaka, come and fall immediately in the fire together with Indra, lord of the Maruts. At this harsh summons of the priests, Indra, to his great consternation, found himself moving along with his celestial mansion and Takshaka towards where he was called. Seeing Indra falling from the sky with his mansion and Takshaka, Brihaspati, the son of Angiras, said to Janamajaya, O king, you will not be able to kill this serpent. He has taken nectar, amrita, which frees one from old age and death. Death and one's state hereafter are determined for all by one's past karma. So a man's happiness or unhappiness is not caused by another person, but by oneself only. It is only because of their own prarabdha, the inescapable part of karma in operation, that men meet with death. Though outwardly it may appear as caused by snakebite, thieves, fire and lightning, or by hunger, thirst, and disease. Therefore, O king, stop this rite, which is of the nature of black magic, meant for causing death. Large numbers of innocent serpents have already been burnt. No doubt, all that happens to living beings, including these serpents, is due to their past action. Thus, reflections said, respecting the words of the sage Brihaspati, King Janamajaya stopped the sacrifice and honored the sage. It is the inscrutable power of Vishnu, the Mahamaya, that prompts jivas, in spite of all of them being only his parts, to fight among themselves through the overpowering and insurmountable seizure by passions like anger, which are the result of the working of Prakriti. The way to overcome this is to realize the self as described. Maya, which distorts the understanding of the ego-centered man, retreats and disappears when the spiritual aspirants begin to make inquiry about the real nature of the self. It is then found that there is no real place in him for all the disputations concerning Maya and its presence in him. In him there is no place for the mind with its power of sankalpa, willing, and vikalpa, doubting. In him there is no distinction between the creator and the created, and no consequences following this distinction. Nor is there in him the jiva as the eye sense which is bound up with these above distinctions. There is no place in him for the sublater and the sublated. In this self the sage should reside, eliminating the ego and all other distracting factors. That is said to be the supreme state of Vishnu, which is intuited in their heart by those who reject all physical and mental modifications as not self, overcome the wrong notion of the body and the ego being the self, and come to entertain love for him to the exclusion of everything else. They attain to the supreme state of Vishnu, who are able to overcome the notion of one's body being oneself and to eliminate the sense of possession with regard to all material belongings. Insult not others, and bear with patience the insults from others. Let not the love of one's own body be the cause of antagonism to others. Salutations to the worshipful Lord Krishna, Vyasva Dvaipayana, whose intellectual powers no barrier can limit, whose grace has enabled me to learn this text. The philosophy of sound and the origin of the Veda. Sonaka said, O Holy One, into how many recensions did the great propagators of Vedic learning, Pela, and other disciples of Vyasa divide the Vedas? Please tell us about this. Sutta said, O learned one, while Brahma was wrapped in meditation on Brahman, unarticulated sound, nada, originated in the space of his heart. It was like the sound which one hears when the orifices of the ear are closed. Articulate sound originating in the heart, the yogis are purified of all their dross in its three aspects of Adibhuta, Adhyatma, and Adideva, and they attain to the state beyond rebirth. That inarticulate sound arose the sound symbol, Om, having its three syllables of A, O, M. Its origin cannot be traced. O is the indicating sound of the Supreme Being, known as the Brahman, Paramatma, and the Bhagavan. He who hears his inarticulate Omkara, Spota, even when there is no organ of hearing as in sleep, is the Supreme Being Brahman and not the Jiva, because it is heard without the help of any organ of hearing. The Jiva can hear only with the organ of hearing. It is this inarticulate Omkara, revealed in the space of the heart by the Atman, that forms the source of the whole body of articulate sounds. This Omkara is the revealer of its own source, the all-pervading Paramatma. It is the subtle essence of all Vedic mantras. It is for this reason the seed eternal of the whole Veda. O scion of Bhrigu's line, it has got their syllables A, O, forming the support of the triads of existence like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, Rik, Yajus, and Sama, the three worlds, Puloka, Purloka, and Swarloka, and the three states of waking, dream, and sleep. Out of Om, Brahma created the body of spoken sounds, grouped as the Antastas, Ya and Va, the Ushmas, Sa, Sha, Sa, and Ha, the Swaras, beginning with A, the Sparsas, consisting of letters from Ka to Rasvas, and the Dirghas. Out of all these sounds, the all-powerful Brahma, desirous of the welfare of all, gave out four Vedas through his four faces, along with his Vyahritis and the articulate Omkara, so that Vedic sacrifices performed by the four priests may come into vogue in the world. Imparted the Veda to his sons like Marichi, who became authorities on the subject. These Vedic teachers in turn imparted it to their sons. It was propagated through the four yugas by the austere and disciplined disciples of these early rishis until at the close of the Dwapara Yuga, the rishis divided the Veda into different parts. Division into Rik, Sama, Yajus, and Atharva. With the passage of time, seeing that men were becoming short-lived, weak, and dull in intellect, The Brahmarshis divided the Veda into branches as prompted by the Lord seated within. O Holy One, this period of Manu Vaivaswata's rule, the omnipotent Lord, the cause of all causes, being requested by Brahma and the guardian deities of the world to safeguard Dharma, incarnated himself as the son of Parasara and Satyavati by a part of the sattva potency of his divine Maya. Just as a collection of precious gems are divided into groups according to their kind, he separated the collocations of Rig, Atharva, Yajus, and Samachans and made them into 4 texts. Vyasa, of great foresight, summoned his 4 disciples and imparted 1 Veda Samhita, collection of mantras, to each. The first text, consisting of the collection of Rig passages, Bhavrija, was entrusted to the disciple Paila, while the Yajus, a text mainly in prose, Nigada, was imparted to the disciple Vaisampayana. The text of Samans, sung according to their appropriate meter, Chacha Doga, was taught to Jaimini, while the disciple Sumantu was instructed in Atharvana text known as Atharvan Girasi. Dividing his text into 2, Paila taught it to his 2 disciples, Indra Pramiti and Bashakala. Bashkala divided their text into 4 and imparted the same to his 4 disciples, Bodhya, Yajnavalkya, Parasara, and Agnimitra. Indra Pramiti taught his text to his learned son Mandukeya. His disciple Devamitra transmitted the text to Sobhari and others. Sakalya, the son of Mandukeya, divided his text into 5 and imparted each to his 5 disciples, Vatsya, Mudgala, Saliya, Gokalya, and Sasira. Sakalya's disciple, Jatukaranya, divided his text into 3 and imparted it each of them to his disciples, Balaka, Paija, Vaitala, and Viraja. Besides, he originated the branch of study called Nirukta, which provides explanations of the Vedic words. The son of Bashkala, mentioned earlier, edited a text called Balakilya, which is a selection from all branches of Vedic learning and taught it to Balayani, Vajja, and Kasara. The texts mentioned before and studied by Brahma Rishis are all predominated by Rig. By listening attentively to these divisions of the Vedic chants, one is freed from all sins. Of Taittiriya recensions. Vaisampayana had Charaka and others like Advaryu as his disciples. Charaka got the name because he undertook to perform on his teacher's behalf the rites for the expiation of the sin of Brahmatya.
At this, another disciple of Vaisampayana named Yajnavalkya said in a contemptuous tone, "These are but trifles, yielding precious little fruits, and not worth speaking about. I can undertake much more difficult observances." The teacher annoyed at these conceited words and said to Yajnavalkya, "Enough of the discipleship of one like you who insults teachers in this way. You get away from here, casting out whatever you have learned from me." Thereupon,
Yajnavalkya, the son of Devarata, spat out his mouth all the mantras of the Yajus that he had learnt and went away. Afterwards, wise sages saw these Yaju mantras lying scattered. Attracted by these, they assumed the form of small birds, tittiris or partridges, and swallowed them. So this recension of the Yaju mantras of great charm came to be known as the Taittiriya branch of the Yajurveda. Yaju, Kanva, and Madhyandina recensions. Next, Yajnavalkya, seeking for Vedic chants, not known even to his guru, adored the sun deity and prayed thus. Yajnavalkya said, Om, Supreme Lord, as Surya Narayana, sun, like the sky that is everywhere, thou pervadest all the four types of beings, from Brahma down to a blade of grass as the Atman within. Time, thou art manifest in the form of the year with its various parts like Krishna, Lava, Nimisha, etc. Thou pervadest outside of everything, unobstructed by any adjunct. Thou drawest up surplus water by thy rays and releasest it when necessary as rain, and thou dost keep the worlds going. This passage refers to the adorableness of the sun, indicated in the first foot of Gayatri as Savitur Varenyam. O Supreme Divinity Surya Narayana, O thou joy of all sin, as well as of its consequent suffering and its cause, ignorance, in those who adore thee according to the Vedic commandments during the three sandhyas at sunrise, mid-noon, and sunset. O thou pure brilliance, we meditate on thee in that luminous orb of thine. Here is explained the meaning of the second pada of Gayatri, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. We adore the divine effulgence. We meditate on thee, Surya Narayana, who as the indweller in beings, activatest the insentient adjuncts of the jiva, embodied beings, like the mind, senses, and the pranas, and promptest them to activity from within. This shows the meaning of the third foot of Gayatri, Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. May he simulate our intellect, seeing the whole world reduced to a state of corpse-like inertness in the fierce mouth of the serpent of blinding darkness of ignorance. Thou, the merciful Surya Narayana, moved by sympathy for the worlds, rousest them up by thy very look, and promptest them every day for their own ultimate good, consisting in being established in their spiritual nature as the Atman. This is further elaboration of the third foot of Gayatri, as thou causest the worlds like a great king striking terror into the hearts of the forces of evil, standing in groups here and there in thy path. All the guardian deities greet thee with offerings of arghya in palms cupped like lotus buds. Therefore I seek shelter at thy feet, worshipped even by the great Lord of the three realms, for being instructed in mantras of yajus, unknown to anyone in their authentic form. I said, being thus hymned and propitiated, the Lord Surya Narayana appeared in the form of a horse and imparted to him his mantras unknown to anyone. That versatile sage, Yajnavalkya, divided that limitless body of Yaju's mantras into 15 recensions. These recensions, known as Vajasanis, derived from the mane of the horse or obtained from the speedy one, were studied by priestly lines known as Kanvas and Madhyandinas. Sama hymns. Jaimini, the expert in Sama hymns, had a son Sumantu and a grandson Sunvan. Jaimini imparted a recension of Sama to each of them. Susarma, the highly talented disciple of Jaimini, made 1,000 recensions collected from the tree of Samaveda. Next, his disciples, Hiranyabha of the Koshala country and Pushyanji, as also another disciple belonging to the land of Avanti, mastered the Sama mantras. These three, Hiranyabha, Pushyanji, and the disciple from Avanti, had 500 disciples from the northern country as chanters of Sama hymns. Among them were some Easterners also. Yogakshi, Mangali, Kulya, Kusida, and Kukshi were the 5 disciples of Pushyanji who mastered 100 collections of texts each. Another disciple of Hiranyabha, named Krita, imparted 24 collections of the text to his disciples. The disciple from Avanti, a person with great mastery of the mind and the senses, imparted the other recensions to his disciples. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurano Paryahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadyasha Sukande Vedasha Kaprapayantam Nam Shashto Dhyaya Atha Saptamo Dhyaya Sutta Uvacha Atha Veda. Sutta said, Sumantu, who was an expert in the Atharva Veda, taught his Veda to his disciple Kabandha. Kabandha divided this collection into 2 recensions and taught each to his disciples, Pathya and Veda Darsha. Veda Darsha had 4 disciples named Soklayani, Brahmabali, Shah, Pipalayani, and he divided his collections into 4 for these disciples. But these disciples, O king, were Kumuda and Sunaka, besides Jajali, who was an expert in the Atharva. Pathya divided his collection among these. Sendhavayana, the disciples of Angiras, learned both these recensions. So also did their disciples like Savarni learn both the recensions. The principal acharyas of the Atharva Veda are Nakshatra Kalpa, Santi, Kashyapa, Angirasa, and others. Now hear about the authorities on the Puranas. Puranas and their characteristics. Yaruni, Kashyapa, Savarni, Akrit Avarna, Vaishyampayana, and Harita are the authorities on Puranas. First, Vedvyasa made 6 collections and imparted them to my father, Loma Harshana. It was from my father that the aforesaid 6 sages, Trayaruni, and the others learned 1 collection each. I, Ugrasravas, became a disciple of each of these and learned all the collections. Kashyapa, myself, me, and Parasurama's disciples, Akrita Vrana, these four of us learned the original four collections from the disciple of Vyasa. Now, O learned one, hear the characteristics of a Purana as determined by the Brahma Rishis in the light of the Veda and other scriptures. Learned men define a Purana as having the following 10 as their characteristics or theme. These are Sarga, Visarga, Vritti, Raksha, Manvantaras, Vamsas, Vamsantarita, Samstha, Hetu, Apasraya, some making a distinction among the Puranas as the major Mahapurana. Mahapurana speak of these 10 themes as of Mahapuranas and give the characteristics of the latter as 5: Sarga, Pratisarga, Vamsa, Vantara, and Vamsanucharita. Sarga is the projection due to the loss of equilibrium of the gunas of Prakriti and Mahatattva, the three kinds of ahankara, tanmatras, indriyas, devas, and panchabhutas. The continuous flow, like seed from seed, of world systems, of conscious and unconscious entities out of the above mentioned categories, as empowered by the Lord and as influenced by tendencies acquired in previous cycles, is called Visarga. For living beings that move, motionless objects, and other beings that move from vritti, or source of livelihood, in this system, that man adopts as livelihood by natural adaptation or out of desire or out of scriptural sanction is denoted by the term vritti. Raksha or protection is the divine sport of the Lord as incarnations in every yuga among subhuman creations, men, rishis, and devas. Throughout that the protection of the world and the destruction of evil ones is accomplished. Manvantara is the epoch of a Manu or patriarch, during which joint action is taken by the Manu, the sons of the Manu, Devas, Indra, Saptarishis, and the partial divine incarnations of the age for the welfare of the worlds. Vamsa is the genealogy of pious royal lines born of Brahma, tracing their past, present, and future. And Vamsanucharita is the account of important kings born in such lines. Some is the pralaya or dissolution of the worlds into the elements by the forces of nature. It is of 4 types: the Naimitika, Prakriti, Nitya, and Atyantika. Hetu, or the cause of creation, is Jiva, who is subject to desire and karma arising from ignorance. He is termed by some as Anusayi, or consciousness enjoying the tendencies generated by karma, and by some others as Avyakrita, or the unmanifest. Both mean the same, the first stressing on the consciousness aspect and the other on the material. The Apasraya, or the refuge, is Brahman, who is the substratum that persists in the changing mental modes of waking, dreaming, and sleep caused by the power of Maya, and who exists apart from those modes as the furthest limit of negation when these modes are eliminated in samadhi. The Apasraya is the Satchidananda Parabrahman. He is the support of all, just as mud and other materials persist through all their conditions as effect, like pot and the like, And when all these conditions cease, he continues to exist as the original substance, just as pure being subsists through all the changing names and forms, so he exists from the conception to the death of an embodied being as the witness through all modifications and as the supporting residue when all changes cease.
When the mind ceases to take the three modes of waking, dream, and sleep naturally or through the practice of yoga, then that modeless state is able to intuit its substratum and get rid of involvement in samsara, the field of karma. The enumeration of the Puranas. The sages who knew the ancient traditions speak of 18 Puranas, big and small, having the above mentioned features. These are Brahma Purana, Padma Purana, Vishnu Purana, Shiva Purana, Linga Purana, Garuda Purana, Narada Purana, Bhagavata Purana, Agni Purana, Skanda Purana, Bhavishya Purana, Brahma Vaivarta Purana, Makhandeya Purana, Varaha Purana, Matsya Purana, Kurma Purana, and Brahmanda Purana. O learned one, I have now finished describing to you the work of the disciples and grand disciples of Veda Vyasa, consisting in dividing the Veda into various recensions. One's spiritual aura is enhanced by hearing this. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dwadashaskande Saptamo Dhyaya Atashtamo Dhyaya Shonaka Uvacha. Skanda 12, chapter 8. The greatness of Markandeya. Story of Markandeya. Sonaka said, O Sutta, O Holy One, may you live long. May you, the most accomplished among exponents of sacred law, be pleased to tell us more about the Lord's excellences and sportive actions. To men who are groveling in the limitless darkness of ignorance, you show what is beyond the limit of that darkness by the light of knowledge. Markandeya, the son of Mrikanda, is believed to have endless life. Even when all beings perished at the end of the last kalpa, it is said that he survived. How do you explain this? In this kalpa, he has been born in our family as an ornament of the Brigu clan. There has been no pralaya in this kalpa to verify the truth of the immortality of Markandeya. It is said that when everything was swallowed in the waters of the pralaya, he was floundering in that ocean all alone, and that in the course of it, he saw a wondrous infant in human shape lying on a banyan leaf and floating over the pralaya waters. O Sutta, we feel very doubtful about this. We are also keenly interested in knowing the truth about these incidents. O great yogin, you are an expert in Purana. Deign to dispel our doubt. Sutta said, O sage, the question you have put is of universal benefit, as it would help to free the world from the delusion in which it is groveling. For the answer to it lies in the narration of the glories and actions of the Lord, which destroys the evil effects of the age of Kali. Markandeya was born and brought up, receiving all the purificatory sacraments of the twice born ones. He learned the Vedas from his father, observing austerity and the rules of Dharma, and practicing daily recital of the Vedas. He observed unbroken continence, wore matted locks, tree bark, antelope skin, girdle of kusa, grass, and sacred thread, carried a staff, water vessel, and a rosary of beads, and for the enhancement of his spiritual merit, worshipped Sri Hari at sunrise and sunset in fire, the sun, the teacher, holy men, and the self. Every day he collected food by alms, offered it to the teacher, ate of it silently when permitted by him, and observed fast when not so permitted. Observing austerities thus, and practicing the recital of the Vedas, he worshipped the Lord for an unimaginably vast number of years, and was thus able to conquer the unconquerable death. Brahma, Brigu, Sri Parameshwara, Daksha Prajapati, the other Prajapatis born of Brahma, men, Devas, Pitris, and all other beings were surprised to note this conquest of death. With all the impurities of the mind destroyed by the observance of continence, austerities, Vedic study, and self-control, this great yogi meditated on him who is above the ken of senses. Indra's attempt to disturb Markandeya's tapas. A long period of 6 manvantaras passed with this great yogi, immersed in meditation with a concentrated mind. As the austerity of Markandeya entered the 7th manvantara, the Indra of that period became jealous of him out of fear that he might take over the Indraship, ousting him from that place. So, in order to entice him away from his austere vows, Indra sent Gandharvas, Apsaras, Kama, Cupid, Vasanta, and Malaya breeze, besides greed and pride, the offspring of Rajas. They went to the ashrama of Markandeya in a northerly valley of the Himalayas, where flowed the river Pushpabhadra, beside the famous rock Chitra. Lined with shady trees and creepers and dotted with lakes of crystalline water, that ashrama was a very sacred place, inhabited by a large number of holy men. There the musical humming of inebriated honeybees and the sweet cooing of excited kokilas delighted one's ears, while one's eyes feasted on the sight of dancing peacocks and of flocks of birds in heat. There blew a gentle breeze, cooled by the droplets from ice-cold waterfalls, and sweetened by the embrace of fragrant flowers, exciting love in the hearts of men. The vernal season now set in, with her evening sky decorated with the tilaka of the rising moon, and with a thick growth of trees and creepers, loaded with sprouts and flower bunches, embracing one, the arms of leafy branches on all sides. Leading the community of Apsara women, Kama now arrived there, equipped with his bow of flowers and followed by a vanguard of Gandharvas playing on musical instruments. These emissaries of Indra saw Markandeya there, sitting with eyes closed, in meditation, before the sacrificial fire, after he had finished offering the oblations. He looked like the fire deity embodied, so forbiddingly lustrous he was. The woman now danced before him, the musicians sang, and the instrumentalists played delightfully on mridangas, venas, and panavas. Kama aimed at him his 5-pronged arrow, having thinning, inflaming, deluding, heating, and inebriating as its 5 heads. Simultaneously, Indra's emissaries, like the spring season, and the patience of the heart joined him in the effort to divert the mind of the sage. Punji Kastali, an Apsara woman, began playing with a ball. She seemed to be bending at the waist due to the weight of her bosom. The flower garlands in her hair were falling at the locks as the locks got disheveled. Pursuing the movements of the ball, her eyeballs were rolling hither and thither in quick succession. Just then, her girdle loosened, and the breeze carried away her thin wearing cloth. Considering that the inopportune moment to conquer the sage, Kama released his arrows at him. But it was all in vain, like the efforts of a man without the backing of divine grace. In retaliation for the persecution to which they subjected the sage, the aura of the spiritual power in him threatened to burn them up. And like children who have roused up a sleeping serpent, they had to run away before that power. But wonder of wonders, in spite of these persecutions of Indra's emissaries, there was not the least egoistic reaction like anger in the sage. Though this is surprising in ordinary men, it is not so in such high-souled ones. As for Indra, he felt completely crestfallen to note the discomfiture of his emissaries and was wonderstruck at the spiritual power of the sage. Appearance of Narayana. In order to bless that sage, who was constantly communing with him through the practice of austerity, of Vedic study, and of meditation, Sri Hari appeared before him in the form of the divine Narayana. In complexion, one was fair and the other dark, possessing eyes like fresh lotus petals, endowed with 4 arms, wearing on their tall frame a deer skin, a tree bark, and a 3-string sacred thread, having in hand the holy Kusa rings, Avrita, a water pot, a straight staff of bamboo, a rosary of lotus beads, a whisk cloth to drive away insects, and a fistful of Kusa grass symbolizing the Veda. These 2 ascetics, who were worshipped even by celestials, looked like the very embodiment of austerity that shone like a streak of lightning in the brilliancy of its yellow radiance. On seeing the form of the rishis, Narayana, who were the embodiment of the Supreme Lord, Markandeya rose from his seat and with great respect and devotion made a full prostration, laying his body like a stick at their feet. The vision of the divine forms filled his heart with bliss which was reflected in his body, senses and mind as supreme peace. With horripilations all over the body and tears overflowing from the eyes, even his vision of the rishis was blurred. Getting up from the floor, holding palms joined in humble salutation, and advancing as it were to embrace them in a fit of ecstatic love, he cried out with faltering voice to those divine beings, "Salutations to thee, salutations again and again." He seated them, washed their feet, and adored them with ungroats, incense, and wreaths of flowers.
Markandeya's hymn. Again prostrating before those divine sages, who were now seated at ease, and who look happy and comfortable, Markandeya said as follows. Markandeya said, O all-pervading one, how can I describe thy greatness? Thou art the power that stirs and guides the life principle in all beings, including Brahma, Parameshwara, and myself too. And in accordance with thy prompting, do the speech, senses, and the mind of all these beings function. Though thou art thus the supreme power controlling everything, thou art also the dearest friend and lover of all who resign themselves to thee. This twin form of thine, as Nara Narayana, has been assumed by thee, just like that of other well-known incarnations as fish, tortoise, etc., for the protection of the world, for relief of sufferings, and for the redemption of jivas. Not only art thou thus the protecting, redeeming Lord, but also the power who, like a spider, projects the whole manifested universe from thyself and withdraws it too into thyself without any effort. I adore the feet of that being, the supreme Lord of all that moves and moves not, by resigning to which the jiva is not affected by the stain of karma, the gunas, and time, and for attaining which condition the sages who know the purport of the Veda practice disciplines like hymning, prostrating, worshipping, and meditating. For man finds the spectre of death wherever he goes. We find no other means of welfare than being offered at thy feet. At the end of two pararthas, time, thy manifestation, engulfs even Brahma. What then to speak of other embodied beings who are the creatures of Brahma? I therefore adore thee, the truth world, the enlightened, and the transcendent, abandoning attachment to the body and allied factors which hide one's spiritual glory and are vain, unsubstantial, mortal, and only a name. Thy votary gets all he seeks. O Lord, thou the nearest of my kith and kin, thou thine alone are these sportive works with the gunas of Prakriti, consisting in creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. It is only thy sport, assuming the sattva aspect of Prakriti, that is contributive to the peace of liberation. Thy sportive expressions through Rajas and Tamas do not do so. They, on the other hand, cause sorrow, delusion, and fear in men. Therefore it is, O Lord, that wise men adore this thy attractive form of Nara Narayana, and of thy devotees for being constituted of pure sattva. For great devotees speak of the Supreme Person as identical with pure sattva. The realm of Vaikuntha is formed of sattva, and it is in sattva that the state of fearlessness and bliss is experienced. Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord of all divine majesties, the Supreme Person, the Supreme Deity, and the Supreme Teacher, who art unlimited, who art the all, who art incarnated as the twin Rishi, Nara Narayana, the perfect ascetic and the perfect man in one, who art the propagator of the Vedas, who art the master of the sense powers like speech, and who art ever pure because of the absence of the sense of agency and enjoyership. Though thou art present as a control of all one's senses, prana, the intellect, and all objects of perception, yet so long as thy Maya clouds the mind, that sense-bound mind is capable of knowing only the gross sense, objects, and not thee. But that same mind, when enlightened by the Veda, revealed by thee, the universal teacher, comes to have an intuitive and immediate understanding of thee. Through the Veda, that intuitive knowledge revealing the self can be had. Without its aid, the striving for an understanding of him by all sages, including Brahma, is a vain search. I salute thee, the Purusha, who revealest thyself no doubt through all the conceptions of thee according to different philosophies and theologies, but whose real nature is hid from all by the body-mind combination mistakenly called the self. Iti Shrim Bhagavate Mahapurane Parahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadasha Skande Shmo Dhyaya Atta Navmo Dhyaya Sutta Uvacha. Markandeya's desire to experience the Lord's Yoga Yama. Sutta said, the worshipful Narayana pleased highly with Markandeya, and his hymn said as follows to the scion of Bhrigu's clan. The worshipful Lord said, O great Brahmarshi, you have become a person of the highest spiritual attainment by virtue of your power of mental concentration, by your unwavering devotion to me, and by your austerity, Vedic study, and self-control. We are extremely pleased with your observance of unbroken continence. May you fare well. Choose whatever boon you want from me, who is the first of boon givers. Rishi Markandeya said, O Lord of all divinities, thou undecaying being, and the eraser of the sufferings of the surrendered ones, in offering to give boons, thou hast indeed shown thy magnanimity, but that thou hast been pleased to appear before our vision is indeed an adequate boon with which we are satisfied. For thou, whose form Brahma and others can have the satisfaction only of experiencing mentally through the practice of yogic meditation, hast now revealed thyself to my naked eyes. But then, O lotus-eyed Lord, thou the most noted for thy holy fame, I have a desire to experience thy Yoga Maya, by whose power all the worlds and their protective divinities perceive duality in thy non-dual being. The vision of the deluge. Sutta said, O sage, the worshipful Lord who has praised and worshipped by the sage granted the prayer of Markandeya and proceeded to Badari Ashrama, smiling, because while all who approach him pray for release from Maya, Markandeya had prayed for an experience of Maya. The rishi continued to stay in his ashrama, revolving in his mind the promised experience of Maya and its working. In the fire, sun, moon, water, earth, air, sky, and the Atman, he meditated on the Lord as the indwelling spirit and performed mental worship of him with ingredients mentally conceived. But sometimes, inundated by the outburst of divine love, he forgot everything about worship even. O learned one of Bhrigu's line, while Markandeya was sitting one evening on the bank of the river Pushpabhadra as a powerful storm set in. Following that violent and noisy storm came clouds threatening in appearance. With loud peals of thunder and lightning, the clouds poured torrential rain all around in spouts as thick as axle trees. The ocean on four sides beaten into mountain waves by powerful winds, overflowed the whole earth. The wet water level rose up high in the sky. Fierce winds and streaks of lightning threatened the sage by their fury outside and with fear within. The sage lost all presence of mind and trembled with fear to see the whole world submerged in water. Thus, as he looked on, he found the limitless ocean swollen up, with its waves raised by terrific winds and augmented by continuous rain, filling up the whole earth and its island continents with a deluge of water. When the world, the intermediary regions, the heavens, the expanse of the galaxies, and all the regions were submerged in water, the sage alone wandered about aimlessly like an inebriated blind man with all his matted locks let loose. Tortured by hunger and thirst, terrorized by aquatic creatures, and distressed by the storms of the deluge sweeping the waves, he wandered about, tired and worn out, in that blinding darkness, unable to make out land or sky or the quarters. Sometimes sucked in whirlpools, sometimes battered by the waves, sometimes bitten by the mutually contesting aquatic creatures, and sometimes subjected to grief, delusion, pain, pleasure, disease, fear of death, etc. He floundered through these waters of the deluge. Caught thus in the maya of the Mahavishnu, he had the feeling of wandering for thousands of years in the waters of the deluge. The Lord as infant, lying on banyan leaf. The sage who was thus moving about aimlessly, located a lovely banyan tree full of new leaves and fruits, standing at a high level of the earth. In the middle of a banyan leaf, on a northeastern branch of the tree, he noticed an infant, the brilliance emanating from whom dispelled the enveloping darkness of the deluge. Splendorous emerald, Marakata, charming with a lotus-like face, a lovely nose and eyebrows, and a broad chest, possessing a conch-like neck and locks waving with the movement of the breath, wearing pomegranate flowers in his ears, whose formation resembled the inside of the conch, lit up with a nectarine smile that reflected the ruddiness of his coral-like lips, possessing eyes whose corners were crimson like the inside of a lotus, casting glances enriched by a sweet smile, endowed with an abdomen flat like a banyan leaf, marked by the three folds and a deep navel, and throbbing with the movement of every breath, endowed with hands having attractively formed fingers. Such was that wonder-inspiring infant that the sage saw lying on a banyan leaf, sucking its uplifted toes placed in its mouth. Vision of the infant as cosmic being. The sight of him relieved the exhaustion of the sage. Both the lotus of his heart and the lotus of his eyes now bloomed in their fullness, and his body was covered with horripilations. Though hesitant on account of the wondrous novelty of the situation, the sage nonetheless approached the infant to speak to him. Reaching near him, the sage was drawn into the infant through his breath as if he were a mere mosquito. And when inside the infant, he turned crazy with astonishment to find the whole universe exactly as he had seen it before the deluge. The sky, heavens, and earth, galaxies, villages, rivers, cities, quarries, agricultural farms, coward settlements, functioning of the varnas and ashramas, primordial elements, their products, yuga, kalpas, time, the determined, the determiner of all these periods. In fact, all of that is included in the manifested universe he saw as if actually existing within the infinite.
He saw also the Himalaya mountain, the river Pushpabhadra, his own ashrama, and the rishis there. And as he was viewing all this, he found himself expelled with the outgoing breath of the infant. And again he was in the waters of the deluge. As before, he saw also the banyan tree at the high level of the earth, and the infant resting on a leaf of that tree. The loving sidelong glances of the infant, with their power heightened by the nectarine smile that lighted its face, now fell on the sage. Seeing outside the divine infant on whom he used to meditate within, the sage was overpowered with feeling, and he again approached the infant Lord to embrace him. But the worshipful Lord, the bestower of the fruits of all spiritual endeavors, the indweller in understanding of all beings, disappeared before the sage in a trice, just like the hopes and ambitions cherished by a luckless man. Immediately following the Lord's disappearance, that banyan tree and the waters of the deluge disappeared, and the sage Markandeya found himself in his own ashrama as before. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dwadashashkhande Maya Darshanam Nama Navamo Dhyayaha Atha Dashamo Dhyayaha Sutta Uvacha Skanda 12, chapter 10. Lord Shiva blesses Markandeya. Lord Shiva and Markandeya. Sutta said, having thus experienced the might and the mystery of the Yoga Maya of Narayana, the sage Markandeya then took refuge in him. Markandeya then said, O Hari, I take shelter at thy feet, which form a haven of protection to refugees. By thy Maya, even the so-called wise men get deluded with the feeling that they are so wise. For all the wisdom of men is nothing but stark ignorance by thy side. Sutta continued, once the Lord Rudra, while he was moving through the sky on his bull vehicle, accompanied by his divine consort, Uma, and surrounded by his attendants, saw the sage Markandeya absorbed in meditation. Thereupon Uma, seeing the sage, said to Lord Shiva, O worshipful one, look at this sage sitting with his body, mind and senses absolutely still. Seeing him resembling a sea absolutely calm, with its winds, water, and the aquatic creatures all at rest. Thou art the granter of boons. Be pleased to bestow the fruits of his austerities to him. Lord Rudra said, this Brahmarshi has no desire for any boons, including mukti, for he has attained to supreme devotion, para bhakti, for Sri Hari, the Supreme Lord. Such devotees seek nothing, including moksha. Yet, O Bhavani, we shall meet and talk with this holy personage. For association with holy men is the greatest good fortune that can befall one. Shiva, as Markandeya's ashram, at Markandeya's ashram, Sutta said, saying so, that worshipful Lord Rudra, the shelter of all holy men, the promulgator of all sciences and arts, and the master of all jivas, went near the sage. Wrapped in meditation with all the modifications of the mind restrained, That sage remained absolutely oblivious of the arrival of the two, Parvati and Parameshwara, who was the soul of the universe and its overlords. Not only that, even the whole world and his own self were excluded from the mind of the sage. Shiva, the worshipful Lord, the Lord of mountains, and the ruler of all, understood this, and so, just as air penetrates into a room through a hole, he entered into the sky of his heart. Now, the form of Shiva suddenly dawned in his mind. Having a matted hair of brilliant yellow color like lightning, tall, possessed of 3 eyes and 10 arms, shining like the rising sun, equipped with a dress of tiger skin and weapons like trident, club, shield, sword and bow, together with rosary, small drum and skull, the form of Rudra suddenly shone in his heart to his utter amazement and roused him up from his samadhi and made him think, what is this? How has it come about? When he opened his eyes, Markandeya found before him Rudra, the master and teacher of the world, together with Uma and the attendant spirits. The sage made prostrations to him, to the Lord who has thus arrived with Uma and his attendants. The sage performed worship by the offerings of hearty welcome, seed, arghya, padya, sandal paste, flower wreaths, incense, etc. He then said, Almighty Lord, is there anything that we could do for thee, who art the source of all joy and satisfaction for the world, and who by his inherent perfection art self-fulfilled? I offer salutations to the Lord Shiva, who is all tranquility, who, though invested with rajas and tamas and an awe-inspiring form related to those gunas, is really the most gentle in nature. Salutations to thee, who art of the nature of sattva and the bestower of joy to the worlds. Offering of boons to Markandeya. Sutta said, after he was extolled in this way, the worshipful Lord Shiva, the first of all deities, the Lord of all, and the goal of all holy men, was pleased and propitiated. He said, smiling, the worshipful Lord Shiva said, seek whatever boon you want of me. We, the Trimurti, whose vision is always fruitful, who could confer even the state of immortal bliss, are the foremost among the boon givers. All the world and the protecting deities of the worlds honor and worship holy ones, who are tranquil, non-attached, endowed with universal love, same-sighted towards all, free from antagonism, and established in unswerving devotion to the Lord. Even we, the Trimurti, consisting of myself, the worshipful Brahma, and the Supreme Lord Hari, adore them. Such devotees do not see even the least difference between Achyuta, the birthless Brahma, and myself. They view all beings in the same light as themselves. Therefore, even we, the Trinity, honor you. The Tirthas are no doubt holy and not mere collections of water. The images of deities too are holy and not mere lifeless pieces of stone. They, however, purify men only in the course of a long period of time. But you, holy men, purify them by your very sight. Salutations to the holy men who, through concentration, austerity, devout study, and the control of the senses, hold us, the Trimurti, in their understanding in the shape of the Veda. By hearing about you and by seeing you, men, including outcasts, attain purity. Needless then to say of the effect of more intimate contact with you, like holding on conversations. Markandeya's reaction to the offer of boons. Sutta said, the Rishi was not satiated by hearing the words of Shiva, the moon-crested deity, which was so delightful to the ear and was so expressive of the cardinal principles of Dharma. A sufferer as he was for long from the privation of floundering in the maya of Vishnu, the words of Shiva came to him as a soothing nectar. Relieved of his distress, he said to the Lord, Rishi Markandeya said, "It is indeed a very puzzling play of the Lord when the divinities who rule over the destinies of men are seen to praise and salute those very persons who are subject to their control. It is also true that often promulgators of Dharma teach its principles to people by themselves, practicing them as an example, and also by extolling and saluting those who are found to follow these principles. Just as the illusions projected by a magician in the course of his show do not affect him as at all, so also these acts of subordination of the world teachers to the taught does not affect their divine status. The seer of the dream himself mentally projects the dream objects and sees them. In the same way, the Lord projects this universe by his will and enters into it. Remaining within the functionings of the forces of nature as their mere witness, he gives the impression that he is the actor, just as the witnessing dream ego does. Salutations to the worshipful Lord, who is this universe, constituted of the three gunas, but persists as its unaffected essence, unlike the jiva, being the witnessing principle within. Salutations to the immaculate and the non-dual being, the one who is the world teacher and the Brahman, infinite. Okay. What other boon am I to seek from one whose most exalted vision itself makes one totally self-fulfilled and truth-world? Yet I shall seek one boon of thee, the perfect being, who is himself without any wants, but who showers on others all that they want. May I have unfaltering devotion to Sri Hari, thyself, and all thy devotees. The greatness of Markandeya. Sutta said, being thus worshipped and extolled by the sage with sweet and significant words, the Lord Shiva said, with the concurrence of Parvati, his divine consort, O great sage and holy one, endowed with the order of Brahmi glory, all that you have asked for, devotion to Mahavishnu and his devotees, shall be yours. And besides, your frame shall last for all time, and free from the trammels of old age and death, your lifespan shall extend up to the cosmic dissolution. You shall also have the knowledge of the past, present, and future, as well as renunciation, complete illumination, and the status of a teacher of the Puranas. Sutta said, giving the sage the above-mentioned boons, the three-eyed deity Shiva, described by his consort Parvati, the austerities of Markandeya, and the experiences he had of Mahavishnu's Maya. They then departed from the place. As for Markandeya, the great scion of Brigu's line, he attained to the fame of a Mahayogi, and possessed of truly unwavering devotion to Sri Hari, he still moves about in the universe, even to this day. I have thus narrated to you the story of Markandeya and the unique experience he had of the power of Vishnu's Maya. All this experience of Pralaya, and Markandeya, and of his passing in and out of the infant Lord, which seemed as seven kalpas, are the creation of the Lord's Maya, specially created for his experience. Not knowing this, Some ignorant people speak of it as actual pralaya, and Markandeya having lived for 7 kalpas. O scion of Brigu's line, whoever hears or recites this account of the Lord's sportive activities and his prowess, they will have all fulfillments in life. They will be freed from the transmigratory cycle caused by the tendencies acquired through karma. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Dwadashashkhande Dashamo Dhyayah.
Atha Ekadashodhyaya Saunaka Uvacha. The divine form explained. The cosmic form of the Lord. Saunaka said, now we have got to ask one more question to you. Are a master of all learning. You are well acquainted with the doctrines of the Tantras. To the Supreme Being, the Lord Shri, who is pure, non-dual consciousness, the masters of the Tantra have for purposes of worship given physical features, accessories, weapons, decorations, etc. We would like to see significance, the principle behind such conceptions. Describe to us who are anxious to hear all about ritualistic worship prescribed by the Tantras, by means of which man can attain the immortal state. Sri Sutta said, saluting my teachers, I shall impart to you what has come down from teachers like Brahma and others, as taught by them through the Vedas and the Tantras, about the glory and greatness of the Supreme Being, Mahavishnu, the changeful cosmic form known as Virat, is constituted of 9 categories: Prakriti, Sutratma, Mahatattva, Ahankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. The whole of the cosmos is seen subsisting in the cosmic form Virat, which is based in consciousness. As the Virat is based on the Supreme Being, he is said to be embodied as the Purusha or Virat. The earth is his feet, the heavens his head, the intermediary space his navel, the sun his eyes, the air his nose, and the quarters his eyes, his ears. Prajapati is his sex organ, Mrityu, death, his rectum, the Lokapalas, his arm, the moon, his mind, and Yama, his eyebrow. Bashfulness is his upper lip, greed is his lower lip, light his teeth, Maya his smile, the trees his hair, and the clouds his locks. Just as the individual, when measured by the span of his palm, is of 7-span dimension, so is the Virat too, when measured by his span of cosmic dimension. So also, whatever parts there are in the individual body, there are in the Purusha too. Symbolism of the paraphernalia of Mahavishnu. What he wears under the guise of the jewel Kaustuba is the pure Jiva consciousness. The spreading effulgence of the Jiva is what is seen in his chest as the mark Srivatsa. The wreath of wildflowers worn by the Lord is his Maya, with the diverse attributes. His yellow wearing cloth is the Veda, and the sound symbol Om, with its 3 syllables, the sacred thread he wears. He has Sankhya and Yoga as the fish-marked earrings, and the diadem on his head is the Satyaloka, superior to all other realms. His seat, the well-known Ananta Adishesha, conceived serpent of infinity, is Avyakrita, the inchoate and undifferentiated Prakriti. The lotus on his seat is Sattva Guna, having attributes like Dharma and Jnana as petals. The prana, the vital energy, which includes strength of the senses, mind and body, is represented by his mace, Kau Modaki, the category of water, by his conch, Panchajanya, and the category of fire by his discus, Sudarshana. His sword, with its blue sheen, is the category of sky. His shield, Tamas, the elements of darkness. His bow, Saranga, time, and his quiver, the accumulation of karma. Arrows represents the Indriyas. His chariot, the mind, dominated by will. His manifesting power, the Tanmatras, and his hand poses the will to bless with gifts and to protect. The place for offering him worship is the orb of the sun. The qualification for initiation with mantra from the teacher. His service is for the erasement of all one's sins, including sinful tendencies. The clay lotus in his hand symbolizes his six majesties like lordship, Aishwarya, and the rest. The two camaras held on either side are righteousness, dharma, and yasas, glory. Twice-born ones. The royal umbrella held over him represents the realm of Vaikuntha, the state of bliss and freedom from fear. The Lord is known as Yajna, and who has Yajna as his form is borne by his vehicle, Garuda, who is the embodiment of the three Vedas. Shri, who remains inseparable from him, is Shakti, the manifesting power of Sri Hari. Vishwaksena, the leader of his attendants, is the embodiment of the Tantras. His 8 gods, headed by Nanda, are his 8 yogic powers like Anima, etc. The Vyuhas. The one Supreme Being can be worshipped as the 4 Vyuhas, Vasudeva, Shankarshana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha, who are only the 4 presentations of the one being, according to his manifestations through external objects, senses, ignorance with tendencies latent, and witnesshood. He is also conceived as Vishwa, Taijasa, Prana, and Turiya, respectively, in the form Aniruddha, Pradyumna, Shankarshana, and Vasudeva, with their distinctive physical features, Anga, accessories, Upanga, decorations, Akalpa, and weapons, Ayudha, sustains the 4 states of consciousness, Vishwa, waking, Taijasa, dream, Prajna, sleep, and Turiya, samadhi. But being the Lord, this manifestation does not in the least affect his entity or his majesty and lordship, unlike in the case of the jiva. and material entities undergoing change. O learned one, he is the source of the victor. He is the self-luminous awareness. He is perfect by his own greatness. He is intuited in their self by those who seek him. By his own Maya or inherent power, protects and destroys the whole universe under the names of Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, without the slightest dimming of his spiritual self-awareness as the one invisible spirit. He is spoken under these three names according to function only. O Krishna, the friend of Arjuna, O the Vrishni leader that was like a fire to the forest of evil and tyrannical rulers, O thou unfading power and majesty, O thou Govinda, whose holy fame is sung about in the gatherings of gopis by the sages in attendance on thee. Be thou propitious and protect us, thy devotees, and forevermore. O thou, whose very name is a blessing unto mankind. Ever getting up in the early morning, concentrating his mind on the Lord, thinks over and repeats these passages, which expounds the significance of the Lord's form, attributes, and accessories, will realize him, who resides in the hearts of all. Sun and his movements. Saunaka said, Sri Sukha had in the fifth skanda said to the attractive Parikshit that there is a group of 7 guna sapta, skanda 5:21-18, varying every month, that travels with the sun. I wish to know about their respective functions and names and about their leaders. I also want to know about the aspects of the sun deity, Surya Narayana, who is one with Sri Hari. I said, the sun, the maintainer of the life and functioning of the world, is the manifestation of the power of Sri Hari, who dwells in every heart. Furthering the works of the world, he moves around and round. Sri Hari, the soul of the world and the creator, is manifest as one with Surya, sun, who is the support and sanction of all Vedic rites. He is spoken of by the rishis as many deities in the context of Vedic rites. By virtue of his Yoga Maya, Sri Hari is spoken of for the purposes of Vedic rituals in 9 forms as time, place, action, agent, instruments, effect, scripture, material, and result. For the sustenance of life in the world, the Lord as time represented by the sun, moves in 12 months, beginning with Chaitra, associates. The month of Chaitra is directed by the group comprising the sun named Dhata, the Apsara Krita Sthali, the Rakshasa Heti, the Naga Vasuki, the Yaksha Rathakrit, the Rishi Pulatsya, and the Gandharva Tumburu. The month of Vaishika is guided by the group consisting the sun Aryama, the Rishi Pulaha, the Yaksha Utojas, the Rakshasa Praheti, the Apsara Punji Kastali, the Gandharva Narada, and the Naga Kacha Nira. The month of Jyeshtha is presided over by the sun Mitra, Rishi Atri, the Rakshasa Paurusheya, the Naga Takshaka, the Apsaras Menaka, the Gandharva Haha, and the Yaksha Rathasvana. The month of Ashada is directed by the Rishi Vashista, the sun Varuna, the Apsaras Ramba, the Yaksha Sahajanya, the Gandharva Bhuvi, the Naga Supra, and the Rakshasa Chitrasva. The Ravana month is conducted by the sun Indra, the Gandharva Vishwavasu, the Yaksha Shrota, the Naga Ilapatra, the Rishi Angiras, the Apsaras Pramloja, and the Rakshasa Varya. The month of Bhadrapada is presided over by the sun Vishwavan, the Gandharva Ugrasena, the Rakshasa Vyahara, and the Yaksha Asarana, the Rishi Brigu, the Apsaras Anumlocha, and the Naga Sankhapala.
The month of Magha is led by the sun Pusha, the Naga Dhananjaya, the Rakshasa Vata, the Gandharva Sushena, the Yaksha Suruchi, the Apsara Gritachi, and the Rishi Gautama. The month of Falguna is directed by the Yaksha Kratu, the Rakshasa Varshas, the Rishi Bharadwaja, the sun Parjanya, the Asparas Senajit, the Gandharva Vishwa, and the Naga Airavata. The month of Marga Sirsha is guided by the sun Amsu, the Rishi Kasyapa, the Yaksha Tarkshya, the Gandharva Rita Sena, the Apsaras Urvasi, and Rakshasa Vidyut Chatru, and the Naga Mahasankha. The month of Pushya is guided by the sun Bhaga, the Rakshasa Spurja, the Gandharva Aristanemi, the Yaksha Urna, the Rishi Ayu, the Naga Karkotaka, and the Apsara Purvachiti. The month of Ashwin is guided by the sun Twashta, the Rishi Jamadagni, the Naga Kambala, the Apsaras Tilotama, the Rakshasa Brahmapeta, the Yaksha Satajit, and the Gandharva Dhritarashtra. The month of Kartika is guided by the sun Vishnu, the Naga Ashwatara, the Apsaras Ramba, the Gandharva Suryavarshas, Yaksha Satyajit, the Rishi Vishwamitriya, and the Rakshasa Makha Peta. Those who contemplate on these majesties of Surya Narayana, both of sunrise and sunset, will be free from their sins. By the above described movements of his with a group of attendants, Surya Narayana helps to give spiritual turn to the intellect of beings both in this and the next world. In the course of their movement, the rishis extol Surya Narayana with sacred hymns from Rik, Shama, and Yajus, which reveal his divine glory. The Gandharvas sing and the Apsaras dance before him. The Nagas bind the chariot wheels well. The Yakshas harness the horses to the chariots. The powerful Rakshasas push the chariot from behind. The community of 60,000 holy Brahmarshis, known as Balakilyas, walk in front of the chariot, facing the Lord and singing these prayers. The worshipful Lord Hari, the ruler of all, the birthless, the deathless, and the eternal being, thus assumes various forms from kalpa to kalpa for the protection of the world. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramhansyam Sangitayam Dwa Dashaskande Ati Atitya Vya Havivara Nam Name Ka Nameka Da Shodhyaya Atha Dwadasho Dhyayaya Sutta Uvacha Skanda 12, Chapter 12. The contents of Bhagavata, first and second skandhas. Sutta said, Salutations to the most glorious doctrine of devotion to the Lord. Salutations to Krishna, the ultimate arbiter of the destinies of all. Salutating all holy men also, I shall now speak of the eternal law. O learned ones, in reply to your questions, what constitutes the topic most suited for a man to hear about, sing about, and remember? I have narrated to you this unique account of the excellences and doing of Mahavishnu. In this text is extolled Narayana, the Supreme Being, who erases all sins, who is the indweller in all beings, who is the power that activates the senses of all, and who is the protector of all devotees. Here has been discussed the Supreme Brahman, the mysterious and hidden truth behind the changing universe, the creator, preserver, and destroyer of all the worlds, and the knowledge and attainment of him, both in theory and in practice. The way of communion through devotion and the supreme spirit of renunciation obtained thereby has been discussed. The stories of Parikshit and Narada have been narrated. The fast unto death of Raja Parikshit, consequent on the curse of a Brahmana, and the meeting between him and the Brahmarshi Sukha have been described. This is the topic of the first skanda. Following these are discussed in the second skanda, the way of progress after death of those who die in spiritual communion, the conversation between Brahma and Narada, the glory and greatness of Lord's incarnations, and the evolution of Prakriti, and the categories from Mahat down. It ends with the emergence of the Virat, the cosmic person. Next comes the conversation between Vidura and Uddhava, and that between Vidura and Maitreya. In these, the question about the origin of the Bhagavata occurs. Then comes the description of the Lord in yogic slumber amidst the deluge of cosmic dissolution. There is then the description of sarka, or primary projection of the categories resulting from the loss of equilibrium of the gunas of prakriti, by which are produced as 7 evolutes or categories together with their 16 effects. Out of the categories and their effects take place the formation of the cosmic shell and the appearance of the Virat Purusha. Descriptions of the subtle and gross aspects of time, of the birth of the world lotus, and of destruction of Hiranyaksha in the process of installing the earth in the proper place follow. The origin of various kinds of creatures that traverse the sky, the quarters and the earth, the birth of 12 Rudras, of the origin of Swayambhuva, Manu, and Satarupa, the human pair, and the progress of Kartama, Prajapati, Ishu. All these were described. Then the incarnation of the Lord as a great Rishi Kapila and his conversation with his mother Devahuti are described. This forms the third skanda. Skanda 4 to 7. In the fourth skanda, the following topics are discussed. The birth of the 9 Prajapatis, beginning with Marichi, the Yajna of Daksha, Prajapati, and its obstruction, and the highly devotional account of the stories of Dhruva and Prithu, and the conversation of Narada with Prachina Parhit. In the fifth skanda are given the description of Priyavrata and his doings, and the devotional narratives of Nabi, Rishabha, and Bharata. This is followed by the description of continents, regions, oceans, mountain ranges, rivers, the galaxies, the different worlds like Patala, the Purgatory, and the story of Ajamila, showing the greatness of the divine name. And the sixth skanda deals with the birth of Daksha as a son of Prachitas, with the issue of Daksha's daughters, and with the origin of various species like Devas, Asuras, men, dumb creatures, serpents, and birds. The story of Vitrasura also is narrated therein. In the seventh skanda, the history of Hiranyaksha and Hiranyaksipu and the life and doings of the great devotee Prahlada are narrated. Eighth and ninth skandhas. The description of Manvantaras, the salvation of Gajendra, the story of the avatars in different Manvantaras, the incarnation of Hayagriva, the Lord's incarnation as a tortoise, Dhanvantari, fish and Vamana, the churning of the milk ocean, and the securing of Amrita for the Devas, the great battle between Devas and Asuras, the narration of the genealogies of kings, the birth of Ikshavaku, his line of descendants, the story of Sudyamna, the narrative of Ela and Tara, the description of the solar dynasty in which Sasada, Nrika, and others appeared, the stories of Sukhanya, Saryati, Kakuchta, Mandata, Saubhari, and Sagara, the sin-destroying account of the great Rama of Kosala, of Nimi discarding his body, of the birth of Chanakas, the destruction of Kshatriyas, Barama and Brigu's line, the stories of Pururavas, Yayati, and Nahusa of the lunar dynasty, the life of Dushyanta's son Bharata, Santana, and Bhishma, the line of Yayati's eldest son Yadu. All these have been described in the 8th and 9th skandhas. 10th and 11th skandha. The following are described in the 10th skandha. The birth of the Supreme Being Sri Krishna as a Vasudeva's son in the prison, his removal to Gokula, his upbringing there, the description of his numerous wonderful deeds consisting in the destruction of asuras, deeds like sucking of Putana's life force, the smashing of the cart demon, others like the destruction of Srinavata, Baka, and Vatsasura, Dhenukasura, and his associates, and the Pralambasura.
The protection of the Gopas from forest fire, the humbling of the serpent Kaliya, the rescue of Nanda from a python, the observance of vow by the gopis for propitiating Krishna, the bestowal of Krishna's grace on the wives of the Vedas Brahmanas, and the repentance of the Brahmanas, the lifting of Govardhana mountain, Indra's worship of Krishna and Surabhi's ceremonial path of him, the Lord's Rasa Leela with the gopis, the destruction of Shankachuda, Arista, and Keshi, the arrival of Akrura and Vraja, and the departure of Rama and Krishna to Mathura, the mourning of the woman of Vraja, Krishna's side saying Mathura, and the destruction of Kuvalayapida, the elephant, and the Mushtika, Chanura, and Kamsa, the restoration of the dead children of the teacher Sandipani, the rehabilitation of the Yadavas with the help of Uddhava and Balarama, the destruction of the armies of Jarasandha in many campaigns, the killing of Yavana through Muchukunda, effecting evacuation of the Yadavas from Mathura to Dwara, securing of Parijata and Sudharma from Indra's heaven, and the marriage with Rukmani after defeating rival kings, the paralyzing of Hara in battle, the chopping of a numerous arms, Bana, the destruction of Nara Kusura, the king of Prajya Jyotisha, and the recovery of the maidens kept captive by him, the destruction of Sishupala, Paundraka, Salva, Dantavaktra, Sambara, Trivida, Pita, Mura, Panchajana, and others, the burning of Varanasi, the relieving of the earth of her burdens through the agency of the Pandavas. In the 11th skandha is described Krishna's destruction of his own clan of the Yadus, effected through the curse of a Brahmana, and the most illuminating discourse given by Vasudeva to Uddhava, in which the whole theme of the science of the spirit is discussed, and abandonment of the human body by the Lord through yoga power. The 12th skandha. Next in the 12th skandha are discussed the characteristics of the various yugas, the decay of mankind in Kali, the 4 kinds of pralayas, and the 3 kinds of creation after pralaya, the death of Parikshit, the institution of the recensions of the Veda by Vyasa, the devotional account about Makandeya, explanation of the symbolism of the Lord's form, and the movement of the sun with the different groups of associates in the 12 months. Devotion to God, the only topic of the Bhagavata. O learned one, I have now given full answers to all questions, and the description of the sportive incarnation of the Lord dominates those answers throughout. Even if a man cries out, "Oh, Hari, salutations to thee," in a state of utter helplessness, while falling on or stumbling in the thick of danger, or in grief, or in ill, be freed from this sin. From his sin, the worshipful Lord, the infinite being, makes his presence felt in the mind of the people who sing his hymns on his excellences or hear such recitals, and puts an end to the sorrows of their heart, just as the sun dissipates darkness and strong winds the cloud. The literary productions in which there is no place for the worshipful Lord, the master of all the senses, but deal with only worldly men and matters, are devoid of truth and ephemeral. On the contrary, such works as reveal the glory of the God manifesting through all life and nature. Thy promote what is true, what is good, and what is holy. It is that literature which sparkles with excellences of the divine that remains ever noble, light, and charm the mind. It alone can sustain the mind, always as in a festive mood, and dry up the ocean of samsara in which man is plumbed. However attractive might be the literary beauties of a writing, poem, or song, if it is devoid of all the references to and expositions of Sri Hari's world sanctifying excellences, it is like a mud puddle which attracts only crows and never the swan. Holy men, excuse them, for they are only for where the Lord is and for what reveals His presence. It is such compositions as are embellished by the names of the Lord, the infinite being, which reveal His holy fame and destroy men's sins, that saintly personages here expound and recite, even if they be mistaken of such texts. Even knowledge without the least strain of ignorance does not shine well if it is devoid of the devotion to Achyuta. How can then their desire prompted karma or even desireless karma have any significance unless these actions are dedicated to the Lord and become a part of the practice of devotion to Him, Bhakti Yoga? The great efforts put forth for the observance of Varna Ashrama codes of conduct, austerity, learning, etc., result only in the acquisition of fame and wealth, but the hearing and chanting of the Lord's name and excellences result in the constant remembrance of Him. Constant remembrance of Krishna's feet destroys all tendencies in the mind and establishes one in tranquility. It brings about the purification of one's entire being and generates in one's love and knowledge of the Supreme Spirit, accompanied with experience and renunciation. O Holy One, you are indeed fortunate being. Do worship Narayana with unwavering devotion, installing him in your heart. He is the soul of all, the Lord of all, the ever free, having none above him as superior. And because of you, I have had this opportunity to recall that gospel of the Supreme Spirit, which I heard in the company of many great sages from the mouth of Sri Shuka, the most noted one among the rishis. In the assembly that had gathered round Raja's Parikshit at the time of his fast unto death, the merits of studying the Bhagavata. O revered sirs, I have now narrated to you this glorious account of the Lord's works and excellences, which constitutes the most fitting theme for the tongue to describe and the most sanctifying topic to hear. Provided a person endowed with faith and concentration hears the sacred text for a yama or even a shorter period or expounds it for other like-minded people to hear, he will be sanctified both, not not the body merely like bath in holy waters. Whoever hears this with devotion on Ekadasi and Dwadasha, the 11th and the 12th days of the fortnight, will be long lived. Whoever reads it on these days, observing the rules of fast and concentrating his mind on the divine, will be freed from all sins. By observing fast and reading the Puranas at Pushkara, Vraja, or Dwaraka, one will be freed from all fears of the life of samsara. Devas, sages, siddhas, pitris, manus, the king, being pleased with the recital of the Bhagavata, will bestow all that they want on its reciters and hearers. Whatever enthralling result like mandukulya, flow of honey, grita kulya, flow of ghee, and paya kulya, flow of milk, what a twice born gets for mastering the Vedas, Rig, Yajus, and Sama, respectively, all that is attained by one who studies this text. A twice born who studies this Purana with deep concentration attains to that supreme state expounded by the Lord. By studying this, a Brahmana attains knowledge of the spirit, a Kshatriya gets an empire extending up to the sea, a Vaishya gains wealth, and a Sudra is freed from all his sin. Salutations to the Lord. In other scriptural texts, Hari, the eraser of the evil of Kali and the Lord of all, is not described again and again with devotional exuberance as is done here in the Bhagavata. Through the innumerable stories, anecdotes, in fact, through very word of it. The one topic highlighted in this text is the Bhagavan, the one embracing all that exists. I salute Achyuta, the pure spirit, unborn, unending, the possessor of that inherent power which creates, supports, and destroys, the one whose glory cannot adequately be described even by Brahmana, Indra, Shankara, and other divinities. Salutations to him, the pure quintessence of consciousness and the eternal, supreme, and the worshipful divinity, who dwells in everything and whom the whole of the universe of living and non-living entities produced by the nine forces of Prakriti that vibrate by his will have their being. I salute Sukha, the son of Vyasa, who through established the inherent bliss of the self, the consequently devoid of any attraction for anything external, is none the less drawn even from his virgins in the self by the attraction of the sportive doings of the one whom none can conquer, and out of his misery for all living beings expounded this Purana, which may really be called the book of God, that effaces the impurities in the minds of all, lights the lamp of divine love and knowledge in their minds. Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dvadashoskandar Yani Rupanam Nama Dvadashodhyaya.
अथ त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः Sutta Uvacha Skanda 12, chapter 13 Concluding salutations. Salutations. Sutta said, salutations to that supreme deity whom celestials like Brahma, Varuna, Indra, Rudra, Maruts, and others extol with sacred praises and prayers, whom expert Sama chanters hymn about with the help of Vedas, ancillary texts, Pada, Karma, and the Upanishads, whom yogis see in their minds that have become steady and fixed on him, and whose extent and prowess are beyond the understanding of the hosts of devas and asuras. May the breath of the Lord as the divine tortoise protect you. The breath that escaped him, the breath that escaped from him while he was being lulled to sleep by the scratching of the rocky bottom of the whirling Mandara mountain kept on his back from the churning of the milk ocean. The breath, a little of whose impulse seems to persist even to this day, camouflaged as tides high and low in the ocean. Puranas and their extent. Now learn from me the details regarding the number of Puranas and the passages contained in them, as also about the relevancy of the topics treated in the Bhagavata Purana, the rules of making presentation of copies of the Bhagavata, and the benefits accruing from its presentation and study. Brahma Purana has 10,000 passages, Padma Purana 55,000, Vishnu Purana 23,000, and Shiva Purana 24,000. Shrimad Bhagavata has 18,000 passages, Narada Purana 25,000, Markandeya Purana 19,000, and Agni Purana 10,500 passages. Bhavishyat Purana has 14,500 passages, Brahma Vaivarta Purana 18,000, and the Linga Purana 11,000. Varaha Purana has 24,000 passages, Skanda Purana 81,100, and Vamana Purana 10,000. Kurma Purana has 17,000 passages, Matsya Purana 14,000, Garuda Purana 19,000, and Brahmanda Purana 12,000. Uniqueness of the Bhagavata among the Puranas. Thus, the total number of passages in all the Puranas together is said to be 4 lakhs. Of this total, 18,000 are said to belong to the Bhagavata. The Bhagavata was first revealed by the Lord Mahavishnu himself out of his mercy to Brahma, occupying the navel lotus of his and trembling with fear of involvement in transmigratory cycle. From the beginning to the end, which includes the middle too, it is full of narratives that generate renunciation in the minds of men, and of accounts of the divine and sportive deeds of the Lord, which are delightful like nectar to all holy men and to the Devas. It is the quintessence of all Vedantas based on the truth of non-duality and characterized by the unity of Atman and Brahman. Its ultimate purpose is liberation. If a person makes a gift of the Bhagavata on the full moon day in the month Bhadrapada, placing the text on a golden stand, that pious person will attain to the highest destiny. Other Puranas will be deemed important by wise men only till they come across this unique work, the Bhagavata. So surpassing are its merits that it will easily eclipse them all. This Bhagavata being the quintessence of all Vedanta, it is natural that one who is steeped in its study does not feel interest in any other text. Just as the Ganga is the most superior among rivers, the worshipful Achyuta among divinities, and Shambhu among the devotees of Vishnu, so is Bhagavata among the Puranas. O twice born, the Bhagavata, excuse me, O twice born ones, the Bhagavata is unrivaled amongst the vast number of Puranas, as Kashi is among holy places. Excuse me. Shrimad Bhagavata, the sacred Purana, is dear to all devotees of the Lord. It exalts the supreme state of gnosis, characterizing the Paramahamsas. It expounds the state of egolessness, accompanied by knowledge, renunciation, and devotion. He who hears, studies, and deeply thinks over its teaching will gain supreme devotion to the Lord and liberation from samsara. That light of spiritual understanding, which was ignited by the Lord Himself in the heart of Brahma, which He Himself, as Brahma, transmitted to Narada, which again in the form of Narada He transmitted to Ved Vyasa, which he in the form of Vyasa transmitted to Shuka, and which he in the form of Shuka imparted to Parikshit. On that truth supreme, the unpolluted, the pure, the blissful, and the griefless, we meditate. Salutations to thee, the worshipful Lord Vasudeva, the witness of all, who mercifully imparted Shrimad Bhagavata to Brahma on his seeking liberation from worldly entanglement. Salutations to Shuka, the greatest of yogis and Brahman embodied, who revived the spirit of Parikshit, who had been bitten by the serpent of samsara. O thou Lord and Master of our souls, ordain that whatever embodiments we might get again and again, we shall be endowed with devotion to thy feet. I offer my salutations to that Hari, by chanting whose name man is freed from all sins, by surrendering to whom, by prostration, he is saved from all misery. End of the 12th skanda. Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vyasikam Ashtadasha Sahastrayam Paramahamsayam Samhitayam Dwadasha Skande Triyodasho Adhyaya Iti Dwadasha Skanda Samapta. Hari Om Tat Sat. This brings us to the close of the verse by verse recital. The journey over the past 7 days cannot be described. All that we can do is thank the threefold grace, the grace of the Absolute that presided, the grace of the holy tradition of teachers, and the grace of the scriptures. Whatever merit has been gained from the 7-day verse by verse recital, we offer to the well-being of all creatures in the universe, and we offer all that merit to world peace. We do so by articulating 2 prayers. the first of which will be articulated by Mrs. Harsha Jairam. Could we all stand up?
Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu nirat, sarve bhadrani pashantu, ma kashchit dukhavag bhavet. Shanti, Shanti. May all be happy. May all be without disease. May all creatures have well-being, and none be in misery of any sort. Peace, peace, and peace everywhere.
Thank you. The second prayer will be offered by Mr. Vinod Bhai Bika in Sanskrit. By Mrs. Niruben Natu. I made a mistake. By Mrs. Niruben Natu. It was my error. I'm sorry.
The Om three times, followed by the Shanti part. Okay.
Shanti, Viksham Shanti, Vi Shanti, Apaha Shanti, Oshadayah Shanti, Vanaspatayah Shanti, Vishvedevah Shanti, Brahma Shanti, Sarva Shanti, Shanti Leva Shanti, Shama Shanti Devi, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Finally, for all of us that are gathered here in person, we acknowledge the grace and we surrender all the merits by the dedication that we are familiar with. Om Atmane Namah. Iti. Om Tat Sat. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I have an announcement about the next two events. At 2 o'clock, is that right, Mr. At 2 o'clock we have a special ceremony in which we will be acknowledging and lighting an oil lamp for all the sages that have played the role in Shrimad Bhagavatam But for the past about 28 yugas, each time the creation moves from the Silver Age into the Iron Age, a sage has played the role of a Ved Vyasa to bring the Vedas in a form that's discernible for the Kali Yuga. We will be lighting a lamp for all those sages. So you can do the mathematics. It's about 3.2 million years times 28. So that's a lot of years. And we will also be lighting a lamp for the next forthcoming age, when again the teaching will be brought forth, and we will be lighting a lamp for the Rishi that will be playing the role for Ved Vyasa then. That takes place at 2 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock, we have the official final closing ceremony, which will be in the form of a yajna or havan. It's a sacrificial fire in which sacrificial offerings like grain and clarified butter will be offered. That will then formally conclude all the events that have taken place over the past 7 days. Once I go off the screen, there will be a notice that will be replacing this image, which will have the program for the rest of the afternoon. So please stay on to see that notice. Between now and 2 o'clock, there may possibly be a break in transmission as we move the equipment to the hall where the 2 events will be taking place. Thank you all. We could feel your company from wherever you were. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay, so I think let's go.
Thank you.